Chapter 49-70. It's not impossible for me to spare your worthless life, but it depends on your sincerity. If I'm not happy, you'll still be reduced to ashes. Even after so many years of painstaking cultivation, a trace of your spiritual sense will dissipate between heaven and earth, and you'll never have a chance to reappear in this world again. Chapter 49-79. Jiang Chen said lightly. Back off. The 3 flying elephants trembled, constantly kowtowing in front of Jiang Chen. Her long blade pierced forward had already picked up a flying elephant with his spears. They had no doubt that Jiang Chen would kill them all. The black aura dispersed and retreated. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, was also pushed back. I only have a trace of spiritual sense, but you want to possess it and transform into a human. And the black demon spear of the Black King was also shaken. It seems that even the Emperor of the Cosmos didn't expect that there would be smashed into his own body and flew backward thousands of years later. Damn it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. They were confident that they could definitely fight. Everything had a spirit, but some spirits shouldn't exist. Xiaolon was too strong. Your Excellency, if you want to know where the ancient elephant-spine coiling dragon, I'll tell you now. She was not inferior. Please be magnanimous and let us go. They had to be careful. The East Pole flying elephant and Huang were pushed back one after another. Speak. Jiang Chen was still fearless and rushed forward. Will your Excellency let us go after I tell you? He was their last hope. Jiang Chen sneered. Jiang Chen was very clear that the person he wanted to kill was not only Xiaolon, you have no right to negotiate with me, who had stirred up a storm and killed her. The 3 flying elephants looked at each other and finally smiled. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens to turn the tide in this battle. They were fish on the chopping block. Jiang Chen stepped on the sky-ascension stairway and rushed towards Xiaolon. In a fit of anger, Jiang Chen would kill them, and there would be no room for negotiation. While running, he was almost on par with Xiaolon. They would definitely die. However, Jiang Chen retreated after one attack. They couldn't give it up. He had no way to injure his opponent. In the Xixiang Mountain, there's an extremely cold place. Could not do anything. Although the place isn't big, in the temperature there has always been maintained at -500 degrees. The upper hand. It's a forbidden land of death. Her strength was there for all to see. No demonic beasts can get close to it. Once Jiang Chen revealed a flaw, once they get close, he might be in deep trouble. They'll be frozen into ice sculptures and eventually die of violent death. Enter the body. 100-star Many years of painstaking cultivation will be destroyed. Starlight shackled and enveloped his body. However, there's one person who can survive there. Jiang Chen's momentum became even more ferocious. It's said that he's the ancient elephant king, the 31st and also the most mysterious existence in the ancient book realm, pushing his strength to the peak of the star level. The Eastern flying elephant said in a submissive tone, raising its head to look at Jiang with a peak star level 4. Its eyes were filled with fear. Was enhanced by the astral pole. It's right in front. It was unpredictable and stronger than before. After passing through the 4 divisions mountains, the astral pole had tempered Jiang Chen's body into steel. In the center is the land of extreme cold. He had long reached the level of invincibility. It is forever shrouded in mist. Even when facing Xiaolon, no one is able to see exactly what that place looks like. Can you let us go now, little Chenzi? My lord. De Huang chuckled. Jiang Chen turned around and left silently. He advanced and supported Jiang Chen from the side. De Huang had no intention of letting them go. Although both of them were not as strong, he was almost possessed by these guys. Xiaolon did not dare to let her guard down. If he let them go just like that, if she made a mistake, he would be letting himself down. The other party might take advantage of her weakness. Little Chenzi let you off. She could definitely withstand the pressure that Jiang Chen gave her. But these two bugs could fall into a deadlock at any time under the confrontation between her and Jiang Chen, piercing through the 3 elephants in an instant. Xiaolon was very clear about her own strength, but she knew that it was better to be careful than to sail a ship for 10,000 years. However, they no longer had the strength to fight. Soul destruction, soul snatching. They could only let themselves be slaughtered by once again executed the becoming lambs waiting to be slaughtered. With an intention of his will, De Huang and the Black King instantly arrived, done it in the first place. Using their innate astral souls to suppress Xiaolon, snorted and quickly chased after her into a passive state. After the 2 of them passed through the 4 divisions mountains, they saw an endless misty land. Laughed, joining hands with the surroundings were filled with mist, but it was extremely cold. Instantly felt as though she was facing a great enemy. But this place shouldn't be a few hundred degrees below zero. The spear light from the 2 of them had already pierced through her defenses, forcing her to retreat. Her soul was once again plunged into chaos, causing Xiaolon only by walking down the mountain to feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Would one be able to see the true appearance of this place? Just a few ants and you still want to fight against me. Jiang Chen's natal astral soul was also unable to see through this misty land, who had flown into a rage out of humiliation. However, He
no
could
longer
feel
had
that
any
this place
patience
was
left.
indeed extremely cold.
After falling into chaos
it seemed
twice,
like what those
the
elephants
alarm
said
bells
was
had
right.
already rung
If there
in her
wasn't an
mind.
opportunity,
This place was indeed
they
very
would rather
strange
remain
and
extremely
and wait
cold.
for Jiang Chen
If
to
not,
create
the
an
ancient
opportunity
elephant
for
king
them.
should
Her
be
divine
here.
art.
Domain
It would be
change
impossible
play.
for her to constantly be
Under
on
the
guard
let's go
against the
down,
three
and
of them.
Xiaolana
Finally fought
The
back
Huang
with all
and
her
the
might.
Black King
Muttered to
completely
himself as
stood
her
behind
blade
his
technique was
head.
extremely swift
The
and
two of
only
them
when there was an
continued
opportunity
walking down
the
the
Huang
mountain
and
with
the
their
Black
full
King
strength.
couldn't
The more
withstand
they
this
walked,
attack at
the
all.
colder it became.
For them, their
The more
strength
they
was
walked,
indeed
the
somewhat
more
unequal.
stifling they felt.
However, this
They
kind
had no
of
other
feeling
choice
caused them
but
to
to
have
accept
difficulty
the attack.
breathing.
Surrounded by the
puff,
misty air,
the two of
it
them
was
were
basically
severely
impossible
injured
for them
after
to see
another.
their surroundings clearly.
Their figures were like
The
kites
visibility
with
was
broken
only
strings,
10 meters
falling
or so.
heavily on the ground. Jiang Chen
From
also
head
felt
to
a
toe,
lingering fear
they felt
in his
as
heart
though their
he
bones
slowly
were about to
crossed the
fall
river.
apart.
However,
They spat
in
out
order to find
mouthfuls
the
of
ancient
blood, and
elephant
their faces
king
were
and find the
deathly
door
pale.
to leave this ancient book realm,
It's over.
they
It's
could only
over.
take one step at a time.
Little Chinzi,
am I going
this
to be
is too
glorified?
cold.
De Huang
Damn.
curled his lips and said
De Huang
helplessly.
involuntarily shivered.
He had
his
tried
face
his best,
filled with shock.
but Xiaolana was too strong.
He had never felt so cold
He and
before.
the Black King
Even his
couldn't
blood
shake
felt
her.
as though it was about to freeze.
Although little Chinzi was fast
Hold
enough
your
to
breath,
fight and
be
retreat at the
careful.
same time, he
Jiang
couldn't
Chen
protect
spoke.
everyone. After an
Nonsense.
unknown period of time,
As long
the
as
two
I'm
of them
here,
finally
no one
passed
can
through
hurt
the
you.
misty land. Jiang Chen
After the
sneered.
mist subsided,
He
he
saw
held
a
his blade
gigantic
horizontally
and stood in front of
The
her
lake
and
was
the Black
tens of
King.
thousands of meters wide.
That kind of majestic aura
Looking
made
down
people
from the
not dare to
mountainside,
look at him directly.
it was extremely beautiful.
However,
The
Xiaolana
surface
had
of the
seen
lake
many
was
big
like a mirror,
scenes.
sparkling and clear.
Looking at the entire heaven
Look,
awakening
little
star
Chinzi,
region,
this
how
is the
many
territory
experts
of
had
the
she not
ancient
seen?
elephant king, isn't
Her
it?
ex-husband was the overlord of the heaven awakening star region,
but I almost
and her
froze
brother
to
was the
death.
second city lord of the
De
heaven
Huang was
awakening
very
star
excited,
region, running down the mountain.
Influenced by such a lineup,
His joyful
she
look
had also
made
become
Jiang
very
Chen not know
powerful.
whether to laugh or cry.
All three of you must die.
This guy was just like a
The
wild
anger in
horse running
Xiaolana's heart
wildly.
had already been ignited
The
by
scenery
Jiang
of the
Chen
mountain
and the
slope
others.
was really good. It simply couldn't
Thousands
be
of
extinguished.
trees were covered with snow.
Only by
and there
killing
was
them
ice
could she
everywhere.
take revenge for her nephew.
It was
and
unknown
sleep
what kind of
peacefully.
trees they were, but
Jiang
they were
Chen
all
was
covered
no
with
longer
ice
as sharp
flowers
as he
and
had been
ice
in the
crystals.
beginning.
It looked
Xiaolana had
dreamlike
used
and
her
very
own strength
beautiful.
to force the three of them
The
into a
lake was
passive
surrounded
position.
by ice and snow,
Their
which
lives
was very
were in
cold.
danger. When
On
the
the
other
other
side,
went down to the mountainside,
Xiao Yuan's situation
which was still a few
very
hundred
unclear.
meters away from the lake.
Originally,
suddenly
Qi
stopped.
Yayu and the Dongshan,
Damn.
two elders, had practiced together,
It's too cold.
and they could barely fight against
De Huang
Xiao
kept
Yuan.
shivering,
And the surrounding
With the addition
temperature
of
had
the
dropped
six
to
rich
about
coiling
minus
dragon,
100 degrees.
the two sides became unfair.
It's really too cold. This kind of suppression
Jiang
couldn't
Chen
give Xiao
frowned.
Yuan too many
De
chances.
Huang's physique was very
Otherwise,
terrifying,
and
and
ordinary
wouldn't have
people
appeared
couldn't
at this
compare with
time
it.
to help her big brother.
Even he was almost unable to bear
Xiaolana
it,
wanted to go
so it
help
could
her
be
big
imagined
brother,
how cold
but
it was
Jiang
here.
Chen and the others were
But
too
what
annoying.
surprised Jiang Chen was that
They
the
had
lake was
caused her
not
to fall
frozen,
into a
and
deadlock,
instead,
and she
the
couldn't
lake was
help Xiao
sparkling with the
Yuan
breeze.
at all.
This
Xiao
was the most
Yuan knew
shocking
that the
thing.
six-ridged coiling
Give me
dragon
your
strength
hand.
was definitely on par with
Jiang
the
Chen held
Dongshan
De
two
Huang's
elders.
hand.
These
At that
guys
moment,
weren't any weaker
De Huang
than him,
felt a
and
wave
they
of
might
heat
even be
blowing on his
stronger.
face,
and he felt a lot
Therefore,
more comfortable,
the two sides
and
were
his
in a
eyes
deadlock,
opened wider.
and no one had a way to deal with the other.
comfortable.
De Huang said calmly,
Xiao
squinting his
Yuan looked
eyes
at
and
Qi
constantly
Yayu,
exhaling
who was approaching
foul
step
air.
by step,
with a solemn
He was
expression.
enjoying it very much in his
The
heart.
six-ridged coiling
The
dragon
heat
strength
that
was
Jiang
something
Chen
that
passed
Xiao
to him
Yuan
instantly
hadn't
hadn't
expected,
expected.
and even the cold air
Its
on his
enormous
body
power
was
was
completely
enough
to
to
shock
shock
the heavens and the earth.
Jiang
And
Chen's
it wasn't
unusual
something that
fire
an
of
ordinary
heaven and
person
earth
could
was
compare
very
to.
powerful,
And it
the
was the
overbearing
absolute nemesis
demonic
of any
beasts were
cold
always
things.
more direct than humans.
Let's go. Xiao Yuan,
Let's go down
your death
and
take
is
a look
here.
first. No one can
Jiang
save you.
Chen's 5 elements divine
This time,
fire made
I
him
won't let you
immune to
go.
all poisons.
Return my daughter's
Although
life.
the surrounding cold air was
Qi
terrifying,
Yayu glared
it
at
was
Xiao
harmless
Yuan.
to him.
His
Little
aura was
Chinzi,
overwhelming,
look,
and
there
there
are
are
so
so
many
many
ice
ice
sculptures
sculptures
here.
The feeling
They
of
seemed to
rising
be
dominance
demonic
was like
beasts
the
that
stars
froze
in
to
the
death
sky
here and turned
crushing
into
down,
ice sculptures,
and giving Xiao Yuan an
De Huang
unimaginable
said with
deterrence.
lingering fear.
The most
I
important
can't become an
was
ice
that the
sculpture.
six-ridged coiling dragon
Indeed,
had stabilized its
many
position.
demonic beasts
So
must have
Chi-Ye had
mistakenly
the
entered
opportunity
here
to
and
launch a
turned into ice
counterattack.
sculptures.
The battle was
temperature
getting more
here
and
is no
more
longer
intense.
something ordinary star-level
The sharpness
experts can
between the
suppress.
two was incomparable.
Even
and
if
there
they
was
can
no
stay
sign
here
of
for
it
a
stopping.
while, they will most likely die when their Genesis Chi is exhausted. Chapter 4980. Chapter 4971.
Xiaolan
only had a single thought
why
in her
isn't
mind,
the lake frozen?
and that was to finish off
De
Jiang
Huang
Qin
was
as soon as
puzzled.
possible so that she could go
Look,
and help her
there's
elder
someone
brother.
fishing in the lake.
If not,
De
her
Huang's
elder brother
pupils
would
shrank as
definitely
he
be
stared
forced
at the
into a
lonely
passive
boat
in the
state.
lake. Most of their people had already died,
ancient elephant
but
king.
as long as the siblings were still alive,
Jiang Chen murmured,
there would still be hope.
When Jiang Chen arrived at the bottom,
he saw
Xiao
Xiaoyan,
Xiaolan,
and
slashed
the others
out with the
behind
force
him.
of 1,000 caddies.
However,
crushing
there were
downwards.
less than 30 people.
The frenzied
The Shao
Saberlight
family's army was shivering in the
circles of
cold
resplendent
and looked very
shadows that
embarrassed.
shook the heavens and earth.
Father, look!
In that
Jiang
instant,
Chen.
the entire space froze.
Xiaoyan said in a deep
Jiang
voice.
Chen brandished his sword as he
Little
pushed
bastard,
the limitless sword
we meet
to its
again.
limits.
You
Accompanied
actually
by
came
the
to the
pressure
ancient
from
elephant
Sword
king's
King's
territory.
The auras of the two of them were
Xiao
incomparably
Yuan
close.
smiled sinisterly.
However,
There's a path
her
to
strength
heaven,
was
but you
clearly a
didn't
notch
take it.
higher.
There's
The
no door
limitless
to
sword
hell,
was
but
sufficiently
you came
powerful,
to seek death.
and so was Jiang Chen.
Xiao Yuan shouted
The
out
only flaw
angrily.
was that there was a difference
This
of 4
time,
heavenly layers.
he wasn't going to
between
give
them.
Jiang Chen any chance.
That was the difference between the heavens
Only by
and the
killing
earth.
him would he be able to untie the
Xiao
knot in
Lan,
his
hers
heart,
exhaustion
and only
wasn't
by
small,
killing him would he
but
be able to
compared to
avenge
Jiang
his
Chen,
son.
she was 100 times more confident.
Xiao Yuan's aura was like
The
a
sound
dragon,
of the wind
violent
whistled,
like a bull.
akin to saber light.
He struck out with his
Jiang
palm
Chen
towards
stood in
Jiang
front of
Chen.
him, his eyes gleaming
A
with
smile
coldness.
appeared on Xiao Yin's face.
This kind of attack that could
This
slash
guy
apart the
wouldn't be able
heavens
to
and earth
escape
caused
even
the
if he had
3 of them to
wings.
have no way to hide.
Jiang Chen didn't move
Little
at all.
Chinzi, be careful.
He looked at them calmly with
Master.
a calm and composed posture.
Jiang Chen was the first
Idiot.
to bear the brunt of Xiao Lan,
Jiang Chen chuckled.
domain-locking gale slash.
Xiao Yuan was puzzled.
The wind blades and saber
If this
light
palm hit,
unceasingly slammed
Jiang Chen
into
would
Jiang
definitely
Chen's
die.
body. But
Jiang
why didn't
Chen
he
brandished
dodge his tyrannical sword?
Why did he
braving
call me
the
an
wind
idiot?
and breaking the waves?
I think you're courting death.
The saber light lacerated
Xiao
Jiang
Yuan's
Chen,
palm
causing
went
the
through Jiang
surrounding
Chen's
space
chest,
to turn cold.
but Jiang Chen still stood
the
there
saber light
motionlessly,
lacerated
looking
Jiang
at Xiao
Chen's flesh,
Yuan with ridicule,
causing him to be drenched in blood.
What's going on?
However,
This
his
is
body
impossible.
remained as unmoving as a mountain.
Father, how did this happen?
If he moved, the ones
Not
who would
only
be injured
Xiao
would be
Yuan,
De Huang,
but
and
everyone
the Black
behind him
King.
was also dumbfounded.
It was impossible for the 2
When
of
did
them
this
to block
Jiang
this
Chen
attack.
become so powerful?
Success or
Xiao
failure,
Yin kept
it all
shaking
depends
his
on
head
you
in
now.
disbelief.
Jiang
He
Chen
had always
been the most outstanding
Soul's
genius
lay.
in the entire heavenly
The
awakening
final strike
galaxy
of his
city.
innate
astral soul
He was
instantly
nurtured
caused
as the
Xiao
future
Lan,
leader of the
her
heavenly
spirit
awakening
to sink
knights.
into a state
But
of
ever
chaos.
since Jiang Chen appeared,
Xiao
everything
Lan
had changed.
silently cursed in her heart.
Everything was
but she
in
already
chaos.
had no other choice. Even his younger brother
Jiang
was killed by
Chen's soul
Jiang
attack
Chen,
was
and
simply
now,
too powerful.
Even his father was no match
She could
for
only
Jiang
try her
Chen.
best to defend.
This
but
was
that
impossible.
feeling of being in a daze made her
He
completely
just broke
helpless.
through to the star state.
The soul-snatching
Little
divine
Chinzi
art
has
was
already
Jiang
obtained
Chen's
the
last
legacy of
chance.
Emperor of the Cosmos
If
in
he
the
still
ancient
couldn't
book
kill
realm.
Xiao Lan
Right
at this
now,
time,
he
then
can
they would
crush you with
completely
one
fail.
hand.
Do
De
it.
Huang said arrogantly while
Let's go
shaking
all
his
out
head.
for this bitch.
This is
De
impossible.
Huang
roared as he looked at the
Xiao
heavily
Yuan's
injured pupils
Jiang Chen.
contracted as he stared at
He
them.
and the Black King moved
Nothing
at the
is
same
impossible.
time,
Launching a counterattack.
Why don't you take a look?
This was the last
Can you
chance
hurt
of a
little
lifetime.
Chinzi?
Two
Otherwise,
streaks of spear
why do you
radiance
think you guys
erupted
are
with their
frozen
final
like
radiance.
dead dogs while the 2 of us
This
are
was
perfectly
also their
fine?
life and death attack.
Do you think mortals like you
If
can
they
easily
failed,
obtain the
what
legacy
awaited
of
them was
Emperor of
only
the
despair.
Cosmos?
Tremble
Threefold
and fear,
finger,
mortals. Jiang Chen
Big
exerted his
Yellow
full
laughed
strength,
heartily,
using the last of his strength
Wait,
to forcefully
isn't this
strike
damn
out.
dog cursing me?
He had already practiced
Yellow
the third
touched
finger
its
of the
nose
9
and said,
tribulations heavenly imprisoning
Little
finger
Chinzi,
countless
I'll
times.
take care of this Xiao Yin.
This time around,
I'll
he
leave Xiao
definitely had to
Yuan
make
to
a
you.
breakthrough. Xiao
Whether
Yin's
or
heart
not he
sank,
could kill
and his
Xiao
face
Lan
turned
her.
ashen. It all depended on
His
this
father
strike.
was also confused
De
and fearful.
Huang and the Black King weren't
If
to
these
be
two
outdone.
really obtained the legacy of
The
Emperor
impact
of the
the
Cosmos,
two of them gave Xiao
then they would have
Lan,
no choice
was also
but to
not
run.
to be underestimated.
Damned dog, you're
Jiang
courting
Chen's
death.
final strike, the
Xiao
3-finger
Yin
imprints
furiously
descended from the
roared.
skies,
He
resembling
unleashed a
pillars
barrage
that
of
supported the
attacks,
heavens,
each of them
crushing
like
the
a void.
thunderbolt, causing the
Damn
world to
it.
change color. Xiao Lan,
However,
heart
Big
sank.
Huang ignored them and charged
She abruptly
straight at
opened
Xiao
her
Yin.
eyes. Father,
She was once
save
again
me.
suppressed by Jiang
Xiao
Chen's soul
Yin
attack.
panicked and attacked randomly.
The soul-snatching divine
He roared
art had suppressed
hysterically
her
and
for
kept
several breaths
retreating.
of time.
De Huang was like a god of war, not fearing any of his
De
attacks.
Huang
and the Black King's attacks,
Don't you dare
as well
hurt
as
my
Jiang
son.
Chen's final strike,
Xiao
were all
Yuan
things
was
that Xiao
furious.
Lan had never imagined.
His second son was already
Get
dead,
lost.
and now he only had one
Xiao
son
Lan
left.
struck out with a
He
heavy
must
punch.
not let anything happen to him.
The peerless saber radiance
Your
repelled
opponent
the
is
Black
me.
King and De Huang.
Die.
But at the last
Jiang
moment,
Chen didn't
she
look
never
sideways
thought that
and threw
Jiang
a
Chen's
punch.
threefold finger would
Wind
shock
and
her from the
thunder
depths
weakness of her soul. Xiao Yuan was facing a great enemy and had no time to care about Xiao Yi. had already repelled the Huang. He used all his strength to fight Jiang Qin. She had already been suppressed and consumed nearly half of her power. His attacks couldn't even touch Jiang Qin, and life and death was approaching him step by step. Her mind was filled with shock.
Xiao Yuan was terrified.
Compared to the single solar
Could it be
finger
that he
and the
really
double
obtained the
dragon
legacy
finger
of
just
Emperor
now
of the Cosmos?
was completely incomparable.
Otherwise,
how
this
could
was
he be
also the
unafraid
most
of the terrifying
one?
cold here and ignore
It
his
looked like,
attacks?
but it was actually as
Spear
powerful
through
as
the
a thunderbolt.
Descending from
raised
the
his spear
skies,
and charged
it was
forward.
omnipotent.
Xiao
The
Yin
threefold
panicked and
finger
was
gathered
extremely
the essence
nervous.
of the first three fingers
He
of the
used
9
all his
tribulations,
strength, heavenly
but the Huang
imprisoning
was
finger.
indifferent and pierced through his
It was
body.
also the most elusive one.
You're already dead.
When the three fingers
pierced
overlapped,
through your body,
the finger
and your
imprint
body has
soared to the
completely
sky.
collapsed.
No,
Ha ha ha.
Xiaolan,
De
cried
Huang
out in
said
shock.
Lang Lang.
Her pupils
Xiao Yin
contracted.
looked at De Huang in horror
The
and
three-finger
despair and
imprints
roared at the
pierced
sky.
into the top of her head at the same time.
No,
In
this
an
is
instant,
impossible.
her flesh
No.
and blood were separated
Xiao
and her
Yin's
soul
body
scattered.
trembled incessantly.
Pooh,
Blood
am I going to
spurted
die?
out.
I can't accept this.
Her mind was also extremely
I can't
frightened.
die.
She
I
knew
can't
that
die.
she basically had no room to
Xiao
turn
Yin's
back.
Genesis chi was almost
This little
exhausted.
fellow, who she had never
Coupled
put
with
in
the
her
fact
eyes,
that he had to resist the
unexpectedly
cold,
made her eat
fear and
defeat.
despair shrouded his heart.
What a good threefold
He
finger.
was extremely
It almost
scared.
made her feel despair in her
Dead.
heart.
Am I really going
If
to
she
die?
lost, it would be a
I'm going to
crushing
die.
defeat. Xiao Yin's eyes
If she
were
lost,
frosty,
it would
and the
be a
blood in his
tragic
body
death.
had completely frozen.
She had no choice.
He murmured, "I'm dead."
Even her last struggle was
I'm
of
dead.
no use.
Jiang
De
Chen's
Huang's
finger
finger
imprints
stunned.
completely defeated the insufferably
WTF.
arrogant Xiaolan.
I'm really dead.
Master Dog,
I'm just
I want
scaring
to
you.
hack you into pieces.
Is there a need to be like
Beating
this?
a drowning dog had always
Little
been something
Chinzi.
that De Huang liked to do
Did
very
he grow
much.
up scared?
Even though
De
he was
Huang
also
couldn't
a
help
dog,
but laugh
he had been
wildly.
bullied by Xiaolan
No,
to the
Xiao
point where he
Yuan
had no time to care about
back.
Big Yellow. This kind of
He sprinted
opportunity could
towards
be said
Xiao
to have
Yin
come
with all
once
his
in a
might
blue
and
moon.
hugged his son,
But by
there was
that
basically
time,
no need
Xiao
for the
Yin was
Black
already
King
dead
to make a move.
His body
De
had
Huang
turned
had already
incomparably stiff
obliterated
and his
the
eyes were
Xiaolan
filled with fear
her.
and despair.
At this moment,
Even Jiang Chen
Xiaolan
was
could
dumbfounded.
not be more dead.
Xiao Yin was
However,
actually scared
De
to
Huang
death
still
by
did
Big
not
Yellow.
have the intention to let her go.
In the end, Xiao Yin's
It was
death
as if he
due
was
to the
afraid
fear
that
in
she
his
would use a
heart.
corpse to reincarnate.
He had continuously attacked
He
De
could not
Huang,
wait to cut
and the
Xiaolan
Genesis chi in
into
his
eight
body had been
pieces.
exhausted.
He had no extra Genesis
Xiao
chi to
Yuan's
resist the
eyes
cold,
widened,
and he was afraid that he
He
was
looked
already
incredulously at his sister,
De
who had
Huang had
completely
silently
collapsed.
passed through his body.
His heart felt like it was
De
being
Huang's
stabbed
words
by
were
a knife.
deafening and caused great damage
Originally,
to his already
he was
fragile
still
heart.
waiting for Xiaolan.
He thought he was
to
going
save
to
him.
die, and in the end,
Now,
he was
it
really
seemed
scared
that she
to
had
death.
already lost.
The cold entered
His
his body and
situation would be
completely
even more
froze him into a
difficult.
popsicle.
Your opponent
Little
is
Chinzi,
me.
I didn't mean it.
Qi Yeyu's mind was
But
not distracted.
I just couldn't
He
help
attacked
laughing
with all his strength.
Ha 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 ha.
In addition to the
De
heavy
Huang
pressure
was
from the
rocking
six
back and
spine
forth
coiling
with
dragon
laughter.
and the East Mountain two
How
elders,
dare you?
Xiao Yuan finally
I will
could not
definitely
withstand
tear
it.
you to pieces.
Xiao
After
Yuan's
receiving
voice
3
shook the
punches from
sky.
Qi Yeyu,
Xiao
was filled
Yuan
with
was
sorrow.
already unable to withstand it.
His 2 sons were
The
killed by
original
these 2
declining
guys.
situation had completely
If he
turned
didn't
into a
take
crisis
revenge,
of death.
he wouldn't be a gentleman.
Xiao Yuan was
The
unwilling
hatred
to
of
accept
stealing
it,
his sons
but the
was
world was
absolutely
unpredictable.
irreconcilable.
Xiaolan
Little
He's
boy,
death
don't
not
get
only
too
made him
excited.
feel even more sorrowful,
We aren't even
but it
in the
also
same
completely
space.
destroyed his last bit of
I
hope.
didn't kill your son.
In less than 10 moves,
He was scared to
Xiao
death.
Yuan retreated in defeat.
It's true that we can see each other.
The sharp
but do you
claws of
think
the
that's
six
true?
spine coiling dragon
I'm
and the
just
scepter
playing
of
with
the
you,
East Mountain
old
two
thing.
elders were all fatal
You're
wounds.
a big idiot.
For Xiao
Ha ha
Yuan,
ha.
no matter how hard he tried, he could
Chapter
not escape from the palm of the
4972.
3 people's hands.
Fuck your ancestor.
As the main force, even if I have to go to heaven or hell,
another,
I will grind your bones
under the
and
crazy
scatter your
bombardment.
ashes. The opponent could not
Xiao
withstand it at
Yuan
all.
was almost going crazy.
Xiao Yuan's heart
In
was
the
in
end,
awe. These 2 bastards
was he
fooled all of
finally
them,
defeated?
and his son was scared to death.
Although
he did not want to believe that
Odin
his
and the
meticulous
others were
planning
also
and so many
dumbfounded.
years of planning had failed
This
at this
operation
time.
was simply insane.
He was unwilling,
but it was already
but what
too
could he
late
do?
when they realized it.
His sister was already
Xiao
dead.
Yuan was seething with anger.
His son was already dead.
He could only watch as his
He was
enemies
the
were
only
right
one
in front
left,
of him,
and he
but
was
he
about
couldn't
to
kill
die.
them at all.
All of
Your
this was
son
like
should
a
have died
dream.
long ago.
However,
If
when
it
he woke
wasn't
up
for
from
you
the dream,
overseeing the
Xiao
commander-ranking
Yuan knew
battle
that
of the
all his power
apocalypse
had
nights,
disappeared.
he definitely wouldn't have
It was
survived
only when
until
Qi
now.
Yeyu's punch broke his heart
However,
and soul
all
that
of you
Xiao
will
Yuan
definitely
finally
die
fell
here.
straight down.
Jiang Chen
I
and Xiao
can't
Yuan
accept
looked at
it.
each other.
Although they weren't in the same space, he could feel Xiao Yuan's
Chapter
endless anger.
4981.
Jiang Jiang Chen had to find a chance to kill Xiao Yuan. It's all in the blink of an eye. Although it was almost impossible, your father has finally avenged you. In the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Qi Yeyu murmured. Once he left this place, felt like it would be easy for Xiao Yuan to kill him. However, this resentment was finally vented. None of you will escape. However,
Xiao
his daughter
Yuan
had
looked
already
up to the
left
sky
him,
and
forever
roared
leaving
angrily.
him.
He
He
would
was
rather
completely
all of this
disheartened.
never happened.
My condolences, Sir
couldn't
City
let go
Lord.
of the self-blame in his heart.
Behind us, 2 more
Because
people
this
were
matter,
frozen to
from the
death.
beginning to the
Odin
end,
said in
was
a low
ultimately
voice.
his fault.
Odin
If it
said
wasn't
in a
for
low
him,
voice,
the current situation
he
wouldn't
was
have
afraid of
happened.
angering Xiao Yuan.
However, there was no medicine
Xiao
for
Yuan's
regret in
eyes
this
were
world.
incomparably complicated,
Xiao
and his
Lan
heart was constantly
also
struggling.
dead.
She had been
Bye-bye.
killed by Jiang Qin.
You want to kill Lord Dog,
Qi
but I'm
Yeyu's
afraid
heart
you
was
don't
as
have
calm
the
as an
ability.
ancient well. Ha ha ha.
He didn't feel happy or
Jiang
sad.
Qin glanced at Xiao Yuan.
After all,
he had already
this kind of
severed
person
all
only
ties
had
with
himself
her.
to blame.
It was all his
He
fault for
deserved
being
to be
too
scared to
emotional.
death.
In
Hey,
the end,
old man,
it had led to
are
a
you the ancient
disaster that had
elephant
almost
king?
caused the entire
The
heavenly
Huang and
awakening
Jiang
star
Qin
region
walked
to
to the
fall
lake,
into eternal
and the Huang
damnation.
shouted at the top of his
However,
lungs.
Xiao Yuan's
Old
entire
man.
family was dead.
The Huang shouted
This
again.
war could finally come to a
The old
perfect
man
end.
sitting on the small boat,
Jiang
wearing
Qin
a straw
looked at the
hat
corpses
and a
of
woven
Xiao
rush
Yuan
raincoat,
and Xiao Lan,
remained indifferent.
Luo Ying's
Huang
death had been a
stopped
huge
shouting.
blow to him. Jiang
He
Qin
hadn't
patted
even
the
had the
Huang's
time to
shoulder
say a
and
proper
said,
word.
Why?
The love that had been buried
The
deep
ancient
in his
elephant
heart had
king
vanished
is right
along
in
with
front of
Luo
us.
Ying's death. Our hope of
Damn
getting
it.
rid of it is right in front
Who
of us.
asked you two to act tough?
He's sleeping.
In the end,
Jiang
Jiang
Qin died in a low
Dog's
voice.
hands.
At this
Ha, ha,
moment,
ha.
his astral soul
The
could
Huang
sense
had
that the
almost
life
flattened
force of the
Xiao
old
Yuan
man was in an
and Xiao
extremely
Lan
calm state.
spaces to vent his anger.
It was as though the old man had
However,
entered a
Luo
state
Ying's
of no
death couldn't
self,
be reversed.
no other. He could
Sleep
naturally
my
feel
ass.
the desolation and sorrow
I'm about
in little
to freeze
Chinzi's
to
heart.
death.
That
Jiang
old
Qin,
fellow,
thank you very
why hasn't he
much.
woken up yet?
Xiao Yuan
The
has
Huang
finally
cursed.
been eliminated.
Jiang Qin
Qi
glanced at him.
Yeyu said solemnly.
The Huang shook his
Without
head and
Jiang
remained
Qin,
silent
he
beside
wouldn't have been
Jiang
able to
Qin.
turn defeat into victory
In the name
and
of the
stage
late
a
emperor,
comeback.
do not speak nonsense.
However, because of this,
being able
he had
to
also
become a
paid a
supreme
heavy
great
price.
emperor of the eternal world,
It's all in
there's
the
no
past.
way he would create something out
There's
of nothing.
no need to mention it again.
Jiang Chen's countenance
Jiang
turned
Qin
heavy
shook his
as he
head.
spoke with sincerity.
Brother Jiang,
A
do you
look
have
of
any other
shock appeared on
plans?
De Huang's face as he
Mo
stared
Han
at the
asked.
sleeping old man.
The great emperor's
That old
tomb.
man was still holding on to
I
a
must
fishing
enter
rod
it.
and had an unperturbed
Jiang
expression
Qin
on his
said.
face.
Mo Han,
It was unknown
you should
if the
also
old
go
man
back.
was truly in a deep sleep.
Now that the awakening heaven
However,
galaxy
the
city
Huang
is in
stared
chaos,
at Jiang Qin
go
with
find
disbelief.
Commander Yunling Yun. He
If
will
this
definitely
old man
not
was
let you
talking to
down.
him, there was a very
I'm
high
already
possibility
old,
that
and
this
the
old man
awakening
was the
heaven
emperor of the
galaxy
city
cosmos.
needs a truly capable person
Wasn't this
to
a little
inherit
too
it.
unimaginable?
Before that,
How
I
can
don't
this
want
be
to leave
possible?
behind any regrets.
De Huang mumbled.
I also want to explore the
No,
great
but
emperor's
it's definitely
tomb.
related to the emperor
As
of
for
the
whether
cosmos.
we can come back alive, that
Jiang
will
Qin
depend
had
on
a
our
feeling
luck.
that this old man was
At this
definitely
time,
extraordinary.
Jiang Qin released Yuan
What should we
Wen
do
from the
now?
Buddha prison pagoda.
When De Huang heard
She
Jiang
had the
Qin
right to
saying
know
that
about
this
Luo
old man
Ying's
was
death.
most likely related to the
As a
emperor
mother,
of the cosmos.
Yuan Wen had
he
long
instantly
felt it.
became spirited.
What's going on?
He no longer dared to
Where
be
are we?
slow as he carefully asked.
Yuan Wen said in a low voice.
Jiang
Madam.
Qin said.
Qi Yeyu
Why?
said, staring at
If
his
we
wife.
wait, when will the boss appear?
His heart was filled with mixed
De
feelings,
Huang was a little
regret,
puzzled.
and disappointment. Someone will naturally
Facing
test the
Yuan
waters
Wen,
for us.
he didn't even know what to say.
Jiang Qin smiled.
What's going on?
He just needed to
Why
wait
aren't you saying
quietly
anything?
because there was someone more anxious
Mo
than
Han,
them, and that was Xiao Yuan.
Yuan
Wen looked at her son.
The people behind Xiao
Mother,
Yuan
sister,
were dying more
she,
and more,
sister,
and his son was
she's
scared to
gone.
death.
Mo
Now,
Han said in
he
a
was
low
more
voice.
anxious than anyone else and
What?
wanted to leave this
Yuan
place
Wen's
of trouble
expression
as soon as
suddenly
possible.
changed. Moreover,
Her heart was
if the
beating
Xiao
fast,
family
but
army
she didn't
behind him
expect
were
that
all
it would be
dead,
her daughter
he
who
would
had
be the
met with
only
an
commander
accident.
left. Yuan
That
Wen's
would be the
body
greatest
leaned forward,
tragedy for
almost
him.
falling to the ground.
You mean Xiao Yuan?
If it wasn't for Mo
De
Han's
Huang's
support,
eyes lit
she
up.
would have fallen.
He's not
What's
too
going
stupid.
on? At
Why
this
is it
time,
like this?
Jiang Qin saw that
Tell
Xiao
me,
Yuan
Qi
had
Yeyu,
already
why
rushed to
did
the
Luo
edge
Ying
of the
die?
lake and was looking at him from
Why?
afar.
Tell
Xiao
me,
Yuan
this isn't
also
true.
seemed to be thinking about something
Yuan
and
Wen
was
roared
looking
in
at him.
anger.
City
Qi
Lord,
Yeyu
what
felt
should
like
we
a
do?
knife was twisting in his heart.
Alden asked in a low voice.
He would rather Yuan Wen slap his face
Now,
a few times.
there were only 11
but at this
Zodiac
time,
warriors of
he was in more
sacrifice
pain
and
than
15
anyone
Xiao
else.
family army left.
As the lord of a city
Everyone
and the
was
overlord of
shivering,
the entire
fearing that
heavenly
they would
awakening
freeze to
star
death
field,
here.
Qi Yeyu was
The
powerless.
Zodiac warriors of sacrifice
His daughter
were
had
naturally
died,
fearless,
and it was
but
all
the human
caused
heart
by
was
him.
most
most afraid of bewitchment. How could he not be sad? These people were not ordinary people. Jiang Chen silently looked at Yuan. Although they had already experienced life and death thousands of times, as long as they could leave this place, No one was willing to die here
unimaginable
without
sorrow
knowing
for
why.
A person to send off his daughter.
This time, I will do it
Moreover,
personally. This matter was inextricably linked to
stood with his
hands clasped,
Although
staring
he
at the
couldn't be
motionless old
blamed,
man in the
every
middle of the
injustice
lake
had
who
its
was wearing a
perpetrator,
straw hat
and every debt
fishing.
had its debtor.
Aldrin and the others were instantly overjoyed,
fighting to the death with him.
With the
Luo
city
Ying
lord
wouldn't
have
have become a
personally
victim
taking
of this
action.
war.
What else was there to worry
Jiang Chen
about?
also cared about Luo Ying,
Xiao Yuan
so he
took a
couldn't
step
absolve
forward,
himself from
like
the
a
blame.
dragonfly skimming the water.
He had
leaped over the
infuriated
lake,
Xiao Yuan,
and finally
causing
landed on
Xiao
the small
Yuan
boat.
to transfer all his anger
Old
onto
man,
Luo Ying's
are you the
death,
ancient elephant
giving him a
king?
taste of his own medicine.
Xiao Yuan
forcing
said
Qi
lightly,
Yayu and Jiang Chen into a
Old
dilemma.
man. I'm
Xiao
sorry.
Yuan's voice gradually
I'm
became
sorry.
low. Qi Yayu didn't have
This
any
guy
reason
was
at
actually
all.
pretending to be dead.
He pushed all the blame onto
Purposely
himself.
mystifying. Show yourself.
Facing Yuan Wen's blame,
Xiao
he
Yuan
wasn't
stretched
unhappy
out his
at all,
palm,
wanting to take the
It was
old
his own
man's straw
responsibility,
hat, but in an
and
instant,
avoiding it wouldn't
he
solve the
discovered that the
problem.
old man had disappeared.
Since things
and
had
a
come to
small
this,
boat appeared in
he
the
could
distance.
only mourn silently in his heart.
Xiao Yuan slammed his
Perhaps
palm on the
all of
surface
this
of the
is
water.
fate.
His pupils contracted,
Yuan Wen
and
sneered
once again
and looked at
approached
Qi
the small
Yayu in
boat.
despair.
Interesting.
Her complexion
Seems
was
like you were
incomparably
refusing a
unsightly,
toast only
but
to
she
be
couldn't
forced
do
to drink a
anything.
forfeit. There were some
Xiao
things that
Yuan
couldn't be
stood on the
remedied
small
once it
boat,
happened.
staring straight at the
The
old man.
relationship between her and
He was
Qi
very
Yayu
puzzled.
had already
Just
been
now,
severed. He actually failed
Take your
to
mother
catch the
back.
old man, and instead,
Han.
the small boat appeared to
Qi
teleport,
Yayu said,
causing him to almost
At
fall
this
into
time,
the lake. He didn't want to lose the
Flying
people he
Thunder
loved.
Palm technique.
Whether it was Yuan
Xiao
Wen or
Yuan
Mo
threw a
Han,
heavy punch,
he didn't want to lose
smashing
them.
towards the old man
Therefore,
at an astonishing speed.
he had to become
But this
stronger
time,
and enter the
he
great
still
emperor's
failed to
tomb.
hit the old man.
He wouldn't let
The
anyone
old
hurt
man
his loved
disappeared
ones.
again.
And this time,
Mother,
Xiao
let's
Yuan
go.
fell into the lake without any
Mo
warning.
Han said in a low voice.
It was impossible for him to fly
He held
in the
his
air.
mother's hand
the
and
changes
walked
in
out of the
space
hall
here
of the
were their
first
greatest
floor.
limitations. Jiang Chen looked at
Xiao
Qi
Yuan
Yayu, roared and slammed his
At
fist
this
on the
time,
surface of the
they
water.
had no
way out. The anger in his heart
Since
could
they
not
had to
be
go on,
extinguished. They
but
must
being in
join
the lake,
hands. The bone-chilling coldness
Only by
made
joining
Xiao Yuan
hands
feel
could they fight
suffocated.
against
the so-called four young
It was
masters
too
of the new
cold.
capital
Even a
city.
sixth-layer star-level
They still
expert
didn't
could
know
not
what
resist
kind of
this
existence was in the
terrifying
second
coldness.
floor. It was
Brother
no wonder
Jiang
that this
Chen,
coldness
this
could
time I will
freeze so many
definitely
people
help
to
you.
death. But I won't be lenient in
Those
obtaining
below
the
the star
inheritance
level
of the
had no
emperor
hope
of the
of
cosmos.
survival.
Even Aldrin would most
Qi
likely
Yayu
die
looked at
if he fell
Jiang
into the
Chen
lake.
and
nodded slightly. Damn it. Good. I don't believe
that I
Jiang
can't
Chen
catch
nodded
you.
slightly and looked at the
Ancient
six
elephant
spine coiling
king,
dragon.
don't play tricks in front of
He
me.
didn't suffer too many injuries.
Xiao
Yuan's anger could be
The
imagined.
battle just now
because
was
if
just
he did
a
not
warm-up
quickly
for him.
find a way out of this place,
Let's rest for
he
a
might
while
be trapped
and then
in this
enter the
ancient
second
book realm
floor.
forever. Qi Yayu said. Chapter
Jiang Chen,
4973.
De Huang
and the others quickly
Xiao
entered the
Yuan
state
struck
of
several
cultivation.
palms consecutively.
After
shaking
taking
the
the heavens
heavens
and the earth,
their
strength almost recovered
the lake
to the
water
peak in less
rose
than half
and the
an
waves
hour.
were
monstrous. Let's go. However, the
I
small
want to
boat
see how
disappeared
powerful
and
the
reappeared
so-called
again
interstellar
and again.
wanderer is.
Xiao Yuan was
Hee.
flustered and exasperated.
Big Yellow spoke arrogantly.
He raised his head to the sky.
It did not remember
and
when it was beaten up by
Xiao Lan'er to the point that it
Bastard.
could not fight back at all.
Ancient
Elephant King, come out and fight with me if you have the guts. Xiao Yuan
Chapter
roared with all his might.
4982.
Tisk. After
TSK,
Jiang Chen and the others
TSK.
rested, they went straight to
It
the
seems
second
that
level.
this old
man is really mysterious. They were left behind by the four interstellar
Fortunately,
wanderers.
Lord
Dog didn't go up
if
there
they
to
did not
act
catch
tough.
up
quickly. All the good
Otherwise,
treasures might be
I'd be
taken
in a
away
worse
by
state
them.
than
Xiao Yuan. Jiang Chen was anxious,
Big Yellow was
and
so
so was
fearful
Qi
and
Yayu.
stuck
out its tongue. Be careful later. Since we're here, let's
The
just
four
take it as it
interstellar
is. Wanderers are very strong.
This is
the boundless world.
They are not
Where
inferior
is
to
Xiao Lan'er. And
The
their
old
strength
man
is
said
definitely
faintly.
not as simple as 1
At
plus
this
1
moment,
equals
the
2.
fishing
rod in his hand
Jiang
swayed
Chen
as if
said
it was
to De
alive.
Huang
and the others. He sat up straight
deal
and
with
lifted
it when
the
it
fishing
comes.
rod. When
A
have
golden
I,
koi
Lord
swayed
Dog,
and bit
been
the
afraid
fishing
of anyone?
line?
The
De
old
Huang
man
said
gently
calmly.
stroked the koi and slowly
I don't know
released
who
it
it
back
was
into
just
the
now.
lake. He
Are
was
you
beaten
really
up
the
and
ancient
could only
elephant
vent his
king?
anger on the corpses.
How are we going to get out of here?
The Black King said faintly.
Xiao
Yuan scolded angrily.
Hey Z,
how dare you
Ancient
laugh at
Elephant
me? King? You're asking
can
for
say
a
that.
beating. De
Let me think
Huang's
about
face
it.
was gloomy. How many years
This
have
guy
I stayed
touched
in this
his
sore
sore
elephant
spot.
mountain? The four
Forget
interstellar
it.
wanderers are indeed
I can't remember it
extraordinary.
anymore.
It's better
The
to be
old
careful.
man
laughed self-deprecatingly
Hearing the
and
6
continued
ridged
to
fish
coil
in his
dragon
chair.
say so. De
Lord
Huang's
City
face
Lord,
relaxed a
this,
little. Aldrin's face
with
was
their
filled
strength, strength,
bitterness.
they might be a match for the
Even
four
the Lord
interstellar
City
wanderers.
Lords seemed to be helpless now.
However, they did not
We
know
won't
where
die
those
here,
guys were in
will
the
we?
second level.
Lord
The
City
most
Lord,
terrifying
I don't
thing
want to
was that they
die.
had the divine judgment
I don't
brush
want
in
to
their
die.
hands. Yeah,
the divine
Lord
judgment
City
brush
Lord,
was the
you
treasure
must
of the
save
emperor
us.
of the cosmos.
We don't want to die.
If they were to be hit again,
if we continue
they might
to
not
stay
be
here,
as lucky
I'm
as
going
before.
to go crazy.
Look,
Please,
why are there
Lord
so
City
many wooden
Lord,
blocks
you
here,
must bring
and
us
they
out.
are everywhere?
Chi
Liandong
Sob,
said in a deep
sob.
voice. All of you,
Chi
shut
Liandong
up.
said in a deep voice.
A bunch of useless things.
After they entered the second
Alden's
level,
heart
there were
trembled as he
broken
glared
pieces
at
of
the
wood
dozen
everywhere,
or so Shao
and
family
all of them were
soldiers
broken by
behind him.
sharp weapons.
Everyone's face
This
was
looked
filled
like
with
an
fear
arm.
and despair because
A human
this place
head.
was like a prison.
Jiang Chen
They
and
had
the others
watched
were
as
also
their young
stunned.
master Shao Yin was scared
These
to
pieces
death.
of wood seemed to be human
Compared
figures.
to Shao Yin,
their
they were
lives
broken
weren't
and
even worth
scattered
mentioning.
everywhere.
Even
It was
Shao
dark
Yin
in front,
couldn't escape
and the
death,
surroundings
so
were
how could they
misty,
not be
giving
afraid?
people a very mysterious
If the
feeling.
city lord were to abandon
This
them,
was because
then they
Jiang
would die
Chen
without
could
a
not
burial
see how
ground.
many pieces of wood there were in front
Since
of
you're
him.
so afraid,
Could
I'll
it
send
be
you
left
home
behind
now.
by the interstellar wanderers?
Shao Yuan smiled
Could it
slyly.
be that they had experienced a massacre
At that
here?
moment, even Alden
The
felt the
six-ridged
ruthlessness
coiled
of the
dragon
Castellan.
frowned and said worriedly,
No, don't.
unless
City
these wooden
Lord.
men can attack people.
Apart from the Zodiac
De
warriors
Huang
of sacrifice,
the rest
that's
of the
not
Shao
impossible.
family army felt the pressure
These
from
wooden
Shao
puppets
Yuan
have been
in an
chopped into
instant.
pieces, but that
Go to
doesn't mean they
hell.
don't have any offensive
My
power.
son is already dead.
Let's hurry up and check
Why
it out.
are you bunch of trash still alive?
Jiang Chen said.
Shao
He
Yuan
always
roared
felt
and
that
struck
there was
out
something
with his
strange
palm,
about this
instantly
place.
killing the dozen or so
Whether it
early
was because
stage
of the
star
emperor
grades
of
of
the
the Shao
cosmos
family
or
army,
because of the interstellar wanderers,
his blood-red
they were
eyes were
far
filled
more
with
dangerous
rage
than
and
that.
perverseness.
This place
That
is
kind
giving
of
me a great
inhumane
pressure.
insanity made Alden and the others
Perhaps it's
shudder.
left behind by Emperor
However,
Cosmos.
as the Zodiac warriors
Qi
of
Ye
sacrifice
walked at the
that
very
Shao
front,
Yuan had taken
keeping an
in,
eye on his
they were
surroundings at all
absolutely loyal
times.
to Shao Yuan and didn't
Nothing
fear
could
death.
escape his eyes and ears.
Compared to the Shao family
At
army,
this time,
they
walked
considered
to the
lucky.
center of a square that connected
Even
to
De
the
Huang
sky.
scoffed at Shao
They
Yuan's
couldn't
behavior.
see clearly because of the heavy
This
fog.
person is simply a lunatic.
Everyone had a serious
He's so
expression on their
perverted even
faces
when
and
killing
didn't
his
dare
own
to be
people.
careless.
He's definitely
Many
a
pavilions
peerless
appeared
demon,
around them, and each
De
floor had
Huang
countless
sighed
wooden
emotionally.
figurines. Some
There
people
were
don't
tens of
deserve to be
thousands of
called
them,
humans
and
at
they
all.
were surrounded by layers of
They're
broken
demons.
wood.
Everyone
Shao
suddenly
Yuan is
realized
such a
that these
person.
wooden figurines have
He
been
has no
destroyed by the
humanity at
interstellar
all.
wanderers. If he really
Be
stabilizes
careful,
the
these
position
wooden
of the Heaven
figurines shouldn't
Awakening
be simple.
Starfield City Lord, the
Jiang
country
Chen
will no
looked at De
longer be a
Huang and
country.
the others.
Jiang
Dear
Chen's
heavens,
expression was
I
solemn.
didn't provoke you, so
However,
don't provoke me.
at this
okay?
moment, they finally witnessed
De Huang
Shao
nagged.
Yuan's power. Although he
A
was
starving
talking
camel
nonsense,
is still
his
bigger than a
eyes were
horse.
extremely cautious.
Jiang Chen deeply
There are no
agreed.
traces of the interstellar
This
wanderers
guy was
here,
ultimately
which
a level
means that they have
6
probably
star
left
state.
this place. They couldn't be mentioned
Qi
in the
Ye
same
pondered.
breath. There's
Old
a stone
man,
platform
tell me,
over there,
how can we
and there
leave this
seems to be
place?
something on the stone platform.
Shao Yuan stared
De Huang
furiously at
flew
the
up and
elephant
went
king
straight
and
to the
asked,
stone platform. Since you're here, stay. It won't be
There were
long
two
before you turn
ring-shaped
into ice
stone rings
sculptures
on the stone
too.
platform,
And under
Isn't
the
it
stone
great to guard
rings,
this place
there
together?
were 9 bright beads.
He he he.
In an instant,
The elephant
it attracted
king laughed
everyone's
lightly.
attention. He was
The 9
leisurely
beads
rowing
were
on the
inlaid on the
lake.
stone rings,
And in the
facing
center
Shao
of the stone
Yuan's
rings
killing
was the
intent.
largest
He
bead.
didn't move at all.
It was almost as
At
big
this
as a
moment,
millstone,
Jiang
but it
Chen
didn't
also
have any
felt
luster.
the extreme coldness getting
It was
stronger.
just a stone bead.
Even with the rare
It
flame,
shouldn't be.
he couldn't help but shiver.
The energy in these 9 beads
De Huang's
is so
expression
great.
was also
How can
very
the big
unsightly.
round bead around it be ordinary?
Little Chenzi,
It's
De Huang
too
was
cold
puzzled
here.
and directly rushed around
Look
the
at all
ring.
those beast ice sculptures.
There were inch-by-inch runes
Will
all
I
over the
also?
ring.
Shut up.
Within a radius of 10
Nonsense.
feet, it was all
We'll
mysterious
definitely
and
leave this
unfathomable
place.
runes.
Jiang
Be
Chen's
careful.
palm landed on De Huang's shoulder.
Jiang Chen shouted.
Odin and the rest
His
were
heart
also
moved,
shivering
and
from
he
the cold.
finally felt the energy of
To
the 9
them,
beads.
death was already right in
They
front
were
of them.
all starlight.
Bullshit. These starlight were
If
bright
I want
at
to
this
leave this
moment,
place,
shining
no one
on
can
the
stop
ring.
me.
The light
Shao
from the ring
Yuan
was
looked
refracted on the
arrogantly at
stone
the sky
beads,
and roared
the stone
furiously.
beads in the center began to
No,
rotate.
Father, I
The
can't
9
take it
beams
anymore.
of light kept refracting.
You go first.
Shining on the beads and refracting
Don't worry
in all
about me.
directions. On the
De
lakeside,
Huang's eyes
Luo
were
Ying's
blinded,
face was
and his
deathly
expression
pale.
changed slightly.
Her strength hadn't
At
broken
this
through to
time,
the star
he
level,
could feel the
and her
terrifying
half-step
light,
star level
almost
body
blinding
couldn't
his
withstand the
eyes.
terrifying cold.
Fuck.
Her body was
De
covered in
Huang's
ice
body
crystals,
trembled,
and
he
she was
quickly
about to
retreated.
freeze to death. All the light
City
shone on the
Lord
wooden
Qi Ye,
figurines at this
who had
moment,
always been
and the
unparalleled
of thousands of wooden figurines began to move, was also panicking.
Creak, creak.
The Genesis chi in his body was not enough to support his daughter's survival because in the center of their body was too weak. There was a blazing light.
Bullshit.
That was
You're
the light
my
of
only
the stars.
daughters.
Even if I
Jiang
die,
Chen knew better
I
than
will
anyone
take you
else
out.
how terrifying the light of the
Chi
stars
Ye's
was.
old face sank, and
when
his
the
heart
light of
was
the
in a
stars
state of
acted
panic.
on the wooden figurines,
Mo
they were
Han was
instantly
also extremely
activated,
nervous,
and the wooden figurines began to
Luo Ying
surge
couldn't move
towards
an
them
inch
from all
and was
directions.
completely relying on him to carry her.
Oh no, these wooden
Father,
figurines
if
are
we
coming
don't find a
towards
way
us.
to leave here, we'll really
the Black
die
King
here,
said in a deep voice.
Little sister, she can't
At
hold
this
on
time,
any longer.
everyone was gathered in a
Mo
circle.
Han's mood was extremely
Even
low.
Qi Yeyu felt a great pressure,
Jiang Chen,
and his scalp
it's
went
Jiang
numb.
Chen.
There were too
Luo
many of
Ying's
these wooden
eyes lit up,
figurines, and their strength
She
must
opened
be
her eyes
extremely
with difficulty
terrifying.
and peered at Jiang
The
Chen in
pressure
the
on
distance.
everyone was unimaginable.
Although they weren't in the same space, the attraction
De
between them
Huang
still
shouted,
made Luo Ying unable to
"Run."
extricate herself.
Run where?
Jiang Chen
The
also
monk
saw
could run,
Luo Ying,
but the temple could not.
At this moment, she
Because
was
the wooden
extremely
figurines
exhausted
had surrounded
and her
them in all
vitality was very
directions.
weak.
Leaving now was harder
Your
than
body.
ascending to heaven.
Jiang Chen's
the
pupils
Dongshan
shrank,
two elders
and his
looked at
face was
Qi
very
Yeyu.
ugly.
Advancing
In this
and
ancient
retreating
book
together
realm,
with Qi
Luo
Yeyu,
Ying's life
they
could
were
be taken
absolutely
away at any
fearless.
time.
Different
It doesn't
situations
matter.
call for different actions.
As long as I can see you again,
we can
I
only
will be
fight with them
satisfied.
now. A gratified
Qi Yeyu
smile
said
hung
in a
on
deep
Luo
voice.
Ying's lips.
Jiang Chen
When she
glared
saw
at
Chen
De Huang,
Chongqing again,
but now was
the
not
two
the
still
time to
looked at
blame
each
him.
other silently.
At
But they
least
still
they had
had
to
to
deal
deal
with
with these
these
wooden
tightly.
figurines first.
I will definitely take
De
you
Huang
out of
had
here.
a helpless look on his face.
Jiang Chen said firmly.
He also knew that he
Although
had caused
he had
trouble.
never expressed anything to Luo
If it wasn't
Ying,
for his
he
greed,
always knew in
wanting
his
to
heart that
snatch the
Luo
9
Ying was the
pearls,
person he loved,
and not awakening the stone ring.
It was just that
These
he carried
wooden
too much
figurines
on
would
his
not have
shoulders
been
and
activated.
endured too much, which
The
was
light
why
of
it
the
was so
stars had
difficult for
activated
him.
these wooden figurines,
But when it came
making
to Luo
the
Ying's
situation
life,
very difficult.
he would never be careless.
What are you looking at? Go.
Chapter 4974.
This
As
is
long
all
as I
your
can look at
fault.
you quietly, I'll
You
be
have
satisfied.
to clean up your own mess. Luo Ying's voice
Jiang
became
Chen
weaker
said.
and weaker.
At this time,
Her trembling
De Huang
voice
had a
made
bitter
Jiang
look on
Chen
his
feel
face.
uneasy. How could he
Ancient
withstand it
Elephant
alone?
King,
How can we leave this place? Jiang Chen knew that his strength couldn't be compared to Xiao Yuan and
Chapter
Qi Yeyu.
4983.
Hence, if he
These
wanted to
pearls are
rely
very
on his strength to
terrifying,
defeat the
and the
ancient
energy
elephant
contained
king,
within them is
it would be as
unimaginable.
difficult as ascending to the heavens.
Starlight. Now,
Could there be
he
a
could
star
only
core
rely
here?
on his natal astral soul
Jiang
because it
Chen's
was his
heart
last
skipped a
hope.
beat. Since
If
we're
the
already
Emperor
here,
of the Cosmos
we might
as
as
well
well
stay
really had a
here.
star core.
Then
It's
it would
not
be
a
a
life and
scenery.
death challenge for him. Although there's no
As
time
long as
limit
he could
here,
get the star
every
core,
ice sculpture
Jiang
is the
Chen
mark
would
of
have the
time.
hope of soaring to the sky.
Ancient Elephant King said
Jiang
with a
Chen
smile.
knew that there was no way out
Jiang
now.
Chen didn't look sideways.
He had to deal with these wooden
At this
figurines
moment,
first.
his natal astral
The
soul
wooden
instantly
figurines'
covered the
momentum
entire
was very
space,
ferocious.
facing the ancient Elephant
In
King.
the blink of an eye,
The
they had
ancient
already
Elephant
arrived
King
and were
abruptly
within
raised his
reach.
head and looked at Jiang Chen.
Although the wooden
his eyes
figurines'
flashing
movements
with
were
a hint
slow,
of playfulness,
they were very terrifying.
Jiang Chen's natal
Every
astral
punch
soul
they threw was
transformed
like
into a
thunder
gust
and
of
wind.
wind, stepping on the
They were
waves
as
as he
strong
walked
as a
towards
star
the
level
ancient
2 or
Elephant
3.
King.
However,
Jiang Chen was
no
very
one could
careful,
see this scene
but he
because
still had to
natal
retreat
astral
in order
souls
to
were
advance.
formless and formless.
There were too many of
If we
these
can't
wooden
get out,
figurines.
I'll destroy this place.
The starlight on their foreheads
turn
was the
all the
source
living
of their
creatures
power.
here into ashes.
He had to find a way to
Jiang
suppress
Chen
them.
spoke in a low voice.
Otherwise, even with the
Luo
presence of
Ying's
experts
life and
like
death
Qi
affected
Yeyu
his
and
heart.
six-spine coiling
He
dragon,
couldn't sit
they
still
might
and
not
wait
be
for
able to
death.
quickly solve the problem in
You're
front of them.
truly a heaven-defying genius.
Maintain the formation. You completed the
Don't let them break
transformation of
through
your
our
natal
defense.
astral soul at the star level.
I'll guard the south.
If you're trapped here
Qi
forever,
Liandong,
it'll be a
Qi
pity.
Lianshan, you two
The
guard
ancient
the north.
Elephant King laughed as he looked at
Six-spine
Jiang Chen.
coiling dragon, you guard
Xiao
the
Yuan
east.
and Qi Yeyu were
Jiang
both
Chen,
shocked.
you guard the west.
How could Jiang Chen be a
Qi
heaven-defying
Yeyu and
genius?
Jiang Chen looked at each other.
Could it be that this ancient
Each of them
Elephant
had
King
their
was
own
acquainted
duties
with
and had a
Jiang Chen?
clear division of labor.
No matter how you look
Once
at it,
these wooden
this place
figurines
was left
broke
behind
through their
by me back
boundaries,
then. Their formation would be
It
messed
is also
up
a
and they would
place
be
of
like a plate of
remembrance.
loose sand.
The ideal world
Although
of the
there were many
ancient
wooden
era doesn't have
figurines,
that much
they were
scheming
not
and
to be
deceit,
trifled with,
nor does it have that much
Qi
chaos.
Yeyu was ready to start a massacre.
It would truly be a pity if it were
Since
to be
the
destroyed.
interstellar wanderers could pass
The
the trial
ancient
smoothly,
Elephant King's
why
words
couldn't
shocked
they?
everyone, including
Qi Yeyu
Jiang
charged
Chen.
forward like a sword,
Your emperor of the
sweeping
cosmos.
everything in his way.
Jiang Chen
No one
said in
could
a deep
stop him.
voice, his pupils
The wooden
constricting.
barrels were completely scattered.
You can say that.
And dozens of wooden figurines
This is a
turned
remnant
into
of
a
my
pile
soul
of
that I
wooden
left in
blocks
the
under his
ancient
heavy
book realm
blows.
millions of years ago to
I
protect
really
the
don't
safety and
understand
balance
why
of
the
the
Emperor
ancient
of the
book realm.
Cosmos is
doing so much.
I didn't expect that a flaw would
Motherfucker,
appear in this pure
aren't you
land
purposely
today.
making things difficult for
It
Lord
seems like the
Dog?
divine judgment brush
The
has
Huang
already
muttered as he
fallen into
joined
the hands
hands
of
with
someone
Jiang
else.
Chen to defend the west side.
That's why you were drawn into the
All
ancient
the wooden
book realm.
figurines that came at them were
The
repelled.
Emperor of the Cosmos's words
Jiang
made
Chen
everyone
swept his
feel a
sword
chill
across,
run down their spines,
giving off the feeling of one man
they
holding
no
the
longer
past
had any
against
doubts.
10,000 enemies.
He actually knew
The
the
Huang
outside
and the Black
world like the
King
back
were
of his
supporting
hand,
from the side,
and he was even
so there
so
wasn't much
clear about
pressure
it.
at all.
He knew
At
that they
this
were
time,
trapped in the
they
ancient
could be
book
considered
world
to have
because the
gradually
divine judgment
stabilized
brushed
the
tore through the
situation.
void. However,
Everything was so
facing those
calm,
wooden
so
figurines
real.
that came at them wave after
Is he
wave
really
was
Emperor
really a
of the
headache.
Cosmos?
If they
If
didn't
it's the
resolve this
Emperor of
quickly,
the Cosmos,
it would become
won't
more
we
and
never
more
be able to
difficult
get
for
out?
them.
Emperor
Emperor
of the
couldn't handle
Cosmos.
5 wooden figurines
It's
by
the
himself.
Emperor of the Cosmos.
Although their attacks
We're
were
finished.
slow,
We're
they were
completely
ridiculously
finished.
strong. The ancient
Even
book realm is a
Qi
map of the
who was
ancient
the strongest
world created
among
by
them,
the Emperor
could
of
only
the Cosmos.
fight against
100 wooden figurines.
Is there really nothing we can do?
However, at this moment,
even the faces of
Jiang
Odin
Chen
and
felt
the other Zodiac
unprecedentedly
warriors
carefree.
were filled with shock.
As the starlight
The Emperor
continuously
of the
sprinkled
Cosmos
around
was
the
a
entire
legendary
square,
figure.
his astral pole
His name had
automatically
been passed
rotated,
down through the
absorbing
ages.
most of the power of the stars.
No one had expected that he would appear
Jiang
in front
Chen
of them.
raised his sword, and the
However,
power of the
they were all
stars
swept
swept so
across,
close to death,
as
if there was no one who could stop him.
Emperor of the Cosmos,
At
Emperor
this
of the
time,
Cosmos.
all the wooden figurines were turned into a
Han
pile
murmured
of
and
wooden
looked
blocks.
at his father.
10,
Even Qi
100
Ye
had a
1,000.
bitter smile on his face. When Jiang Chen
The
killed his
Emperor
way
of the
into the wooden
Cosmos
figurines,
was an insurmountable
everyone
mountain
was
for them.
dumbfounded. Xiao
Because
Yuan
his
had already
tyrannical
proven
side
that
was
he
so
wasn't a
strong
match
that
for the
even
Emperor of
Qi
the
Ye
Cosmos.
couldn't understand it.
Originally,
He couldn't even
they
attack
thought
the
it would be
Emperor of
very
the Cosmos,
difficult for them.
so how
But
could he
Jiang
defeat
Chen
the
taught them
Emperor
a
of the
lesson.
Cosmos?
Such a
Xiao
terrifying
Yuan
power was
clenched
really
his fists
unheard of.
tightly.
Everywhere
wasn't
Jiang
willing
Chen
to give
passed,
out.
not even a blade
If he
of
was
grass
trapped
grew.
here for the rest of his life,
The surrounding
what
space
joy would there
became
be in
bigger
life?
and bigger, and Jiang
What
Chen
pain would there
created a
be in
bloody
death?
path. He had come to find the inheritance of the Emperor of the
Motherfucker.
Cosmos, not to
Little
be a pillar.
Chenzi, you're too awesome,
The Emperor
aren't
of the
you?
Cosmos was feared by the
Huang was
Tianqi star
completely
field and even
dumbfounded.
the entire eternal
Little
world.
Chenzi had killed more
He was
wooden
in
figurines
existence
than
that was
everyone
revered
else.
like a god.
Even Qi
Who would
Ye
dare to
couldn't
look
catch
down
up.
on his tomb and his inheritance?
The word awesome wasn't
If
enough
it was
to
the ancient
describe
elephant
Jiang
king,
Chen.
there might still be
It
some
seems
hope.
that my choice was right.
However,
the
the
six-rich
name of the
coiling
Emperor
dragon
of the
murmured.
Cosmos was like a weight
At this
weighing
time,
heavily on
he
everyone's
finally
chest,
understood how strong
making it
Jiang
hard for
Chen
them to
was.
breathe. He had
Even
killed
Xiao
Xiao
Yuan
Yuan
and
Qi
before,
Ye,
and
couldn't
now
stay
he was
out
so
of it.
strong that even Qi
Fate
Ye,
seemed to
the
have
city
tied
lord
their
of the
fates together,
apocalypse
and they were
Starfield,
heading towards
couldn't catch up.
destruction. This was
Huang
called
looked at
ability.
Jiang
This
Chen
was called
silently.
strength. He
There
believed
was
that
no
little
doubt
Chenzi
about
wouldn't
it.
fail, because
Master
he had never
is indeed
failed
master.
before.
The
This
Black
was his
King
faith
was
in his
full of
brother.
admiration for Jiang
This
Chen.
was his determination to
The
live
master
and die
chosen
with
by
Jiang
the old
Chen.
master had never
I
disappointed
didn't have
him.
any respect for you at first,
Following such
but
a
the
master
Emperor
was
of
the
the Cosmos
greatest
has
glory.
given me his inheritance,
Qi
so I
Ye
should
and the
respect him.
Dongshan, two elders,
I
looked at
wish
each
to leave
other.
this place.
I
They
hope
couldn't
that
believe that
Dizun can
Jiang
grant
Chen
me my
had such
wish.
ability. Jiang Chen
However,
spoke in
the
a heavy
facts
voice.
proved that there was nothing they could do
He
even
gradually
if they didn't
retracted
believe
his
it.
innate astral souls.
Jiang Chen had indeed done
This was
it.
because the Emperor of the
Those wooden
Cosmos could be
figurines were as
considered half
easy
a
as
master
chopping
to him.
melons and vegetables in front
Regardless
of him,
of the
like the autumn
comprehension
wind
of the
sweeping
limitless
away the
sword or the
fallen
9
leaves.
tribulations imprisoning
There was
heavenly
no
finger,
difficulty
both
at
had
all.
benefited Jiang Chen greatly.
Jiang Chen knew that this was
Although
all
he had
thanks to
never
his
met the
astral
Emperor
pole.
of the Cosmos before,
If the astral
Jiang
pole
Chen was
hadn't
never an
absorbed a
ungrateful
large amount
person
of
who
the
would
power
forget
of
the
the
person who
stars,
dug the well
and if
when
the
he
wooden
drank water.
figurines
hadn't been activated by the power of the stars,
You actually
he
obtained
wouldn't have
my
been able to
inheritance
defeat them.
before.
Thousands
The Emperor
of wooden
the Cosmos
figurines
stared
stared
at
at Jiang
Jiang
Chen in
Chen's hands in
astonishment.
almost half an hour.
One finger ends.
Besides being
9
shocked,
fingers severing
Qi
yin
Ye
and
and the
yang.
others were also shocked.
The 9 tribulations
When
imprisoning
Jiang
heavenly
Chen
finger
finally
and the
destroyed the
myriad
last
realms
wooden
returned to
figurine,
one were
they
all
knew that
imparted
this
to
was just the
Dizun.
beginning.
I don't dare to
Phew,
forget them.
Jiang Chen let out a long
Jiang
sigh
Chen
of
bowed
relief.
slightly. Not only
Not
was
bad,
he not tired,
you can be
but he
considered
had
half
also
a
absorbed
disciple of
more than
mine.
half of the power of the stars in his
Sadly,
body.
I've long ceased to exist.
Although it wasn't enough for him to quickly
This is
break
merely
through
a
to the
strand of
second
my
firmament
soul
of
that
the
I
star
left
realm.
behind in this
If
place.
he absorbed all the beads
Although
containing
your
the power
talent
of
is
the stars,
extraordinary,
it
I
might
have
be
no
possible.
way to open the barrier of this
These
ancient
wooden
book world for
figurines
you.
have finally met their match.
You can only kill me and the
Ha, ha,
barrier
ha.
will break by itself.
Qi Ye looked at Jiang
At that
Chen
time,
and couldn't help
you can
but
leave
give him a
this
thumbs
place.
up.
As
The
the
ancient
overlord
book
of the
world is
apocalypse
boundless.
Starfield, what had he not
If you stay in
seen?
this world, there will
There
be
weren't
no
many
end to
people
it.
who could make him give a thumbs
This
up.
is a world created by
I
me
was just
using the
lucky.
divine judgment brush back
Jiang
then.
Chen nodded.
It exists in
in the
This
boundary
isn't luck.
between reality and nothingness.
The two of us didn't expect
If you want to leave
Master
this
Jiang
place,
Chen to
you
have
have to
such
break
means.
this final strand of my soul.
If killing Xiaolon,
the Emperor
just
of the
now was
Cosmos
luck,
leisurely
then
smiled.
it should be considered well-deserved now.
However,
Jiang
Qian
Chen's
said
countenance was
confidently,
extremely
acknowledging
unsightly to
Jiang
behold.
Chen's strength.
Qi
The
Liandong
soul of the
said
Emperor of the
confidently,
Cosmos,
acknowledging
even
Jiang
after
Chen's
millions
strength.
of years, even if it was
One
just a
should know
strand
that
of his
Jiang
soul,
Chen had just
Jiang
broken
Chen
through
still
to the
didn't
star
dare to
realm
say
not
that
long
he would be
ago,
able to
while
break
the
the
Eastern
shackles
Mountain
of this
two
ancient
elders
book
and
world.
Qi Yeyu were genuine super
The Emperor of the
experts.
Cosmos was an eternal
We finally
god.
killed all these wooden
He was in
figurines.
existence that Jiang Chen didn't
Damn
dare
it,
to fight
I was
against.
scared to death just now.
At the very least,
De
he
Huang
didn't
said
have the
with
confidence
lingering
to
fear.
do so at this moment.
However, life and death were right before his eyes. Jiang Chen had turned the tide and saved them from trouble. Even if he didn't want to become enemies with the Emperor of the Cosmos next time, even if he didn't have the slightest confidence, he still had to do it. Wasn't it for these 9 beads? Luoying couldn't die, De Huang couldn't die, and he couldn't die either. The real treasure isn't these 9 beads. It wasn't that he was greedy for life and afraid of death, stone bead in the middle. Rather, he still felt guilty in his heart. He wanted to complete all his pursuits and looked at it. The power of the stars was emitted from this big bead. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The 9 beads that looked like night pearls were just decorations. He knew that his natal astral souls were his final bargaining chips. Looks like we didn't come here for nothing. Whether or not his natal astral was almost covered in dust, the strand of soul of the Emperor of the Cosmos also concerned Luo Ying's life and death. Everyone's gaze landed on it. Time waited for no man. Jiang Chen once again mobilized his natal astral souls, unleashing them in Chapter 4984. Soul separation. Hearing the word treasure, everyone held their breath and stared at the huge bead. No one knew what kind of divine object it was. 4975. This thing is really a treasure. Jiang Chen went all out, forcefully executing the soul-seizing art. Qi Yayu said with a look of surprise. He had no path of retreat. He had to fight to the death with the soul of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Why was this thing a treasure? Kill. What was the use of falling to the ground? This was the first time Jiang Chen used his own innate astral soul to execute the soul-seizing art. Qi Lian Shan said with a serious face. He hadn't fully grasped it yet. His eyes flashed with a white light. He had just broken through to the star rank. This thing is really a treasure. And if he were to use the soul-seizing art like this, the damage he would suffer would be unimaginable. The 6-spine coiling dragon smiled indifferently. Couldn't care so much. However, since Jiang Chen had set his life on the line, he must have his reasons. Only by staying alive as for what was going on, to explain perhaps only Jiang Chen would know. Jiang Chen's innate astral soul was indeed very powerful. Jiang Chen said, coupled with the soul-seizing art, why don't you tell us what kind of treasure this unimaginable? Why haven't we seen it before? Wouldn't be able to defend against it. Is it because it can shine? However, one must know that this was a strand of the soul of the Emperor of the Cosmos. His eyes under the flash of astral souls, Jiang Chen's innate astral soul was on the verge of drying up. It was definitely something good. At that moment, he knew that he was about to be completely exhausted. No one knew what this huge bead was. As for the Emperor of the Cosmos, this thing is really useless. He was still as calm as ever. But to me, above the lake, De Huang and the rest had heavy expressions on their faces as they watched the scene. Were blazing. Above the dense that he didn't come here for nothing. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The power of the stars in this bead was abnormally dense. The entire 4 symbols mountain seemed to be in imminent danger. If he could absorb it, it was very likely that he would break through to the second sky. Such a strange phenomenon caused them to be unable to remain calm. If it's really a treasure, I can't let you keep it for yourself, too weak, right? Your innate astral smile is also too weak, a meaningful look hanging at the corner of his mouth. If you were given another 10,000 years, since this thing was discovered by Jiang Chen, it naturally belongs to him. At that time, your innate astral soul would be enhanced and you would have succeeded. I will satisfy you. But now, I'm afraid it's still impossible. After the Emperor of the Cosmos elder saved his life at a crucial moment, and pointed his finger at the center of Jiang Chen's brows. Qi Yayu was also very respectful. An unimaginable force broke through Jiang Chen's defense. His relationship with Jiang Chen was also very good. His innate astral soul was instantly heavily injured. If it wasn't for him, his wife and son would have died a long time ago. Am I really going to die? I also want this bead. Jiang Chen murmured in his heart. City Lord Qi, don't blame us for not giving you face this time. He was too domineering. This thing is also very important to us. He couldn't withstand the pressure of the last strand of spirit. His face was solemn. Jiang Chen abruptly raised his head and saw the treasure that gradually lose their luster. His eyes were fixed on it, froze as if he was afraid that Jiang Chen turning into an ice sculpture. What are you waiting for? Mo Han roared at the top of his lungs. Ha ha ha. Qi Yayu was dejected, but there was nothing he could do. Directly rushed towards the bead. Luo Ying's vitality was finally cut off, determined to get it. She turned into an ice sculpture, was already frozen in the arms of her father, Qi Yayu. He had long felt that these two guys were eager to try and get being torn apart. However, he wouldn't let it go the end of his pain. Although this natal astral soul had already started to shatter, Jiang Chen knew that it must have fallen from a star shattered. His soul would dissipate and his advancement would be such dense star power. He would become like Luoying. Where are you turning into an ice sculpture? Qi Lian Shan Jiang Chen felt as though his head was about to explode. The Lian brothers glanced at each other and rushed towards Jiang Chen. This bead was something that they couldn't resist. That terrifying scene. They had to get it first. Feng was screaming for him in despair. The two peak star level 5 level experts made their moves instantly. At that moment,
Jiang Chen felt as though a knife was being twisted
Given their
in his
strength,
heart.
any one of them could
Seeing
crush
his son dying alone in despair,
Not to
Jiang
mention,
Chen's
if
heart
they
was
attacked
struggling,
at the same
nibbling
time,
away at
killing
his last
Jiang
strand
Chen
of
in a
hope.
short period of time would
Although
be very
Jiang
easy.
Chen knew that it might be an illusion,
Master,
the illusion was
careful.
so real that he couldn't
The Black
differentiate
King
it from
exclaimed.
reality. It was already too late
kept
for him to
appearing
make
in
a
his
move.
mind again and again.
However, at this
Was it
time,
a dream?
the six-ridged coiling dragon had already moved.
Jiang Chen couldn't
If
differentiate
someone wanted
it
to
at all.
threaten Jiang Chen's safety,
Everyone is
he
dead.
would definitely not allow it.
It's time for you to die too.
Although he had fought together with the
At that
Eastern
moment,
Mountain two
the
elders,
Emperor of the Cosmos
Jiang Chen
drew
was
a
his terrifying
master.
giant face.
He would definitely be able
Dense
to
clouds
understand
gathered,
the situation.
and black pupils,
The
deep
battle
and
for the
eerie,
treasure had
roared
just
and laughed
begun.
sinisterly, devouring the
lost.
last trace of Jiang Chen's
The
spirit.
six-ridged coiling dragon
That
blocked
bloody
in
mouth
front of
directly
Jiang Chen.
pounced towards Jiang
A
Chen.
majestic power shook the
Jiang
universe.
Chen was completely disheartened.
The two's strength was boundless.
Great might heavenly dragon,
Even the
great
six-ridged
Luo
coiling
mantra,
dragon
world
couldn't
revered
compete with them.
Siddhartha, Buddhas,
After all,
he was only a star level 5
Buddha's
level.
shadow
Always accompany me.
A deep
Among
voice
the people
appeared
present,
in Jiang
apart
Chen's
from
mind,
Qi Yayu,
deafening.
no one could defeat them.
At that moment,
his heart was
six-ridged
shaking,
coiling
as
dragon
though he
was
was
pushed
enlightened.
back.
The
Its face
blood-colored
was
Buddha
ashen.
prison pagoda appeared in front of him,
Jiang Chen was
enveloping
incomparably
his body.
solemn.
It seemed that this battle was
Dragon
inevitable.
Buddha.
These
The
two
giant
fellows
black
wanted
demon
his treasure
face
and
roared
wanted to snatch it
continuously,
at this time.
its pupils emitting a dense
He definitely
chill,
wouldn't let them
filled
go.
with unwillingness.
Ha ha ha,
You
no,
want this treasure,
impossible.
but you don't have the qualifications.
This is impossible. This thing can't
Black
display
Demon's
its true
face was
value
filled
in
with
your
disbelief.
hands. But a layer
You
of
should just
blood-colored light
obediently
shot
hand
up
it
from
over to
Jiang
us.
Chen's body. Otherwise,
Jiang
you should
Chen's
know the
eyes grew more
consequences.
resolute.
You won't be
You're
able
not
to
the
protect
emperor
this
of the
treasure.
cosmos at all.
You should know that a gentleman is
Chen
innocent,
pointed at Black
but treasuring a
Demon's giant
treasure is a
face.
crime. He
I
finally
advise
knew
you
that
to
this
behave
so-called
yourself.
emperor of the cosmos
Don't get
might
yourself
not be
into
real.
trouble.
So
Qi
what if I
Lian
am?
Shan Lang Lang said.
So what if I'm not?
Then let's see if you have the
I'll
ability.
kill anyone who dares to
If
stop
you want
me.
the treasure in my hands,
Black
come
Demon
and get it
opened its
yourself.
bloody mouth again, but the
Jiang
blood-colored
Chen's
light
eyes were
above
sharp,
Jiang Chen
and
his
his
fighting
instantly
spirit was
devoured
strong.
it.
Buddha
There was
prison
no way
palace
he would
directly
hand over the
suppressed it,
item in his
and
hand to
Jiang
these
Chen's
two.
natal star soul was
Even if
protected
this
by
was a
Buddha
battle of
prison
life
palace.
and death,
Jiang Chen
at that
would never
moment,
back down.
Black Demon's face vanished.
Two elders quickly
Shock
shock
was written all over Jiang
Qi
Chen's
Yayu's
face,
eyes darkened,
and then
as
he
shouted
understood.
in a low voice.
Senior Dragon Buddha.
He didn't think that the
Thank
two
you.
elders of Dongshan would
Jiang
actually
Chen
attack
murmured.
Jiang Chen.
If Buddha prison
Being
palace
stuck in the
hadn't
middle,
protected
there
him
was
at the
definitely
last
no
moment,
way for him
he
to
would have
live.
fallen.
And
However,
this so-called
he
emperor
definitely
of the
couldn't let them
cosmos
attack
wasn't the
Jiang
real
Chen,
emperor of the
as long
cosmos
as he was
at
still
all.
here.
Even if
You
he
can't
was,
interfere
it
in
was
this
just
matter.
a trace of his soul that had
City
been corrupted.
Lord,
The two of us helped you
Jiang
get out of
Chen
danger.
raised his head and looked at the
Can't
center
we
of
even
the
get
lake.
this piece of raw stone?
The old man who called
Do you have
himself
the heart to
emperor
let
of
the
the
two of us
cosmos
return
had
empty-handed?
disappeared without a trace.
This thing is also very
Jiang
important
Chen's
to
gaze
us,
was
so we
solemn.
brothers must get it.
His pupils were locked
Qi
as he
Lian
looked at the
Dong
dying
said in a low
Luoying.
voice. She wasn't dead
This,
yet. Qi Yayu's face was
everything
filled
that
with
had just
difficulty.
happened was an illusion.
Whether it was Jiang
The joy
Chen
in
or the
Jiang
two
Chen's
elders of
heart couldn't be
Dongshan,
concealed.
he didn't want to offend them.
I did it,
Big brother
However,
Jiang,
the two of them were
Luoying
fighting
raised
for
her
him at
eyelids
this
with
time,
difficulty,
and
he was also stuck in the
The
middle,
smile on her
unable
face
to
was
advance
extremely
or retreat.
forced.
But at this moment,
The two elders
she
of
finally
Dongshan
saw
had
Jiang
come from
Chen's
afar to
triumphant
rescue him.
return. If
Everyone was
disappointed them,
confused.
who would be of use to him in the
They
future?
didn't even know why this had happened.
Moreover, their appearance had
However,
also solved
the so-called
his urgent
emperor
problem.
of the cosmos had indeed
Without
disappeared
them, it was
completely,
impossible to
and
kill
they could
Xiao
finally
Yuan.
catch their breaths.
This kindness,
A crack
Qi
appeared in the
Yayu had
sky.
always remembered it in his heart.
Countless rays of light
But then
scattered
again,
around the
Jiang
four-symbol
Chen
mountain.
also had a great kindness
Jiang
to the
Chen
Qi
and
clan.
the others were all sucked away
Both
by
of
these
them made
lights.
things very difficult for
Want
him.
to leave.
At this
It
time,
won't be that
he
easy.
simply didn't know what to do.
Zodiac warriors of
Listen
sacrifice,
to me, don't
go
quarrel
first.
Leave
This
Luoying
matter may be
here.
very important to both
Kill
of
her
you,
without
but
mercy.
can the two elders give me face
Jiang
and
Chen
give the
had
treasure
never
this
thought
time
that
to
Xiao
Jiang
Yuan
Chen
would be
first.
so ruthless.
In the
decisive,
future,
if we encounter
crazy,
other
and
treasures in the
inhumane.
tomb, I will definitely
The fine
fight for them
Zodiac
for you and do
warriors
my
of
best to help
sacrifice
you.
rushed towards Luoying
Qi
and
Yayu
Mo
solemnly
Han.
vowed.
Luoying was
No,
directly
I
pushed into
want
the
this.
bottomless abyss and fell into
This
the
treasure
endless
must
ice
belong
river.
to me. No, Jiang Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. However, the lights had already dissipated. devastated. The neon is the strongest demonic beast in the water curtain mountain. They had already left the ancient book realm, but the 5 zodiac warriors of sacrifice but have never seen it would forever remain there. Even I have never seen it before. The ancient book realm was a place without any vitality. Some demonic beasts even said that the neon had disappeared in ancient times, who was already on the brink of death. No one could deny its legend.
I didn't expect to meet it here. Seemed to have gone crazy. Others might not know, were torn and their lungs torn. But the six-ridged coiling dragon was very familiar with it. Had never thought that at the last moment, it was the real number one demonic beast Zodiac in the warriors of sacrifice would choose to perish together with him. Even though it had not appeared for countless years, people still dared not underestimate it. Chapter 4976. Since that's the case, Xiao Yuan's eyes were wide open. Let's see how you're going to show off then. Ying's death was the greatest punishment he could give to Jiang Chen. His eyes were sharp. It also made him even crazier as he pointed at the neon. You bastard, I'm going to fight you to the death. It wasn't that they didn't want to move forward, but that the neon in front of them was blocking their way. They had once again returned to the hall, but some people would never return. I'll send you to hell then. Qi Yeyu was filled with guilt. The neon said indifferently. He shouldn't have let his daughter come. It was as if it was reborn from fire. Even he, the self-proclaimed city lord and protector of the heaven awakening star system, it flapped its wings been able to protect his loved ones. He had to take revenge for his daughter. Kill the neon. City Lord Qi. Qi Yeyu brandished his sword and charged forward. Were a step too late. His terrifying City aura Lord spread in all directions as he faced the neon head-on. Just as Qi Yeyu was fuming, what Qi Yeyu didn't expect with the air of two elders of Dongshan Mountain didn't help him. It was the East Mountain two elders. They joined forces final to attack Jiang Chen. 2-star level 5th level powerhouses. Fight with me and slay Xiao Yuan. Qi Liandong sneered and exchanged glances with Qi Lianshan. He had to kill Xiao Yuan in this battle to avenge his daughter and rid the entire heaven awakening star system of evil. They had to get the treasures in Jiang Chen's had no regrets even if he died. Damn it. He was duty-bound. These two bastards. Yes, City Lord. Big Yellow was extremely gloomy. The East Mountain two elders followed closely behind. Aren't those two shameless? Qi Yeyu took the lead. They had sworn to follow them closed in on Xiao Yuan. Now, they were actually destroying the bridge after crossing it and taking revenge on them. I never expected you to become Qi Ye's Mountain wasn't something the six-spine coiling dragon could suppress. How despicable. Kill first, then take the treasures. I can give you a chance today. Qi Liandong aimed at Jiang Chen without hesitation. A good tree to nest in. As for Qi Lian chooses a good master to serve. He once again faced the six-spine coiling dragon. If you side with me now, I can let bygones be bygones and accept you. And the Black King didn't have the confidence to face you should know the consequences. Moreover, the other party's strength as he stared coldly at the East Mountain two elders. At this time, those who are unjust the danger they were in could be imagined. Xiao Yuan, you are defying the heavens. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the heavens? Were attacking Jiang Chen at this time. You don't deserve to be making it very difficult for him to be stuck in the middle. City Lord Qi is kind and generous, he was now which is why he left a disaster like you behind. He couldn't split himself. If it wasn't for us two brothers seeing that you were rebellious and would definitely rebel one day, we wouldn't have chosen to leave. Qi Liandong was extremely uncomfortable, showing no fear towards Xiao Yuan. On the other hand, he still had to face Neon's crazy attacks. I think you're tired of living. He instantly fell into a passive position. There's nothing more to say. While Qi Yeyu was uncomfortable, all of you must die. Jiang Chen was even more uncomfortable. Don't even think about escaping. The two elders of Dongshan were already half a step into the sixth level of the star level. If you want to destroy the heaven and lightning Jiang Chen had no way to beat them. Even if we still have a breath left, we will fight you to the end. When he faced Xiao Lan, Qi Lianshan shouted in a deep voice. Now that the other party was prepared, it was impossible for him to take advantage of it. It was hard to predict whether they would live or die in this battle. This treasure is very important to us. Therefore, they had already mentally prepared themselves. We, the two elders of Dongshan, would either kill Xiao Yuan or be killed by Xiao Yuan. Real treasures can only be fully used in the hands of true experts. Death cannot wipe out your daughter's crimes. Qi Liandong Who will pay for my son's death? It's not up to you to decide whether it's useful or not to fight me. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Was fearless. He fought 1 against 3 as he faced Qi Yeyu and the others. Chapter 49 was equally important to him. Only by killing Qi Yeyu and the others could he rest easy. Attacked once again. Only then could he obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. With a serious expression, Xiao Yuan had long wanted to strangle danger in the cradle. Then he struck back with his other hand. Unfortunately, he had never had the opportunity to do so. In the sky. At this moment, wherever the light he was also furious. Stars would shine. Both of his sons had died. Qi Liandong's expression felt despair in his heart. Jiang Chen's fist had broken his scepter and landed on his chest. His heart was also bleeding. An unimaginable force spread out, wreaking havoc on his entire body. Gone crazy. Starlight shot out from his body. Was also heartbroken. He was defeated, coughing up blood as he retreated dozens of steps and knelt on one knee. That kind of heart-wrenching feeling. He raised his head and stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. The sinister and malicious smile there was only fear and despair left in his eyes. The corners of Xiao Yuan's mouth gradually curved into a cunning smile. How was this possible? That kind of arrogance and complacency made people gnash their teeth in popping out of their sockets. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen's terror at all. Qi Yayu and the two Dongshan elders flew up. He had been heavily injured so quickly. The four figures intertwined. Such power was unimaginable. The flames of war continued, and the entire hall was once again in a state of panic. Yet he wasn't his match. Xiao Yuan must die. Wasn't this too frightening? But now, Qi Liandong had never been afraid of anyone in all these years. Jiang Chen's eyes were devoid of joy or sorrow. He was scared stiff, but his heart was already riddled with scars. Jiang Chen's aura was too powerful. A huge blow to him. The power of one fist had never imagined that Xiao Yuan would kill Luo. Qi Liandong had thought that victory was within his grasp. He had already done everything he could to help Luo leave that damned place. Jiang Chen had given him a head-on blow. However, no matter how much he planned, there was a difference of 3 he was still wrong. Yet he had been suppressed by Jiang Chen. Death also filled Jiang Chen with guilt. Qi Liandong was filled with unwillingness. Aldern, the leader of the Zodiac Death Warriors, what could he do? Jiang Chen wanted to kill all of them. Jiang Chen's power was unstoppable. You're not qualified to kill us. Qi Liandong didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. Aldern was still brooding over the fact that there was no victor in the previous battle. Awesome. He was a third heaven of the star level. De Huang was incomparably suppressed by Yi Futian. He almost couldn't hold on any longer in this battle. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance and breakthrough to the second firmament of the star realm was akin to ascending to the heavens in one step. His body emitted a murderous aura that even De Huang couldn't feel. Qi Liandong at a great disadvantage. Too strong. There was only a slim chance of survival. Little Chen has never experienced this kind of despair before. He simply had no chance to attack again. He could only watch his loved one being killed, was also very but he couldn't do anything about it. His master's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. How much his brother's heart hurt. They had resolved witnessing the death of his loved one with his own eyes. As long as they killed being unable to do anything about it, they wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. That was something even more painful than death. The Eastern Mountain Two elders had been watching them at all times. Would never understand. Now that their master's strength had improved would forever be a demon in his heart. Qi Liandong finally had a taste of his own medicine. But worry. Qi Liandong's expression was very happy as before. The disappearance of Jiang Feng and the annihilation of his loved one had become an insurmountable threshold in his heart. Jiang Chen's might was like a heavenly dragon far more than what he had imagined. His aura was like a charging about it. The power of pressure was likely to become a scar in the deepest part of his heart that would never be uncovered. However, even it had always been tearing little Chen apart, making him remember it forever. Jiang Chen's strength had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Jiang Chen sent him away. At this time, under De Huang's no one dared to underestimate. He wanted to personally slaughter these so-called Zodiac Death Warriors and use their blood as a sacrifice to again and again. Soul, but all of his attacks were easily countered by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's anger had carried an indomitable force that was beyond Qi Liandong's imagination. 27 swords. There could only be one word to describe it. Invincible. 29 swords. At least now, Jiang Chen's had a taste of Jiang Chen's power. The myriad realms returned to one allowed the limitless sword to reach the next level. At least, Odin's barbarian attacks were all broken by Jiang Chen's even City Lord Qi of Qi Yayu might not have such but to flee. No matter how 5 Zodiac attacks landed on didn't have any leeway. He ultimately couldn't injure him. Jiang Chen killed them one by one. Withdraw invincibility. Within 10 breaths, these words appeared 5 Zodiac Death Warriors that were at the second firmament of the star level. There was only fear left in his eyes. He killed one with each step. I've finally become the master this time. At this moment, even Odin's hands couldn't stop was trembling. In high spirits. He could only retreat. Jiang Chen's victory was already in his grasp. Jiang Chen's sword aura was something he had never seen before. This battle was extremely beneficial to him. The limitless sword could cut through anything. Both of them had broken through to the second level of the star realm. Heavens. Odin's prided strength charge was pushed back again and again. However, Jiang Chen's fear was definitely not something De Huang could match. He knew that this was his last chance. Jiang Chen was his brother. De Huang was even happier than him for breaking through. Aldern kept reminding himself that this was just an illusion. Limitless sword's strength was just a facade. This sword gathered all of the 3 collisions between the two of them. It was completely different from the previous blade body was able to send him flying. The limitless sword was like a gathering shadow spread in all directions. Countless blades overlapped and had no way to retreat and could only fight, sealing off all of Qi Liandong's escape routes. However, even he could not see any hope. There was no way for him to escape. He wanted to escape, but he could not. The sword aura was unrestrained, was far from what he could match.
Flesh and blood splattered.
With the support of the dragon
Jiang
transformation,
Chen sliced off
Jiang
tens
Chen's
of times.
physique completely crushed Alden's.
His face was pale, and
it was like an
away.
indestructible diamond body.
There was only fear left in his eyes.
Jiang Chen's astral pole had already refined the second layer of the 100-star, refining to the great accomplishment.
However,
if he wanted to break through the second layer, it would not be a problem of time.
His entire expression gave off a twisted feeling.
Without the star nucleus,
he fled in all directions,
might not be able to break through even after
100,000 years.
Jiang Chen's sword was fearless.
However, at this moment,
as a
it was
star
enough
level
to fight
2,
against Alden.
He chased after a star
the
level 5.
The anger and sorrow in Jiang Chen's heart was completely released at this
had
moment.
never seen something like this
he
in his life.
He wanted to use the blood of Alden and
this
the others
to heal Luo
Ying's
wasn't
wounds.
it? Seeing the people who fell down and the blood flowing,
Alden was
extremely
frightened.
These two
clenched
had
his
fists
life
tightly
before,
and held the
so
heaven-splitting giant
anxious.
axe, sweeping towards Luo.
However, with Neon holding him
no
back,
one can stop
his situation
not
was
even
also
the
very
dangerous.
Jiang Chen raised his sword and descended
unable
from
to
the
care
sky.
about anything else.
With a momentum that could
Jiang
split
Chen's
mountains,
strength was like
he
a
met
dragon,
Alden's giant
soaring
axe
into the
head-on,
sky,
making
the
Qi
huge
Liandong like a
vibration
stray
force
dog.
was shocking.
There was no
The
way
heavenly
for him
dragon
to escape.
sword directly shattered the
Brother
giant
Jiang,
axe and
have
cut Alden
mercy.
in half.
Qi
Blood
Yeyu's
splattered
eyes
everywhere,
narrowed,
and he turned into two
the
puddles of
Dongshan
meat
two
paste.
elders had once followed him,
Jiang
and in
Chen
his
kept
battle,
gasping
they
for
played
breath.
a crucial role.
His sweat was
Although
like
they
rain,
didn't
and
have
his
a direct
heart felt like it
relationship
was being
with
stabbed by a
Jiang
knife.
Dashi was still his right-hand
Alden
man.
was dead. All the
After
Zodiac
all,
warriors of
GM was
sacrifice
her
were
left
dead,
and right
but
arms.
Luo Ying still had not returned.
Now that they were fighting each other,
the guilt in
Jiang
Qi Yeyu
Chen's
had a
heart
huge
could not
headache.
be made up.
She
His
didn't know
eyes
which
became
side
colder.
to help.
At this
City
moment,
Lord Qi,
there was still
this is our
Xiao
own
Yuan.
business.
Only
You
by
shouldn't
killing
interfere.
Xiao Yuan, perhaps
Those
Luo
who
Ying
kill
would be
will
able
be
to rest in
killed.
peace.
He wanted to kill me,
Jiang Chen once
so I
again
can only
looked at the
return the
battlefield
favor.
between Qi Yeyu
No one
and
is an
Xiao
exception.
Yuan. At this
Jiang
moment,
Chen said
Xiao
Yuan
Yuan was still very
He
strong.
had no intention of letting
Even
Qi
with the
Liandong
addition
go.
of the Dongshan two elders,
If he hadn't
they
broken
still
through
could
at
not
the
do
crucial
anything
moment
to him.
he would have been killed by
The
Qi
outcome of the
Liandong.
three heroes against the
Moreover,
Demon King
his
was not
brother
as
was
good
also
as Qi
threatened
Yeyu
with
had
death.
imagined.
Asking
The
Jiang Chen to let
two
Qi
elders were
Liandong
only
go.
at the 5th level of the
How
star
was that
level,
possible?
while Xiao Yuan was
Not
at the 6th
chopping him
level
into
of the
pieces
star
was
level.
already Jiang Chen being
However,
merciful.
Xiao Yuan had
At this
absorbed the
time,
spiritual
no one
embryo
could stop
Qi
him.
that was nurtured in Xiao
Kill
Lan
without
Er's
mercy.
body, so he could reach
Jiang
the peak of the
Chen's
6th
voice
level
was
of
like
the star
thunder
level.
as he roared and charged
This
towards
made
Qi
Qi Yeyu
Liandong.
unable. Qi Liandong's
Although they
pupils
had consumed a
constricted
lot of
and his
energy in
heart
the previous
trembled,
battle, it was
he wasn't
impossible
willing
to
to
kill
accept
Xiao
this.
Yuan with just the three of them.
He didn't want to die at the
Jiang
hands
Chen
of a
could not
second-layer
change the
star-level
situation.
fella.
The
This
three of
wasn't
them
fair.
could only barely fight to a
Be
draw with
careful.
Xiao Yuan, but they were
Don't.
suppressed to the
Qi
point where they could
Lianshan's
not
eyes
lift
were
their
about
heads.
to pop
out of their sockets as
Qi
he watched his
Liandong and
brother
Qi
about to be
Lianshan
killed by
also
Jiang
clenched their
Chen.
teeth and used all
His
their
heart
techniques,
was filled with
but the gap
despair.
in strength could not be made up for. You want to fight with me?
Moreover, he couldn't
You
split
are
himself
too
because he was
inexperienced.
restrained by the 6 spine
Killing you
coiling
is
dragon.
as easy as flipping my hand.
He couldn't help at all.
Ha ha ha.
He could only
Xiao
watch as this
Yuan
tragedy
was disdainful.
unfolded before his eyes.
The strength of the three of
Go
them
to
was
hell.
not enough to pose any threat
In your
to
next
him.
life, don't provoke
Time would
someone
only
you
make
can't
it more
afford to
difficult for
provoke,
them,
and in the end, they would be mercilessly obliterated by him. Coiling Dragon, come out. Chapter 49.
Jiang
Jiang
Chen
said in a deep voice.
Chi chi chi.
The
In an
heavenly
instant,
dragon
a black figure appeared beside Jiang
chest
Chen,
and cut
and a
open his
terrifying
body.
aura spread out.
At that moment,
The figure
blood
was
splattered
thin,
everywhere,
and his eyes were like a tiger's.
Jiang Chen's eyes were
His
incomparably
entire person
cold.
was filled with a violent
He
aura.
held the heavenly dragon's
At
sword
this
in his
moment,
hand as
not
he
only
gasped for
Qi
breath.
Yeyu, but even Xiao
The battle
Yuan
with
could
Qi
not help but
Liandong
look
was
at
not
Jiang
easy.
Chen.
They
Although
did not
his strength
expect
was
this
at the
guy to
second
have
layer
such
of
a
the
trump
star
card.
stage. It was not
A star
easy.
level 5 expert.
To make up for the difference between the
Such
three
strength
layers,
was enough
one
to turn the
needed to use
situation
one's body
around.
to withstand it.
Follow me to kill
Besides
Xiao
Jiang
Yuan.
Chen, no one else would dare
Okay.
to try fighting across
The
3
6
layers
ridged
of the
coiling
star
dragon
stage.
nodded slightly.
Moreover, the
Damn,
opponent was
as
a 5th
expected of
layer
little
star
Chinzi.
stage expert.
Count me in.
After the star stage,
Ha ha ha.
every layer of the star
Huang
stage was
also
an
appeared
earth-shattering
beside Jiang
change.
Chen at this time.
For Jiang Chen to
However,
break through to the
compared
next
to the
layer was
6
already
ridged
as
coiling
difficult
dragon,
as ascending
the
to the
Huang
heavens.
was much weaker.
If it was someone
The
else,
6 ridged
it would
coiling
probably
dragon
take thousands
glanced
of
at
years to
Huang.
make up for it.
The Huang did not
Damn
show
it.
any weakness.
I'm
and
going
looked
to
as
kill
if he
you.
was not weaker than the 6
Jiang
ridged
Chen,
coiling dragon.
die.
Even
Qi
the heavens are
Lianshan's
helping me.
eyes were about to pop out
Jiang
of their
Chen,
sockets.
thank you. His eyes were filled with anger. Excitement. He pushed back the 6 spine coiling dragon with one strike and charged straight at Jiang Chen. Would definitely be a piece terrifying of cake. Waves, Genesis City undulations, you are too and murderous kind. Intent surged. Kill him and avenge Jiang Chen had just killed Qi Liandong and his strength was greatly without regrets. Qi Lianshan took advantage of this opportunity to frantically chase after Jiang Chen. Although the people were killed by the Zodiac Death Warriors, this was his only chance. Killed everyone. The main culprit was still Xiao Yuan. Knew better than anyone that if he missed this opportunity, killing him could he truly might never have the chance to kill Jiang Chen again. Damn it! Otherwise, you bunch of ants wouldn't still want to shake a tree. In vain. Dream on. Qi Liandong's death had greatly stimulated Qi Lianshan's potential. His roar was like thunder. He was burning with anger, voice was like itching a great to tear Jiang Chen into 18 in his rage to relieve his mind became more and more solemn. Brat, you dare her. What are you waiting for? The 6 spine coiling dragon flew over and chased closely. As Xiao Yuan roared, a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. The 6 spine coiling dragon would not be able to escape the group to create an opportunity for Xiao Yuan. It also charged towards the other party without any regard for its own safety. Qi Yeyu's eyes were extremely complicated. The Black King situation was all thanks to her. However, it was already too late for anyone to react. This scene would not have happened, Chen was the first and his daughter would not have died. Attack. Even the spiritual fetus that he had painstakingly nurtured for 1,000 years had been deceived by directly pushed back, and it had become a wedding dress for Xiao Yuan. With a grim expression. Qi Yeyu hated Qi Lianshan didn't kill him this time because his astral transformation had reached the third level was the most chilling. Under the terrifying power of the stars, already irreversible. Jiang Chen's body wasn't something that Qi Lianshan finally understood the saying. Jiang Chen let out a muffled groan. Even as the overlord of the heaven awakening star region, however, he still could not escape the cycle of fate. This was what he was most proud of. Looked coldly at everyone, Qi Lianshan was obviously unable to shake. Her lips curled into a faint smile that was extremely sinister. The 6 spine coiling dragon was about to all fail in the end. The clash between the two once again made everyone's eyeballs pop out. In today's battle, all of you will die. Jiang Chen relied on his terrifying until you have the chance to pincer attack with the 6 spine coiling dragon. Until the last moment, it is still uncertain who will be the winner. A star level 2 had completely become a death warrior. You don't know what's good for you. Big brother, do it. The 6 spine coiling dragon's sharp claws tore through the air, closing in on Qi Lianshan. I will deal with her. Qi Lianshan only had eyes for Jiang Chen. You go help them. He only wanted to kill him and avenge his brother. Jiang Chen said he was caught in the encirclement of the two. Okay. The Black King and the dragon's eyes were filled with worry. They once again appeared on the battlefield. That Jiang Chen could stop Xiao Lan. They definitely wouldn't let Jiang Chen fight alone. Who was a level 5-star state. If they lived, they would live together. De Huang, if they had the confidence to kill this stinking bitch with me. No one could let go of each other. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang. The Black King couldn't, and De Huang definitely couldn't. When have I ever admitted defeat? Jiang Chen had already used up more than half of his stamina. Just do it and it will be over. Killing Qi Liandong wasn't as simple as it seemed. De Huang chuckled without fear. A star level 5 expert's battle for dignity had also caused quite a bit of trouble for Jiang Chen. There was no need for words between the two. That kind of tacit understanding was unimaginable. If he wanted to completely escape from Qi Lianshan, their brotherly love was even stronger than before. The 6 spine coiling dragon. Black King, fight with me. There's no need. No need. Jiang Chen summoned the Black King, and the three of them faced Xiao Lan. He was extremely emotional. This battle was a gamble of life and death. The battle between Jiang Chen and the Dongshan 2 elders made him blame himself. They had to take revenge for this. If it wasn't for him, the two of them rage was unimaginable. And now, however, because of the conflict of interest, the two of them had everyone from the Xiao family should die. Qi Liandong was already dead. If anything happened to Jiang Chen or Qi Lianshan, Qi Yeyu would definitely blame himself. A bunch of ants want to compete with this seat. Even so, what could he do? Wishful thinking. In the end, it would all be for naught. Her eyes were burning with passion. The most important. Jiang Chen had killed 2 of her nephews. From worldly love. She must kill him to appease their souls. The Dongshan 2 elders were like that, and so was Jiang Chen. Lifer, Fingerfox Xiao Lan. The battle between the two of them had entered a white-hot stage, waiting for an opportunity. Qi Yeyu couldn't split himself. Although she did not manage to snatch the so-called divine judgment all over his face, and did not have the chance to fight with the 4 young masters of New Capital, he was already a little now to kill Jiang Chen. The most terrifying great demon of the Water Curtain Mountain had shown him what power was. With her brother. Even though he was the ruler of the Heaven Awakening Star region, the 4 young masters of New Capital would not be a problem anymore. Moreover,
those four interstellar wanderers were just a few ants to them. There was nothing to be afraid of.
He was absent-minded and couldn't split himself.
The tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos was
Jiang Chen
indeed
and the
full of
Dongshan,
dangers.
two elders, had reached a point
After
where
this
they
battle,
couldn't even fight.
no one dared to underestimate
If he could
anymore.
intervene in the battle between the two of them,
After all,
perhaps there would be a great emperor. The ancient book world had almost trapped them to death.
There was no longer any leeway.
They would have to be more careful in the future.
The two of them wouldn't rest until one of them was dead.
Jiang Chen looked at the Huang and the Black King.
Jiang Chen didn't have any leeway to retreat.
Both of them were ready for a battle of life
Qi
and death.
Lianshan's brother had died.
Although
so he didn't have a
strength
chance
was
to
weaker
retreat
than Xiao
either.
Yuan's,
Not
when a
everyone
needle
could
met an
compete
awl,
with her.
one of them would definitely be
person
injured,
who was valued
and the
by
injured
Qi
would
Ye
definitely
must be
die.
extraordinary.
This was
If it
reality.
wasn't for her,
Xiao Yuan
humans
wouldn't have
died
been
for
able to
wealth,
defeat
and
Qi
birds
Ye
died
so
for
easily.
food.
The
Xiao
law of the
Lena
jungle
was the
was
most
the law of
important
the
person.
jungle. Black
No one
demons
could stand
spear,
aside,
dazzling
and no
world.
one could choose to be ordinary.
The Black King was clad in
They
the
could
black
only
golden
fight to the
battle
death
armor.
to obtain what they wanted.
The Black
in the end.
Demon's spear pierced through
The big
air,
round bead had
exuding an
already been
incomparably
refined by
domineering
Jiang
aura.
Chen.
This
At
was
this
tailor-made
moment,
for him
their
by his old
conflict wasn't
master.
limited to just this.
The black golden battle
They had
armor
to take
could allow the
revenge for
Black
their
King's
brother's
strength
death.
to reach an unprecedented
Qi
level.
Lianshan had already
The
forced him
Huang
into
was
a
naturally
hopeless
not going to
situation.
be polite.
Killing Jiang
He was
Chen
not
and
willing
taking
to be
revenge for
inferior
his
to
brother
others.
was the most important thing.
If the Black King
No
could
one
fight
could stop
side by
him,
side
and
with
no one
little
could make
Chenzi,
him retreat.
he would definitely not lose.
The two of them were already locked
Big
in a
Yellow's
fierce
speed
battle.
was extremely fast.
The six-ridged coiling
Its
dragon
blade-like
was constantly
claws tore
suppressing
through the
them,
air,
making it difficult for
Each
Qi
strike
Lianshan
caused
to
the
do
hearts
anything.
of those who saw it to tremble
Although
violently.
Jiang Chen was on the decline,
The two of them
he had
continued
still
to
joined
clash
forces
beside
with the
the
Black
Black
King
King
and
the sounds
Huang,
of metal
so it
clanging
wouldn't
rang
be that
out
easy for
unceasingly.
Qi Lianshan to get his way.
Jiang Chen held the heavenly
Sun
dragon
finger.
sword in his hand. Double dragon
At this
finger.
moment, the sword Qi
Triple
was
finger.
shocking. It was
Jiang
as if
Chen
thousands
used 3
of sword
fingers
shadows
at the same
were peeling
time.
off from the sky.
The might of the 9 tribulations
30.
imprisoning heavenly finger was
10,000
unstoppable.
realms returned to one.
His strength had broken
Jiang
through,
Chen did
and
not
his
hold
finger
back.
seals were even more powerful.
If he did not seize the opportunity to kill Xiao Laner now, Qi
With the
Ye's
support of the
situation would be
stars,
even more
each
difficult.
finger was more powerful than the
Although
one
the
before.
six-backed dragon
Evil
sword,
dragon roar,
it was still
a womb.
unrealistic
The
to say that they
six-ridged
could
coiling
defeat
dragon
Xiao
roared
Yuan.
like thunder, and its
Once
sharp
there was a
claws
flaw
shook
in
the
the battle.
sky. The situation
It
of the
roared
battle
as
of
it
the
rushed
cosmos
towards
of the cosmos
Qi Lianshan.
and
Qi Lianshan's face was
ancient
ferocious,
soaring dragon
and he was
technique.
unstoppable.
Jiang Chen's
His momentum
strength had
was
almost
shocking,
risen to the
and it
peak
gave
of the
people
third
a
level
sense
of
of
the star
destruction.
level.
The
He
six-ridged
charged at the front
coiling
and
dragon was a
continuously
star-level
attacked Xiao
5
Laner.
warrior.
Xiao
With the
Laner's
support of
strength was at the
Jiang Chen
fifth
and
level
the
of the
others,
star level.
it definitely wouldn't fear any
Compared
pressure
to
to
Jiang
defeat
Chen
Qi
and the Huang,
Lianshan.
she was much stronger.
If it didn't kill Qi Lianshan,
Although the Huang and
it
the
would
Black
let down
King's strength
Jiang
had
Chen's
reached an
trust.
unprecedented peak,
Die.
and with the addition of Jiang Chen, this force was not to be underestimated. But after all, she was still a 5th-level star-level
Chapter
overlord.
4990.
If Jiang Chen
Qi
and the rest
Lianshan was
wanted to
dead,
defeat her
and
in
his
one
blood
move,
kept flowing
it would be
under
as
his
difficult
feet.
as ascending to the heavens.
Jiang Chen's expression
A
finally
group of ants
eased up a
dares
lot,
to compete with
and
me.
he heaved a sigh of relief.
You overestimate yourselves.
This pair of old farts had finally been
Xiao
killed by
Lan
him.
was full of confidence.
In this tomb, he
Each
didn't
of
have
her
to worry
attacks were
anymore.
heaven-shaking and earth-shattering,
At least,
making
Qi
it
Ye
impossible
wouldn't
for
meet him in a
anyone to
battle
take
of
her
life
life
and
lightly.
death.
The
Jiang Chen's
six-spine
dragon
was
form
already
glanced
under
at
great
Jiang
pressure.
Chen and couldn't help but be
Facing
in awe.
Xiao Lan's long
The
saber,
six-spine
she was
coiling
able to
dragon
cut
knew
through
that if
all
the current
obstacles
Jiang
with
Chen
ease.
fought with it at his peak,
Even
it
Big
would be hard
Yellow's
to say
iron
who would
head was
emerge
having a hard
victorious.
time, and he kept retreating.
Compared to Jiang Chen back in the Water Curtain Mountain,
As for the Black
Jiang
King,
Chen couldn't
he
be
was
mentioned in
protected
the
by the
same
black
breath.
gold battle armor.
This man was so powerful
However,
that
under
it
the
sent
black
chills
gold
down
battle
people's
armor,
spines.
the Black King found
It
it
was so
increasingly
powerful
difficult
that it
to
felt
deal with
shocked
Xiao
and
Laner's
excited.
counterattack.
Fortunately,
Soul
it chose to
separation,
team up
soul
with Jiang
absorption.
Chen.
Jiang Chen
Otherwise,
used this
it wouldn't know
opportunity
when it
to
would
use
become
the
a death-stealing
soul-stealing
divine
divine
art.
sword. But in
Although
a highly
Jiang Chen's
concentrated
strength
state,
hadn't reached the
Jiang
star
Chen's
realm
soul
back then,
separation,
he was
soul
now at the
absorption
second
could only
firmament
make
of the
Xiao
star
Laner's
realm,
soul
yet
enter
he
a
could
state
kill
of chaos
Qi
for a
Lianshan,
moment.
an expert who was on the same
It was
level
impossible
as it.
to completely defeat
His
her.
true combat power was
Kill.
unfathomable.
The Black King
Damn
and
it,
the Huang
these two
seized
old
the
farts are
opportunity
finally
and
going to
fought
die.
desperately.
They
They
only
only
killed
had
me,
one goal,
Lord Dog,
which was to
and
kill
brought
Xiao
me back to
Laner.
life. The enmity between them was like
I
fire
broke through
and
to
water.
the second firmament of the star
If they
realm.
didn't solve it as as soon as possible.
Now, the two of us are equally matched. Even after entering the great sovereign's tomb.
Laughed heartily.
However,
everyone knew that
the two of them couldn't be compared at all. He hated Jiang Chen to the bone. Was just trying to flatter himself. There was no room for negotiation.
Fortunately, I have you guys.
Jiang Chen was also the same.
Jiang Chen smiled with an expression of relief on his face.
Luo Ying was an indelible scar
for him,
and Qi Ye's situation was also
this
quite
battle
difficult
must be fought to the end. Black
Only
King,
one of them could leave this place
the
alive.
two of you should take a break first.
One sun finger.
The coiling dragon
Double
and
dragon
I still have
finger.
to meet Neon. Jiang Chen's
Otherwise,
finger technique
I'm
soared
afraid
into the
City
sky.
Lord Qi will be in a stalemate.
It was like two dragons roaring
Without
out,
me around,
covering the
be
peak
careful.
of the sky.
De Huang
Two
said
fingers
calmly.
descended from the sky.
At least at this time,
The suppressive
they didn't
force
have the
that broke
strength
through
to
the
fight
air made
anymore.
Xiao Laner's eyes burn
If
with
Jiang
passion.
Chen
and the coiling dragon
moment
went to
of
fight
chaos
Neon,
also
they
made her
could only
hesitate.
cheer. She
All
forcefully
right.
resisted Jiang
The
Chen's
six-spine
double
coiling
coiling
dragon
dragon looked at Jiang Chen.
But to her who was at the fifth
the legendary
heavenly
number
layer
one
of the star
ferocious
realm,
beast of
it
the
was
water
harmless.
curtain mountain was also eager
In
to
her
test it
eyes,
out. These three people
it
couldn't
wanted to
hurt
see
her
exactly
at all.
how terrifying it was
a
to
bunch
be able
of
to
kids
remain a
playing
secret
house.
even after countless years of
You
silence.
want to take advantage of the great sovereign's
Even he had to
tomb.
give her enough respect.
You don't know what's good for you.
Qi Yayu did not
My
dare
two
to
nephews
underestimate
died in
Neon's
your
strength.
hands.
He had
It's
always
too
been
unjust.
cautious.
Give me
If
your
this
lives.
continued, he would fall into
Xiao
a crisis
Laner's
sooner
saber
or
slashed
later.
out, breaking
If
apart the
Jiang
dome
Chen
of the
and
sky.
coiling dragon could not help
The surrounding
him, he would
space
definitely
froze.
lose this battle.
The Black King and
All
Goldie
sorts of
both felt a
feelings welled up
stifling
in Qi
sensation
Yayu's
because
heart.
the target of that saber
Although
was none
he was
other
with
than
Neon,
them. He still brooded
everywhere
over the
the
death
saber
of the
passed,
Dongshan two
not even a
elders.
blade of grass grew.
However, no matter
Goldie's
what,
head was
he could not
slashed
blame
open.
Jiang Chen.
He cursed and
After
retreated
all,
with lingering
it was the
fear in his
Dongshan
heart.
two elders who insisted
Damn
on
you,
fighting to the
old
death
man.
with Jiang Chen. You dare to injure
In the
Master
end,
Dog.
they ended up in danger.
De Huang held the divine
The cause
spear
of their
and charged
deaths was
forward,
him,
but the result was their
Although
own
he died,
fault.
he had no regrets.
Dongshan two elders,
There was
I will
no
remember
way to
you.
retreat in this battle.
Qi Yayu could not
Peerless
help but
divine
reminisce
spear,
about the two
one
people
leaf
in his
floating
heart.
duckweed.
However,
De
the
Huang's
enemy in front of him
technique
was
wasn't
even
weak.
more terrifying.
But compared to Xiao
Neon's
Laner,
strength
it
had
was
already
still too
reached the
weak.
peak of the star level 6.
De Huang's
peerless divine spear
Furthermore,
was caught by Xiao
she was at her
Laner.
peak state.
That feeling of being
Such
locked
combat
in place
power
made
was
De
even
Huang's
greater
heart
than
tremble.
Xiao Yuan.
What a good
It was
Xiao
not
Laner.
easy for Qi Yayu to
Is
be
this
able
Master
to endure
Dog
for
going to
so
die in the
long.
hands of a little girl?
Die for me.
De Huang wasn't willing,
Entering the great
but the Black
Emperor's
King
tomb
was
without
even more
permission.
unwilling.
You are wasting your lives.
The black gold battle armor
Neon
given to
did
him
not
by
look
the old master
sideways.
wasn't for him to be beaten up.
She flapped her wings,
It was
which
for
were
him
as
to be a
sharp as
valiant
blades,
warrior who
and
could constantly
constantly
drew
drew
obstacles
scars in the
and
air,
look down on
causing
all
people's
heroes.
scalps to go numb.
Neon's
Black
body
Qi
was
lingered around the
extremely
black
huge
demon
and agile.
spear.
It was
Demonic
reasonable to
shadows
say
were
that the
emitted from
bigger
the
the
black
beast,
demon spear,
the more cumbersome
resembling
it would be.
skeletal divine weapons.
However, Neon was
They howled
different.
and roared, forming
Her
a
entire
huge
body
barrier
was
between
surrounded
the
by a
heavens
fiery
and the
red
earth.
glow,
and wherever
with
she
an
passed,
unstoppable force,
not even a blade
they
of grass
covered the
would
entire
grow.
sky.
I heard that Neon's blazing sun feather is the most terrifying. Be careful. The six-ridged coiling dragon looked at Jiang Chen and nodded heavily. City Lord Qi, we are here. Let's work together to kill Neon first. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Many thanks, little brother Jiang Chen. Qi Yayu knew that he could not win against Neon alone. Jiang Chen and the rest were the same. Only by working together could they kill Neon. Only then could they display their power and enter the great Emperor's tomb. Only then would they have more hope. Otherwise, they would be killed by Neon, never to see the sun again. A bunch of ants. Even if you work together, you are still ants. Neon snorted at Jiang Chen and the six-ridged coiling dragon. She attacked with all her might. Her iron-like wings kept flying, like sharp blades. Her aura soared through the galaxy, incomparably domineering. Her wings are very terrifying. Jiang Chen, you must be careful. It was clear that Qi Yayu had already suffered at the hands of Neon, and he did not want Jiang Chen and the six-ridged coiling dragon to follow in his footsteps. Jiang Chen's Genesis Qi continued to recover after eating 2 pills, and his strength was greatly boosted. Although he could not guarantee that he could kill Neon, it was very likely that he could match the six-ridged coiling dragon, who was Qi Yayu's right-hand man. There was no hope without a fight. Neon was like an ocean, a chasm in front of them. If they did not kill her, they would not be able to advance an inch. For the great Emperor's inheritance, they had no other choice. Fight to the end, the winner is the hero. On the other side, the Black King and De Huang also recovered their strength as quickly as possible, hoping to help Jiang Chen and the rest. However, it was ultimately a drop in the bucket.
The ones who could influence the situation were ultimately Jiang Qin, the six-ridged coiling dragon and the rest. Night rain storm, soaring dragon suction. Qi Yeyu struck out with both of his palms, using all of his methods. This was his trump card, the fury of the storm. The power of his fists overflowed the heavens and contained a terrifying frost energy. The raindrops fell from the sky and assaulted his face. He was determined to use the phoenix as a shield. 28 swords. 29 swords. 33 swords. Jiang Chen's strength had already risen to the fourth layer of the star realm after activating the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique. Coupled with the support of the heavenly dragon sword and the power of the limitless sword, even the fifth layer of the star realm would find it difficult to withstand its sharpness. Together with the six-ridged coiling dragon, they began to face Neon. Ni Huang's strength was simply too great. Furthermore, after countless years of accumulation, her endless might gave off a feeling of invincibility. She was like a gigantic mountain, impossible to see the splendor of the other side of the mountain. That was because she would strangle you on this side of the mountain. It's time to launch the final attack. Jiang Chen was very clear that this battle was his last chance. Ni Huang's mightiness was suffocating, but as long as he could get rid of Ni Huang, there would be no more obstacles in the great sovereign's tomb. Killing Ni Huang would be their last problem. Jiang Chen was very clear that this battle was his last chance. Chapter 4991. It would not be easy to kill Neon. Jiang Chen clearly knew that this big guy was definitely more difficult to deal with than Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, how could Qi Yeyu have ended up in such a miserable state? Even if the three of them joined forces, they would only be able to split Autumn Beauty evenly. It would be a very difficult task to kill her. Sword of the Heavens, come. At this moment, Qi Yeyu finally took out his life-divine artifact, the Heaven Sword. Jiang Qin was shocked. The Sword of the Heavens was very terrifying and was likely not much weaker than his heavenly dragon sword. It was definitely a grade 6 Genesis weapon or even a grade 7 Genesis weapon. A treasure of this grade could only be found by luck. The sword body flowed with light and colorful clouds shot out in all directions. The Sword of the Heavens was indeed worthy of its name. The heavenly dragon sword resonated with him as the sword was unsheathed. Jiang Chen grew more and more courageous as he charged forward. With the protection of the six-spine coiling dragon and Qi Yeyu, he did not feel any pressure at all. Although his strength might not be able to crush Neon, the cooperation between the heavenly dragon sword and the Sword of the Heavens was seamless. Jiang Chen did not expect Qi Yeyu's Sword of the Heavens to be so powerful. He had not even brought it out in the life-and-death battle with Xiao Yuan. It seemed that he clearly understood that he would not give her any chance in such a situation. If he did not use all his strength, they might all die here. The strong would always be respected. It was precisely because of this that Neon was so powerful that Qi Yeyu had the opportunity to have a life-and-death battle with her. The Sword of the Heavens was finally put to use. The six-spine coiling dragon was also a peerless ferocious beast of the water curtain mountain. Hence, he knew that Neon's legend was not groundless. The three of them together could probably sweep through the entire heavenly awakening star region. To defeat Neon, they would have to put in 120% effort and 20% of the price. Damn, isn't this Neon too scary? If this goes on, little Chenzi's life will be in danger. De Huang cursed. That might not be the case. Master, the six-spine coiled dragon, and City Lord Qi, even if they can't kill Neon, they shouldn't be able to kill her so easily. Moreover, the heavenly sword is extremely terrifying. It's comparable to Master's heavenly dragon sword. It's hard to say who will win this battle, but it will definitely be a long battle. The Black King pondered for a moment. His master was now in deep danger, but he couldn't help his master. The Black King was extremely anxious and guilty. Then let's wait and see. I don't think little Chenzi is the kind of person who will admit defeat easily. What's the background of this neon? De Huang asked curiously. I'm not too sure, but she can sit on the throne of the most ferocious beast in the Water Curtain Mountain. She should be worthy of her reputation. I heard that she's one of the mounts of the Emperor of the Cosmos. She must be extraordinary to be valued by the Emperor of the Cosmos. The Black King said solemnly. Whether it's black or white, male or female, little Chenzi will definitely not reject anyone. I, Master Dog, can only watch from the sidelines today. I'm ashamed. De Huang said with a smile. However, he was very worried about Jiang Qin. He didn't know who Neon was, but she had a powerful background. It would be extremely difficult for them to succeed. Little brother Jiang Qin, lend me a hand. Your swordsmanship is very powerful. There's definitely hope for you to compete with her. Qi Yeyu shouted in a deep voice. He held the heavenly sword in his hand and began to cooperate with Jiang Qin. Their swordsmanship became more and more powerful. Deer-cutting swordsmanship. Qi Yeyu followed closely behind Jiang Qin. The fight between the two became more frequent and more violent. The heavenly dragon sword was not any weaker than the heavenly sword. They attacked from both sides, using offense as defense. There was no room for them to retreat. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. My steel wings of the sun is not something you can compare with. Ni Huang sneered. Her wings fluttered in the air as she continuously attacked the two's sword techniques. Sword afterimages landed on her ardent sun feather, yet none of them were able to leave a single mark on it. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, falling into a stalemate. Neither of them could do anything to the other. They could only give it their all. Obtaining the final victory wasn't going to be an easy task. The heavenly sword had become extremely hot. Qi Yeyu held the heavenly sword tightly, but he felt that his body was unbearably hot. He was about to be burnt by the steel wings of the sun on Neon's body. Neon's wings were as sharp as a knife. Jiang Chen and the six-spine coiling dragon had several wounds on their bodies. They were injured by Neon. The wounds were extremely hot, as if they were burned by fire. The six-spine coiling dragon's expression did not change. The burning sensation filled his mind. The terror of screaming made him feel hopeless. What a terrifying steel wings of the sun, the six-spine coiling dragon gasped. The wounds on its body were getting more and more serious after being burned. That was why it fell into a more difficult battle. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. He moved his palm and healed the wounds on the six-spine coiling dragon's body. However, that was all he could do. It would be even more difficult to heal the wounds on the six-spine coiling dragon. You don't have any burns on your body. Neon was quite surprised. She looked at Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen had healed the wounds on the six-spine coiling dragon. This was what shocked her the most. Your blazing steel wings of the sun are useless to me. Jiang Chen said faintly. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold light. Her little tricks could not hurt him at all. The 5 elements divine fires in his body and the other heavenly flames were not to be trifled with. Although Neon's steel wings of the sun were very powerful, his 5 elements divine fires perfectly restrained the terrifying burning sensation. The wounds on his body did not leave any marks. More importantly, Jiang Chen's body had reached the level of invincible Vajra. If it was not a special weapon or a peerless technique, it would be impossible to cause any harm to his body. Ni Huang might be able to severely injure him or even kill him, but there was no doubt that his body was extremely tough. Die for me. All of you must die. Neon roared. She flapped her wings. Light and shadow filled the air, but she still could not catch up to Jiang Qin. The clanging sound was extremely ear-piercing. The collision between the two was like a heavy blow to the heavens and earth. It made people's hearts tremble. Jiang Qin did not care, but the sword of heaven in Qi Yeyu's hand was extremely hot. His hands were about to be badly mutilated. Chapter 4992. Boundless raging flames descended from the sky. Neon flapped her wings continuously. Tongues of fire burst out from her wings and engulfed the sky. The flames rose to the sky, and every inch of the cold light made the six-ridged coiled dragon feel a chill in his heart. The eerie raging flames and the scarlet sun had completely ignited the surrounding air. He was very clear that this time's crisis was unprecedented. The six-ridged coiled dragon's scalp went numb. The raging flames made it impossible for him to hide. Such raging flames could directly burn him to ashes. Ordinary flames could not hurt the six-ridged coiled dragon, who was at the fifth firmament of the star state. However, Neon's raging flames had completely suppressed him. Even breathing had become very difficult. At the same time, there was also Qi Yeyu. Although the sky sword made his battle with Neon a lot easier, it was still not enough to kill her. However, Neon's raging flames made Qi Yeyu's heart tremble. The flames surrounded them, and the air became thin and burning. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. Even he had to be careful when dealing with this raging flames. He had really underestimated Neon. His five-elemental divine fire seemed to be unable to completely resist Neon's raging flames. She was indeed a peerless fire phoenix. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. Five-elemental trigram fire formation. Jiang Chen set up the five-elemental trigram fire formation. This was their only chance to envelop Qi Yeyu and the six-ridged coiled dragon. However, it was impossible for the five-elemental trigram fire formation to withstand Neon's raging flames. Insignificant tricks. Even if you possess a heavenly flame, you will not be able to contend against me. Accept your fate. You bunch of ants, your deaths will allow more people to understand that in this world, I am the only one who is supreme. The great emperor's tomb is not something mortals like you can touch. Neon said confidently. Her eyes were full of contempt. What should we do? Jiang Qin. The six-spine coiling dragon looked at Jiang Qin. At this moment, he was already at his wit's end. Not only the six-spine coiling dragon, but Qi Yeyu also looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen had been the one to resolve the past few crises. At the critical moment, it all depended on whether he could turn the situation around. I'll give it a try, but I'll need your heaven's sword. You have to cooperate fully with me. Jiang Chen looked at Qi Yeyu. All right. No problem. As long as I can kill Neon, I won't hesitate. Qi Yeyu nodded heavily. Success or failure, it all depends on this. Jiang Chen murmured. The heaven sword was almost comparable to the heavenly dragon sword. So as long as the heavenly dragon sword joined in, it was possible for him to arrange an unprecedented Ashura sword formation. If the Ashura sword formation could not defeat the opponent, then they should really accept their fate. However, Jiang Chen was at least 70% confident that the Ashura sword formation that was arranged with the heavenly dragon sword as the formation core might not be able to kill Neon. However, with the heaven's sword and the support of Qi Yeyu, the result would definitely be different. Now, I'm going to go out and fight with him. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. Be careful. Qi Yeyu patted Jiang Chen's shoulder heavily with a solemn expression. The success or failure this time all depended on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew how heavy his burden was. If he died, everyone would be finished. Even Qi Yeyu, who vowed to fight endlessly with Neon, had exhausted his limited abilities. Neon's wings of the sun had brought unimaginable consequences to all of them. All of you have to die. Neon's voice was like the judgment of the Grim Reaper, giving people a feeling of falling into an ice cave. Although they were in a sea of fire, they all knew that Jiang Qin was their last hope. There was an unfathomable danger emanating from Ni Huang that struck fear into everyone's hearts. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation was also on the verge of collapsing. Although it had managed to withstand the pressure for the time being, how long it could last would depend on their luck. Then you'll have to get through me first. Jiang Qin sneered, rushed out of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, and once again launched an attack on Neon. An ant trying to shake a tree. If you don't hide in the formation, how will you fight me? You still want to fight alone. What a joke, ha ha ha. Neon laughed loudly. Jiang Chen's mouth was full of coldness. Their gazes intertwined, sparks flew, making Jiang Qin even more resolute in his belief. To Neon, Jiang Qin was just a small ant. His strength was only at the second sky of the star level. Fighting her, wasn't that courting death? No matter how many methods he had, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, he still couldn't change the final outcome. No matter what fancy tricks or schemes he had, in front of true strength, there was no way to fight back. One person's strength could defeat 10 people's wisdom. In Neon's eyes, Jiang Qin was simply a jumping clown. However, this jumping clown shocked Neon. Because he was like a slippery loach, there was no way to catch him, no way to grasp him, and no way to chase after him. Jiang Qin stepped on the sky ascension stairway. His speed was extremely terrifying. Even Neon couldn't catch up to him. This was Jiang Chen's final trump card. If I can't beat him, can't I run? While running, Jiang Qin continuously set up the formation. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation was considered safe, at least it could temporarily protect the lives of 2 people. It all depended on his final attack. When the formation was completed, he needed Qi Yeyu's Heaven's Sword to activate the new Shura formation. The 2 formation eyes were their hope. The Shura sword formation trapped Neon was their last hope. Let's see where you can run to. In this world, I am the only one, I am the true king. Do you only know how to run? Lowly human. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Facing Jiang Chen's escape, Neon couldn't do anything. Moreover, he escaped every time and she couldn't catch him at all. He was so weak, how could he have such a strong outburst? His speed was Neon's weakness. As a flying beast, she had always been proud of her speed, but Jiang Qin taught her a good lesson at this time. Bastard! The neon phoenixes kept dancing in the sky. Jiang Qin fought and retreated at the same time, not giving him any chance at all. His goal wasn't to defeat famine, he didn't have the ability to do so. The Ashura formation was his final trump card. Done. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. At this time, it all depended on Qi Yeyu. Whether the Heaven's Sword could shine as brightly as his heavenly dragon sword was the most important. City Lord Qi, Sword. Chapter 4993. Jiang Qin looked straight at Neon. This was a battle with his back against the wall. He had to fight till the end. Whether he lived or died, it all depended on who would emerge victorious. Trying to trap me with a mere formation. Ha ha ha. Wishful thinking. Stop struggling. From the moment you entered the tomb of the great emperor, you're already dead. Neon said domineeringly. Facing Jiang Chen's struggle, she just laughed it off, completely unmoved. Powerful strength had cast her mighty and domineering side, which was why she was so fearless. Qi Yeyu followed Jiang Chen and rose up. The heaven sword merged into the Ashura sword formation. Both of them looked at each other and Jiang Chen started to activate the formation. Futile struggle will only make your death more painful. Neon snorted and said. But at the next moment, her face became solemn. Sword shadows began to overlap one after another. Those sword shadows even blocked her blazing sun-fiery rain. But the sword shadows were invisible and completely unfathomable. The sword shadows flew past and above her head, there were also hundreds and thousands of sword lights descending. Ashura sword formation, sword shadow Ashura, descended from the sky. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. That kind of terrifying aura was shocking. At this time, Neon couldn't retreat at all. She realized that Jiang Chen's sword formation was quite powerful. Moreover, she felt a great pressure from this battle, which was brought by the sword formation. Endless sword shadows soared up to the sky and fell continuously. Layer by layer, it almost made Neon fall into a passive position. Because Neon had underestimated her opponent. She didn't expect such an outcome. This lowly human's formation was actually so powerful. He felt a great shock in his heart. Damn it, do you still want to overturn the sky? Neon sneered. She flapped her wings and continuously broke through the sword shadows in the Ashura sword formation. At this time, she realized how despicable this guy was. Double formation eyes, the combination of the heavenly dragon sword and the heaven sword completely suppressed the Ashura sword formation. At this time, even Neon became serious. Because she wanted to rush out of the formation, but the result was as expected. She couldn't escape at all. This formation actually trapped her. How could this be possible? A second firmament of the star level actually came up with an array that could trap her. This was simply unimaginable. Although Ni Huang didn't want to believe it, when she tried to break through the array, she found that it was of no use. No one can trap me. I want to get out. Neon was rampaging, trying to escape from the Ashura sword formation. However, it was still useless. Because Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was no longer the original Ashura sword formation with the heaven sword formation. It was also Jiang Chen's first time trying the configuration of double formation eyes. However, it seemed that Neon had already fallen into her own formation and couldn't get out. I don't believe it. Neon roared. Facing the layers of sword shadows, they were constantly splashing down like a downpour. However, that kind of sword blade made her fall into a passive position again and again. If this continued, then it was very likely that she would really be trapped here. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Neon attacked again and again, trying to break out of the formation. She wanted to crush the formation with absolute strength. However, the result made her extremely disappointed. Because no matter how hard she tried, how overbearing she was, she couldn't break through the formation. Qi Yeyu was also very emotional. Jiang Chen really didn't let them down. At this time, the Ashura sword formation had completely trapped Neon. They could also let out a sigh of relief. If this Ashura sword formation could kill Neon as soon as possible, it would be even better. Little Chenzi's Ashura sword formation seems to have never failed before. This time, this old bird is probably finished. Fortunately, little Chenzi's trump card is strong enough. De Huang vowed. Seeing that Neon was trapped in the Ashura sword formation, De Huang finally let out a sigh of relief. His eyes were blazing and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. His eyes were filled with gratification. No matter how strong Neon was, she couldn't resist little Chenzi's Ashura sword formation. Before De Huang's voice faded, the entire Ashura sword formation started to shake at this moment. Has your mouth been blessed? The Black King looked at De Huang and the corner of his mouth slightly twitched. He had just said that the Ashura sword formation had never failed, but now the sword formation was on the verge of collapse. Should he blame it on De Huang? De Huang's face also darkened. Damn it, this neon obviously didn't give me face. Isn't this a slap in the face too fast? Not only De Huang, Jiang Chen's face also moved slightly. His heart was shocked. The Ashura sword formation that had integrated two peerless swords actually started to show signs of loosening. Neon's strength was really too terrifying. If it was just a one-on-one fight, they wouldn't be her opponent even if they joined forces. I've said it before, no one can stop me. Huang roared furiously. The rain of swords above her head was getting more and more intense. She was also injured, but at this moment, she was able to shake Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation with her own strength. This was the scariest part. Once she broke out of the formation, they would all be dead meat. What should we do? Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Chen. Coiling Dragon, City Lord Qi, both of you lend me a hand. I will pour all my strength into the formation. This is the only thing we can do now. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. This was their only chance. If they didn't do this now, they could only wait for death. All right. The two of them worked together and poured all their strength into Jiang Chen's body and into the Ashura sword formation. The combined strength of the three of them stabilized the formation. Neon was still struggling, but the Ashura sword formation had been stabilized by Jiang Chen. It didn't shake at all. The double formation eyes also shone brightly at this time and began to show its true power. The layers of sword rain were endless, like layers of gauze, shrouding the top of Neon's head. But she couldn't break free no matter how hard she tried. The sword shadows increased. The Sky Dragon sword and the Heaven sword turned into two terrifying swords, falling from the sky to kill Neon. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Neon screamed. More than half of her wings had been broken. Under the final impact of Jiang Chen, it became more painful. No. This can't be. No, Ni Huang's voice was becoming hoarse. Her body was suffering one heavy injury after another. At this point, there was no one who could save her. Break out. Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen used all his strength. The sword light raged and tore the void apart. Neon's body was also pierced by the endless sword rain. Neon's struggle didn't work in the end. Her huge body fell in a pool of blood in front of the door of the third hole. In that moment, everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Jiang Chen's expression was unusually solemn. Bang! 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 Chapter 49-94. The 18 divine swords couldn't bear the burden, the heaviest was broken, and there was no trace of it. Jiang Chen's heart was full of regret, but it was already a blessing that he was able to keep his life this time. If it wasn't for the protection of the 18 divine swords, they might have died in the end. This was irreplaceable. However, the 18 divine swords resisted the pressure for Jiang Chen and completed their mission gloriously. Finally, it's complete. With Neon's death, we have nothing to worry about. Qi Yeyu's eyes were solemn and relieved. Jiang Chen once again saved his life at the last moment. This filled his heart with gratitude. The Dongshan two elders were too stupid to attack Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen completed a mission that even a star-level 6 expert couldn't do. Qi Yeyu couldn't help but look at him in a different light. I feel that someone is watching us. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and said uneasily. Kakik, looks like you're still very vigilant. Unfortunately, it's too late. You're all like an arrow at the end of its flight. Isn't it good now? Neon is also dead, sweeping away the obstacles for us. Your mission is also completed. Shui Li Hong said with a chuckle. The group of 4 brothers slowly walked out. How is this possible? Qi Yeyu was shocked. Even he couldn't find any trace of these 4 brothers. How did they escape from his eyes and ears? It's all thanks to this divine judgment brush. Without it, we might not have been able to hide ourselves. This thing is just too useful. It's a great fortune for you guys to be able to escape from the space marked out by the divine judgment brush. Shui Liqing said calmly. The 4 of them had been watching the show for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen this time to appear. If they didn't come out, who would have paved the way for us? This Neon is too strong. We're not her match at all. Even if we could barely fight her to a draw, wouldn't we still have to contribute to them? Shui Li Bai said unwillingly. Fortunately, we really underestimated you, Jiang Qin. I didn't expect you to be the ultimate powerhouse. Even the city lord has to follow you. We are also very interested in the sword in your hand. It is a treasure that is not inferior to the divine judgment pen. Shui Li was beaming with joy. The 4 brothers looked at each other and smiled. They had endured until the end. Victory always belonged to the patient. You bunch of bastards, you're simply abominable. De Huang frowned. These interstellar wanderers had completely grasped their thoughts and used them as weapons. Jiang Chen, Qi Yeyu, and even the 6-spine coiling dragon had fallen into despair. They didn't even have a tenth of their strength. It was impossible for them to defeat these 4 bastards. Qi Yeyu's eyes were cold. However, he was also on the edge of life and death. These 4 bastards attacked them at the last moment to make them kill each other. Then, they would defeat Neon and take advantage of the situation. They had ignored these 4 people before. They thought that these 4 people had already entered the deeper part of the tomb or were killed by Neon. In the end, these 4 people were still behind them, fighting with their wits and courage. This is called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Do you understand? You're really strong, but you're really stupid. At this moment, you don't even consider the consequences. If the treasures of the great sovereign's tomb were taken away by you, it would be too unfair. Shui Liqing said with a disdainful expression. Jiang Chen and the others had been used as pawns by him. Now that both sides were badly wounded, there was no way for them to fight back. They were just a bunch of scattered soldiers struggling at death's door, and the only ending for them was death. Surrender. You don't have the strength to fight anymore. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it yourself? Shui Li revealed his white teeth and said with a sinister smile. Jiang Chen and the others had already become turtles in a jar. There was no hope at all. After killing them, the 4 brothers would be able to sit back and relax. After entering the tomb, all the treasures and inheritances of the great sovereign would belong to them. It seems like we're really going to die here this time. The 6-spine coiling dragon's face was pale. They had tried their best and thought that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. However, it turned out that there was only a bottomless abyss in front of them. There was no turning back at all. The 4 of them had already decided their life and death. The 5 of them were all defeated soldiers and could not fight at all. Shui Li Hong and the others were all star level 5 experts. Even if Qi Yeyu was in his peak state, he wouldn't be able to kill them easily. The current Qi Yeyu didn't have the same aura as before. Accept your fate. Your life and death are in our hands. There's nothing for you to struggle against. After killing Ni Huang, you've all been severely injured. You won't be able to fight anymore. What's there to be unwilling about? We still need to thank you. However, don't be arrogant. After you die, remember that your death is a gift from us, ha ha ha. Shui Li Bai looked at Jiang Qin and the others mockingly. The killing intent in his eyes was getting denser. Third brother, let's do it. Don't waste time talking to them. Let's go into the tomb first. Shui Li Hong said. All right, big brother. Now, I'll send them on their way. Shui Li Bai let out a laugh, no longer having the carefree and playful expression he had before. These 5 people must be killed. Only then would they be prepared and not have to worry about anything. It's not up to you now. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Jiang Qin sneered. Who do you think you are? A star level 2 brat. If you didn't break through at the most crucial moment, you would still be stuck at the first level. Do you think we're as stupid as Neon? Moreover, it's already come this far. You're still not willing. I really want to know what gives you the confidence to challenge me. Shui Li Bai stood with his arms crossed. He was completely fearless of Jiang Qin. Is that so? Since that's the case, let's see who gets the last laugh. Jiang Qin said with a smile that wasn't a smile. I'm getting more and more curious. Are you stalling for time? What gives you the right to fight me? Shui Liqing stared coldly at Jiang Qin. Not just them, even the 6-spine coiling dragon and Qi Yeyu were confused. Could it be that Jiang Qin still had a killer move? Shui Li Hong and the others, even a star level 6 might not be able to handle them. Now that Jiang Qin was still so confident, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that he was truly fearless. The other was that he was just bluffing, trying to confuse Shui Li Hong and the others. Little Chenzi, are you for real? Oh shit. You still have a trump card. De Huang knew that Jiang Qin definitely had another trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. Shui Li Hong and the others glanced at each other in shock. This guy was already at the end of his rope. Was he still thinking of turning the tables? Chapter 4995. Shui Li Bai's eyes were cold. He did not believe that Jiang Qin still had more tricks up his sleeves. This battle, he must tear him to pieces. Shui Li Bai held the silver spear in his hand as he descended from the skies with the power to split Mount Hua. He swept across the heavens and earth with only one goal, to cut Jiang Qin into pieces. He did not believe that Jiang Qin still had other tricks up his sleeves. His silver spear swept out with the force to pick up a mountain. Shui Li Bai was a 5th heavenly layer star realm expert. Wasn't it easy for him to kill Jiang Qin? However, what Shui Li Bai did not expect was that the moment he attacked, he was surrounded. Countless star-level beasts appeared around him. It was not just a few, but a few dozen. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. Thousands of early-stage star-level beasts appeared in the sky. Shui Li Bai was dumbfounded. Shui Li Hong, Shui Liqing, and Shui Li He were even more shocked. Not only their brothers, but they were also surrounded. Qi Yeyu's scalp went numb. He looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. How is this possible? Thousands of star-state beasts. Just how powerful is that? Qi Yeyu murmured. Although he did not believe it, he could not deny that Jiang Qin had taught him a lesson. With so many beasts surrounding Shui Li Hong and the rest, everyone felt the pressure. Ha ha ha, I knew it, little Chenzi. You won't let me down. Big Yellow was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Jiang Chen's method had once again shocked everyone. Only Black King was certain that these 1,000-star realm demonic beasts were created by his master. If it wasn't for him, these demonic beasts wouldn't be able to break through to the star realm in a short period of time. In the end, there were more than 3,000 demonic beasts that had broken through to the star realm. No one dared to look down on such a force. Even Chi Yeu, the overlord of Heavenly Awakening Star Domain, the Lord of Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, was impressed by Jiang Qin. Such a force would probably wipe out the entire horsemen of the apocalypse. Even Yun Lingfei wouldn't be able to do anything about it. That was 3,000 early-stage star-grade beasts. Even though they had just broken through to the star-grade, this force couldn't be underestimated. Such a beast army can only be described as terrifying. Chi Yeu knew that his horsemen of the apocalypse would not be able to reach this scale in at least 1,000 years. Jiang Chen's final trump card made his eyes light up. Not to mention Shueli Hong and the other 4 interstellar wanderers, even he had to be courteous. Shueli Hong and the rest were surrounded by the beast army. The roars made them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. It was as if there was a thorn in their backs and a fishbone stuck in their throats. Should they fight? They might not be able to beat them. Should they run? They might not be able to escape. They could only brace themselves and fight. Even if they were 5th-level star-level powerhouses, everyone knew that ants could bite an elephant to death. They all felt suffocated. Although Jiang Qin had lost the ability to fight again, his beast army was invincible. Amazing! 6 Ridges Coiling Dragon could only use one word to describe Jiang Qin. His choice had never been wrong. Only by following such a person could he see hope for his future. Only then could he truly become a superior person. Jiang Chen had saved the situation from certain death twice. This was the demeanor of a powerhouse and the charm of a personality. 6 Ridges Coiling Dragon had to admit that Jiang Chen had completely subdued him. He would never be wrong to follow Jiang Chen's footsteps. You lunatic, where did you find so many beasts? Did you poke a beast nest? Shueli Hong's face turned green. Thousands of beasts were in an orderly manner. Jiang Chen's mind moved, and the beast army formed by them attacked according to the formation in an orderly manner. As long as he willed it, they would move at will. Boss, what should we do? There are so many beasts, and all of them are at the primary star level. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Shueli He said with a pale face. He could fight 10 or dozens of beasts, but he couldn't fight more than 100. These thousands of beasts were like a mountain, pressing down on his heart. He couldn't move at all. The initial arrogance of Shueli Hong and the others had completely vanished at this moment. In the face of absolute power, their pretentiousness seemed to have lost all its luster. We will die either way. Let's fight. We can't die here. Shueli Hong said while gritting his teeth. 3,000 beasts made his scalp go numb. However, if he retreated at this time, he would really be killed. If he fought with his life on the line, there would still be a chance of survival. If he lost, he would die without a burial place. Originally, he thought that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, he didn't expect that this was a mantis. Even the oriole couldn't do anything to him. Yes, let's fight, big brother. We are all depending on you. Shueli Qing followed behind Shueli Hong. At this time, the 4 brothers were already at their limits. Wave after wave of demonic beasts, their roars were as loud as thunder. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Shueli Hong knew that if they made a wrong move, it was very likely that they would lose their lives here. Now, they only had one goal, and that was to break out of the encirclement. As for the great emperor's tomb, it wasn't important anymore. Staying alive was the most important thing. As an interstellar wanderer, Shueli Hong knew very well that the 4 brothers had been able to prosper for so many years. They advanced and retreated together, but today, it seemed like they had kicked an iron plate. They never dreamed that there would be such a terrifying figure in the Heaven Awakening Star region. Although the Heaven Awakening Star region was huge, it couldn't be the core among the many star regions. At most, there were 5 or 6 levels of the Heaven Awakening Star region. Why would the 4 of them be afraid? But today, God had taught them a lesson, and it was a bloody lesson. If they failed, they would all die here. There was no way out. Xueli Hong and the other 3 brothers tried their best. Xueli Hong held the divine judgment brush in his hand, but he couldn't display the full power of the divine judgment brush. Previously, in the first hall, he had unintentionally broken the boundary of the divine judgment brush and trapped Jiang Qin and the others. However, he couldn't face these thousands of beasts now. Big brother, I can't hold on any longer. Me too, big brother, save me, big brother, my arm. My arm. Ah! Screams were heard as Xueli Hong and his brothers suffered great injuries. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. More and more beasts rushed forward, dealing a great blow to them. Their hearts were filled with despair. Their eyes were bloodshot. They had been wandering the universe for so many years, but they had never encountered such a strong opponent. Today, they had encountered one, and it was very likely that only death would be waiting for them. Chapter 4996. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with calmness as he watched the 4 of them being engulfed by the tide of beasts. The 3,000 demonic beasts were Jiang Chen's trump card. He had never planned to use them, not even when he was facing Enai Huang, because he knew that these 3,000 demonic beasts would definitely be suppressed by Enai Huang. Enai Huang was a true supreme divine beast. 3,000 demonic beasts might be very powerful to him, but the chi of a superior being would have an incomparable effect on these demonic beasts, making it difficult for him to counterattack. Therefore, to Enai Huang, the strength of the 3,000 demonic beasts would be greatly reduced. Under Her Majesty, the strength of the demonic beasts would be halved, and in the end, they would be completely intimidated by her aura. However, facing Xueli Hong's group of 4, the 3,000 beasts were different. Their terrifying aura broke through the shackles, like a flood that was released from the floodgates, and was determined to kill the 4 of them. Countless beasts roared excitedly. They had been trapped for too long, and were thirsting for battle, fresh blood, and killing. All of them were Star Realm experts. Jiang Qin had a feeling that this was a force that could shock the world. With so many demonic beasts, how many people would be left in the dust? Xueli Hong and the others were just the beginning. Fortunately, Jiang Qin only summoned the army of demonic beasts at the last moment. Otherwise, if they knew about it earlier, they would have been hiding behind his back, waiting for the right moment to strike. That would have been a bomb that could explode at any time, which would have been a bigger threat to him. Jiang Qin, you will die a horrible death. If you dare to kill us, the Vengeance Alliance will not let you go. Let me go, I beg you, please let me go. I don't want to die, big brother, save my big brother, hoarse cries echoed in the air. The miserable cries of Xueli Hong and his brothers were drowned in the roars of the beasts, leaving no response. Xueli Hong and the others had been arrogant at the beginning, but in the end, they screamed in despair. No one had expected that the 4 interstellar wanderers would be killed by Jiang Qin so easily. To them, this was undoubtedly a blow of despair. Death meant eternal loss, but as interstellar wanderers, their fates had long been sealed. The 4 of them died without a place to be buried. Their deaths were extremely miserable. Thousands of demonic beasts had dismembered their corpses and eaten them all. That scene could be said to be quite shocking. Even De Huang revealed a terrified expression. 3,000 demonic beasts had divided Xueli Hong and the others. That kind of force was absolutely unimaginable. In the end, only a pool of blood was left on the ground, as well as 2 items. One was the divine judgment brush, and the other was a blood jade token with the word Alliance written on it. The Vengeance Alliance. What kind of organization is that? City Lord Qi, do you know about it? Jiang Chen picked up the divine judgment brush and the blood jade token on the ground and frowned. Before Shueliqing died, he said that the Vengeance Alliance would never let him go. It seemed that they belonged to this alliance. Qi Yeyu shook his head, took a look at the token and said, "The universe is vast and full of strange things. The universe is vast and full of wonders. Eternal world is even more boundless. These interstellar wanderers can go anywhere, and their footprints can be found in many places. They are also hated by every planet, and most of them are fugitives. Every 100 years, there will be a change of experts and organizations. I have never heard of this Vendetta Alliance, but they should be very strong. After all, the 4 of them are quite strong." Qi Yeyu's words made Jiang Chen nod slightly. However, it was useless to think about it at this time. No matter what the Vengeance Alliance was, he had to enter it first and inherit the things in the Great Emperor's tomb. As long as he could inherit the inheritance of the Great Emperor, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the future. What's the effect of this divine judgment brush? Jiang Chen murmured, holding the divine judgment brush tightly. He didn't find any abnormality. However, since it could be used as a divine weapon by the Emperor of the Cosmos, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure. Previously, they almost died under the hands of this divine judgment brush. Although it was a coincidence, it was better for Jiang Chen to put away the divine judgment brush first. Let's take a rest first. At least, let's restore our strength first. Otherwise, no one knows what kind of existence is behind the 3rd hole. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Now that their strength had suffered a serious blow, they couldn't continue to fight like this. Jiang Chen gave everyone elixirs to cultivate on the spot to restore their strength. Only by preserving their strength could they have the opportunity to face more difficulties. Time ticked by. After an unknown period of time, they finally recovered their strength. The Black King had reached the 3rd heaven of the star realm. His strength was recovering more and more. This was undoubtedly good news for Jiang Chen. He was in charge of the beast army in the Buddha prison palace. The rise of his strength was also very beneficial to Jiang Chen. Fuck your mother. Black King, how did you break through again? After all this time, I'm the weakest. De Huang said unwillingly. He curled his lips and his eyes were filled with depression. You don't work hard usually. You get angry when you break through. If you work harder, the Black King definitely won't be your match. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I must surpass you as soon as possible. De Huang said nonchalantly. Let's go. I think there must be something good in this tomb. Who knows, there might be something I need. De Huang couldn't wait. You better protect yourself. Don't cry for help when the time comes. I won't be able to save you. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at De Huang and smiled. City Lord Qi, let's go. Jiang Chen looked at Qi Yeyu. All right. Everyone nodded and began to head towards the 3rd hole. Everyone was filled with anticipation as to what kind of treasures and existences were in the 3rd hole. After all, this was the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was definitely not something ordinary people could compare to. The Emperor of the Cosmos attracted everyone. Even Qi Yeyu was no exception. Without Neon blocking the door, Jiang Chen directly pushed the door open and entered the 3rd hole. This place carried his dreams, his yearning for life, his pursuit of the future, and his longing for his son. Only by obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos could Jiang Chen's strength reach a higher level, rapidly growing and advancing by leaps and bounds. Only by obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos could he know where his future lay. However, just as Jiang Qin and the others entered the hall, Neon, who was originally dead, began to move slowly. Her flesh and blood began to regenerate. A ghost floated over from afar, merging with Neon's body. Neon suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were blazing with a cold and gloomy aura. She struggled to stand up. Kacha! Kacha! Chapter 4997. After passing through the third hall, Jiang Qin and the others were stunned. It was as if a whole new world had opened up to them. That's right, it was a completely new world. The reason for that was because the world here was completely different from the first and second floor. The third floor was the final palace hall. However, everything before their eyes was completely independent. It was a true great thousand world. Mountains, rivers, plants, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Every single one of them made them feel shocked. The Emperor of the Cosmos was the Emperor of the Cosmos after all. He was able to create a world that belonged to him. This was the true strength of him. A huge mountain appeared in front of everyone. On top of the mountain, there was a towering wall with 4 big words written on it, Land of Inheritance. Have we arrived at the land of inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos? The 6-ridged coiling dragon murmured. Everything around them was peaceful. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, rivers, swamps, everything was there. On top of the mountain that was shrouded in clouds, the 4 big words, Land of Inheritance, were written in flamboyant calligraphy. It was shocking. Those 4 words gave off an invisible pressure. We're finally free. Damn it, I thought we were going to have to go through another big battle. De Huang let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Finally, they didn't have to continue fighting. Ever since they entered the tomb of the great emperor, he hadn't stopped to rest. Moreover, the Emperor of the Cosmos was too abnormal. The experts that he summoned were also endless. De Huang clearly felt that he was powerless. Fortunately, Jiang Qin was here. As long as little Qinzi was here, there was nothing for him to worry about. The land of inheritance in front of them should be safe, right? This was the last tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was the inheritance that he had left for his descendants. We still can't let our guard down. Jiang Qin looked around. Even though they had arrived at the so-called land of inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, they couldn't be too reckless. No one knew if there was any danger in this place. Jiang Qin was used to being cautious. It was always good to be cautious. Qi Yeyu also nodded slightly. Along the way, how many dangers had they experienced? Therefore, they had to be careful. If they were not careful, they might die in here. Previously, the people that Xiao Yuan brought were all annihilated. Although they killed a lot of people, the danger in the tomb made it difficult for them to move forward. The birds are singing, the flowers are fragrant, and the water is flowing. I don't think there will be any danger here. Big Yellow said with a smile, calmly slashing at Jiang Qin's side. The excitement on the corner of his mouth was overflowing. After a few battles, the clouds have finally parted and the moon has finally seen the light. He could not continue to be so nervous. De Huang stretched his body. He turned into a De Huang dog out of habit. He laid on the ground lazily, which made Jiang Qin laugh. This mountain is extremely heavy. It's thousands of meters tall. Although it's not a real mountain that leads to the sky, it gives people a very shocking feeling. It's mighty and domineering. It's indescribable. Qi Yeyu said solemnly as he looked at the mountain that was engraved with the words Land of Inheritance. There was a sea of flowers. Saffron flowers were blooming under the sun. They were as beautiful as fire. There was an endless grassland and a big river that flowed for thousands of miles. It was full of the spirit and majesty of nature. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. It was refreshing. The land of inheritance must be the final destination. Damn! Little Chenzi, look, this is a grade 6 origin stone, such a big piece. It's worth a few hundred pieces. De Huang's eyes widened. He looked at the boulder under his feet and drooled. A grade 6 origin stone could only be found by chance. It was the hard currency of true star-level experts. A grade 5 origin stone was no longer very attractive to star-level experts. Almost no one was willing to use a grade 6 origin stone to exchange for a grade 5 origin stone. Because of this, grade 6 origin stones were very rare. A millstone-sized grade 6 origin stone could be exchanged for thousands of grade 6 origin stones. Moreover, such a big treasure could only be found by chance. The Genesis chi it contained was also very rich. De Huang picked it up and swallowed it in one gulp. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This guy was really greedy. He swallowed it in one gulp. However, Jiang Chen could digest it. If it were someone else, they would have to slowly absorb it. There's one here too. The Black King's eyes lit up. He had found several grade 6 origin stones. Although they were not as big as the one De Huang had picked up before, there were quite a few of them. They were indeed very rare. The Black King did not stand on ceremony. He hurriedly put them away for cultivation. Of course, he wanted to keep them safe on behalf of his master, Jiang Chen. If his master needed them, he would spare no effort to help him. There's one here too. The six-spine coiling dragon's eyes flashed. It had found an even bigger one. It was more than 10 times bigger than the one De Huang had seen. To be precise, it was worth thousands of grade 6 origin stones. Even Jiang Chen could not help but smack his lips. Damn! Why don't I have such good luck? De Huang said unwillingly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he had already discovered something fishy. The grade 6 origin stones around them were like ordinary stones. They could be seen every dozen or so meters, and the smallest one was the size of a millstone. The origin stones that De Huang had just picked up were no longer as fragrant. Damn, so the grade 6 origin stones that he had eaten were all over the place. This place is indeed a treasure trove. Qi Yeyu's eyes blazed. His strength had been stagnant for a long time, mostly because of the limited resources. Even though he was the city lord, the resources of the heavenly awakening star region were not inexhaustible. Many origin stones needed to be put to good use in order for the entire heavenly awakening star region to operate normally. However, in the end, there were only a few left in his hands. Therefore, origin stones were very useful no matter when. This was the case in the eternal world. It all depended on whether your origin stone was a high-grade origin stone. Grade 6 origin stone, even Qi Yeyu was filled with excitement and rushed after it like a flock of ducks. Such a hard currency was even more precious than ordinary grade 6 Genesis stones. The Genesis chi contained in a larger Genesis stone was also more concentrated, and many Genesis stones would be consumed during cultivation. Small Genesis stones would instead become a burden. Qi Yeyu had never thought that there would be so many 6th-grade origin stones being discarded like old clogs, scattered all over the mountains and plains. Even if this was the tomb of the great emperor of the cosmos, wasn't this a bit too arrogant? This place seems a little different. Chapter 4998. What was different? Jiang Chen couldn't put his finger on it. In short, it gave him a very strange feeling. However, the sight of grade 6 Genesis stones everywhere was indeed shocking. Even Chi Yayu was no exception. "Let's hurry and collect the grade 6 Genesis stones." "Ha ha ha," Chi Yayu said with a smile. Everyone entered the ranks of plundering source stones. Even the overlord of the entire heavenly enlightenment star field became very excited at this moment. De Huang was the most anxious. He continuously swallowed the stones into his stomach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chi Yayu was indeed a 6th-layer star stage expert. In addition to the bewildered Jiang Qin, De Huang, the Black King and the 6-ridged coiling dragon had all entered the ranks of searching for Genesis stones. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely complicated. The mountains and land gave him a familiar yet strange feeling. He didn't know why, but he felt very close to this place. However, Jiang Chen had no way of knowing why he had become like this. Even so many Genesis stones no longer seemed attractive to him. "Ha ha ha, there's a big one." De Huang excitedly swallowed a number of grade 6 Genesis stones. The Genesis chi in his body continued to surge, and more power rushed into his dantian. Unlike ordinary people, he directly digested the Genesis stones and absorbed them at an unusually fast speed. The entire mountain was extremely peaceful and quiet. Jiang Chen's heart also calmed down. Even the endless Genesis stones did not break his peaceful heart. What did the Emperor of the Cosmos leave behind in the inheritance land? As he pondered, Jiang Chen's eyes glowed. He knew that this place was definitely unusual. Although Genesis stones were very tempting, they couldn't possibly be the only ones here. In particular, the words, "inheritance land," filled Jiang Chen with confidence. When would he be able to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos? There were many Genesis stones, and they were all large grade 6 Genesis stones. De Huang and the others had a bountiful harvest. No one fought over them because the treasures here were unimaginable. The number of Genesis stones made everyone feel extremely satisfied. The mountain was covered with many silver bells. There were hundreds of them. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ponder. Could these treasures be the treasures of the Emperor of the Cosmos? The things in the inheritance land were definitely peerless treasures. Ha ha ha, so many Genesis stones. This is too tempting. He, it seems like this old man didn't come for nothing this time. Just as De Huang and the others were frantically plundering the Genesis stones, an earth-shattering laughter resounded in the sky. Everyone's heart sank. Who else was there? Who was still here? Chi Yayu and Jiang Chen's expressions changed slightly. Could it be that someone had been following them? That was impossible. Chi Yayu didn't believe it at all. He had already scouted all the places. No one could escape his eyes and ears. Unless this person's strength was above his. Only then could he avoid his eyes and ears. If that was the case, then they might really be in danger. If this person had been hiding in the dark, then wouldn't all their previous actions have been seen by him? Wouldn't everything be exposed to him? Thinking up to this point, not only Chi Yayu, even Jiang Chen felt terrified. They might have been targeted by someone long ago, and it wasn't something that happened in a short time. It's you. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. He looked at the haggard, skinny old man in front of him. He never expected it to be someone he knew. Yang Guolao. The person who had deceived him and cheated him of his Genesis stones. At this moment, Jiang Chen was even more furious. When enemies met, their eyes were exceptionally red. When Yang Guolao looked at Jiang Chen, he was extremely excited. His eyes were filled with ambiguity. In his eyes, Jiang Chen wasn't a scary person. He was just his little sheep. It's me. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. He, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Yang Guolao said with a smile. You know him. Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Chen and said in disbelief. That's right. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. He cheated me once. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth and said. De Huang was stunned. Damn. He thought that there was no one in this world who could cheat little Qin. He didn't expect this old man to cheat little Qinzi. How could this be? Awesome, old man. You even cheated little Qinzi. I've seen it for myself. De Huang said with a smile. At this moment, he was very excited. He was very curious about this guy's background. The six-spine coiling dragon and the Black King were also ready to fight with Jiang Chen at any time. They knew that Jiang Chen's anger was very high. They had never seen anyone who could make him so angry. Usually, it was Jiang Chen who cheated others. This time, someone actually cheated Jiang Chen. This was simply a fantasy. We're old acquaintances. Why are you acting like this? I don't like it. Jiang Chen, can't you calm down a little? Look, even your friends are so nervous. I really don't know what to say. We're all friends. Why do you have to be like this? Yang Guolao said calmly. Jiang Chen's anger didn't make him uncomfortable at all. He came here with Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have found this place. I don't have a friend like you. Old thing, if you dare to snatch things from me, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. His heart was extremely dignified. This guy's strength was very strong. Even he didn't notice his appearance. Now, even with Qi Yeyu by his side, Jiang Chen wasn't sure if they could defeat Yang Guolao with so many people. You've already come this far. What are you still unwilling to give up? I won't take a single dawn stone here. I'll give them all to you. After picking up the dawn stones, let's leave this place. How about it? This deal. Is it worth it? Yang Guolao said with a smile. You don't even want the dawn stones. Really? De Huang said in a daze. Do you think these dawn stones are really important compared to the great emperor's inheritance? It's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. The things we've obtained are probably only 1/10,000th of the treasures in the great emperor's tomb. The real treasures must be at the back. These dawn stones seem to be just the appetizer. Do you think this old man is so kind? Chapter 4999. Little Loach, don't talk nonsense. I'm a man of my word. If you pick up the source stones and leave quickly, I can let bygones be bygones. However, if you continue to stay here, don't blame me for being impolite. Let me tell you, I made this decision because of Jiang Chen. If it had been anyone else, I definitely wouldn't have given them any face. After all, Jiang Chen is my benefactor. Without him, why would I be here? He. Jiang Chen knew that Yang Guolao was trying to infuriate him. Although he had been restraining himself, he knew that he still couldn't forgive Yang Guolao. Besides, this guy must have a plan to come here. The things here were far beyond their imagination. Yang Guolao's purpose was to obtain the inheritance of the great emperor of Star River. Now that they had come all the way here, how could they return empty-handed after entering a mountain of treasures? Even if they had to fight to the death, they definitely wouldn't compromise. Although Yang Guolao had put a lot of pressure on them, Jiang Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with. Jiang Chen had killed countless people along the way. He had already done so much for this day. How could he give all the real treasures to Yang Guolao? This was simply wishful thinking. You've been following us all this time, but you've only appeared now. You want us to help you clear the way so that you can reap the benefits. What a great scheme. Ha ha ha. Do you really think that we can't withstand a single blow? If you want the treasures, sure, but you'll have to get through us first. What we want isn't just source stones. Chi Yeyu stared at Yang Guolao with a gloomy expression. This was his territory, the heaven awakening star domain. How could he let others shit on his head? Is that so? Let me warn you, I'm not a joking person. If you touch my bottom line, I won't be so easy to talk to. I'm giving face to Jiang Qin. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get these source stones. Yang Guolao looked at Jiang Qin confidently, which made Jiang Qin extremely annoyed. This old thing actually wanted to pick up ready-made stones. Giving face to me. I don't want your face. Old fellow, if you know what's good for you, get lost. My patience is limited. Jiang Qin stared fixedly at Yang Guolao. He knew that the other party had definitely come prepared. It would be almost impossible for him to have a good ending today. Yang Guolao had been able to hide by his side all the way without being discovered. This was enough to show how terrifying this fellow was. Jiang Qin had to be careful. Look, I'm giving you but you don't want face. Isn't that shameless? What good will it do you if you fall out with me? You really disappoint me, Jiang Qin. I thought that you were a wise man who submits to circumstances, but it seems like I have no choice but to force you out. I'm telling you, this is your last chance. Don't miss it. You won't get another chance like this if you miss it. Yang Guolao's calm demeanor was simply annoying. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Both sides seemed to be accumulating power. Jiang Qin and Chi Yeyu glanced at each other. They definitely wouldn't spit out the fat meat that was already in their mouths. Even if Yang Guolao had followed them for a long time, he still had to protect this last piece of land. There's no point in talking anymore, old thing. I don't want to fall into your trap again. You've tricked me once, but I definitely won't fall for it a second time. Today, it's time for us to settle things. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. He looked at Yang Guolao. The anger in his heart had gradually burned. No one could touch what he wanted. He would kill gods and Buddhas. Yang Guolao was his former enemy. Today, they would definitely not stop until one of them was dead. Look, being so angry is very harmful to the body. Look, being so angry is very harmful to your body. I was giving you a way out of this embarrassing situation, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me for that. In this world, there are very few people who are as trustworthy and kind as me. Jiang Qin, I thought we were brought together by fate, that's why I didn't kill you. I told you to take the dawn stones and leave, but why didn't you listen to me? Sigh, Yang Guolao looked depressed. He seemed to be very disappointed with Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin didn't think so. This old guy was obviously plotting against him. He wouldn't fall in the same place twice. Kill, Jiang Qin shouted angrily. He didn't want to give Yang Guolao any chance. He didn't want to waste any more time, so he had to solve this problem as soon as possible. If he could kill Yang Guolao, it would be a win-win situation. This guy had been following him all this time, and Jiang Qin could still feel a chill running down his spine, because this guy could stab him in the back at any time. Sigh, my heart is like the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Yang Guolao kept shaking his head. Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword fell from the sky. A terrifying force slashed through the sky, causing the whole sky to darken. Jiang Qin didn't hold back at all. It was a sword of life and death. He wanted to kill Yang Guolao on the spot. A terrifying sword chi was released. Jiang Qin, who was at the second sky of the star realm, was incomparably overbearing. Even a fourth sky of the star realm expert wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. A terrifying wave of qi overturned the surrounding flowers and plants. Bang! Yang Guolao shouted with a deep voice. In an instant, a storm swept across the area. Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. What he didn't expect was that Yang Guolao could catch his sword with just one hand, and with just a slap, Jiang Chen was pushed back. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Since when did Yang Guolao become so strong? Jiang Chen flew back. His eyes were blazing. The terrifying force was neutralized by him. However, his blood was still boiling. Even Qi Lian Shan and Qi Lian Dong, who were at the fifth sky of the star realm, didn't dare to say that they could catch Jiang Chen's sword easily. Moreover, Yang Guolao could easily push him back. This kind of strength could only be achieved by a sixth sky of the star realm genius. This was the truth. Even Qi Yiyu's eyes were filled with shock. He knew that this skinny old man's strength was definitely above his own. I've already warned you, Jiang Qin. You're not my opponent. However, you didn't listen. You still need me to do it myself. You don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Young people nowadays, sigh. Chapter 5000. They had already arrived at the real land of inheritance, but what made them despair was that Qing Yao Jin had appeared halfway. Yang Guolao's appearance made Jiang Qin and even Qi Yeyu feel that it was extremely troublesome. He had been hiding in the dark and observing, only making a move at the last moment. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yang Guolao had played this perfectly. In Jiang Chen's heart, he not only hated Yang Guolao, but he was also furious. He had spent a lot of effort to get to where he was today, but Yang Guolao wanted to steal the fruits of his labor. This was too unreasonable. This guy had been able to escape his eyes and ears, as well as Qi Yeyu's detection, which meant that he definitely had his own strengths. Jiang Chen knew that he had underestimated Yang Guolao. But Yang Guolao hadn't been this strong back then. Could it be that this guy had been scheming against him from the beginning? Have you been scheming against me from the beginning? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yang Guolao. It can't be considered scheming. I'm still a very trustworthy person. You have something special on you, something I want. I was also skeptical that you could take me to the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, but it seems that I really made the right bet this time. You didn't disappoint me. Ha ha ha. Yang Guolao looked calm. He must have been very confident compared to Jiang Qin and the others, because all the obstacles had been cleared. Whether it was the interstellar wanderers, the obstacles here, or the powerhouses from the Apocalypse Galaxy City, they had all been turned into dust. He was very shocked that Jiang Qin and the others had been able to make it to the end. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's strong growth, which was what he was most concerned about. You are indeed very strong and have extraordinary perseverance. I really don't have the heart to kill you, so I'll give you a chance. If you leave now, it's still not too late. I'm not a narrow-minded person who will kill a genius in the cradle. If you can grow up, it'll be your fortune. However, you won't have a share in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Yang Guolao said in an unquestionable tone. Qi Yeyu knew that this old guy really had the strength to do so. Who are you? Interstellar wanderer. Or is he a thief hiding in some star field? Qi Yeyu looked at Yang Guolao in confusion. He had been in charge of the Heaven Awakening Star Zone for over 10,000 years, but he had never heard of someone like Yang Guolao. There's no need to guess. You don't know who I am, and I'm not under the jurisdiction of your Heaven Awakening Starfield. Today, I just want the inheritance of Emperor Cosmos. You don't have the right to stay here. Also, my patience has almost been worn out by all of you. Yang Guolao frowned and his expression turned cold. Since things have come to this, it seems like we can only fight. Little brother Jiang Qin, get ready to make a move. He wants our lives, so we naturally can't just sit and wait for death. Qi Yeyu clenched his fists tightly. His heart was as calm as still water, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. No matter how strong this fellow was, there were so many of them, so they definitely wouldn't give up. They had to fight to the last moment. They wouldn't give up until all hope was lost. The treasure was theirs, and they had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain it. However, there was someone who wanted to sit back and reap the benefits. There definitely wouldn't be such a thing. There's no need to hold back. Kill without mercy. Jiang Qin took the lead and attacked again. Although he hadn't gained any advantage in the previous attack, he definitely wouldn't give Yang Guolao any chance now that everyone had joined forces. Qi Yeyu, the six-ridged coiling dragon, Jiang Qin, De Huang, and the Black King attacked Yang Guolao almost instantly from all directions. You little fellas, are you purposely provoking me? If I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know why the flowers are red. Yang Guolao snorted, a smile still hanging on his lips. This battle didn't pose any pressure to him. His current strength was at the 7th level star level. Even the strongest among them, Qi Yeyu, definitely wouldn't stand a chance against him. No matter how many people there were, it would just be like throwing an egg against a rock. Get lost. Yang Guolao held a long stick in his hand and swung it horizontally. Waves of air rolled around the area, and it was unstoppable. The 5 of them attacked with all their might, but they still couldn't withstand the sharpness of the stick. The overbearing force kept spreading out. Jiang Qin kept attacking, but he was forced back by Yang Guolao again and again. The opponent's rod seemed ordinary and incomparably simple, but every time it was used, it could shake the heavens and earth. This was the embodiment of strength. Jiang Qin knew that they had definitely encountered a troublesome opponent this time. So many people couldn't do anything to Yang Guolao. His strength was definitely above the 6th level star level. At this time, even if Jiang Qin released all his early-stage star-level beasts, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Guolao. The difference in strength was too great. In Yang Guolao's eyes, these beasts were just a bunch of trash. There was no pressure at all. They would only become ghosts under his hands. No one can do anything to me. Ha ha ha, even the heavens are no exception. Yang Guolao arrogantly swept his rod across, causing the sky to change color. The surrounding mountains seemed to be shaking at this moment. Ring, 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 as the silver bells rang, Jiang Qin and the others were forced back. Their expressions were extremely ugly, especially Jiang Qin, De Huang, and the Black King. They were vomiting blood, and their faces were pale. Qi Yeyu and Liuji coiled dragon sea were still fine, but they were also extremely shocked. Their expressions were grim as they stumbled back. What a piercing sound! Jiang Qin turned his head and saw that the silver bells on the mountain were vibrating non-stop. Ring, 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 the sound of the silver bells lasted for a long time. Along with the ringing of the silver bells, there was a loud rumbling sound. At that moment, Jiang Qin's expression changed instantly. This was because he saw a 300-meter-tall heavenly hound appearing between heaven and earth, running continuously. Oh shit! Heavenly hound! It's a heavenly hound! Yang Guolao cried out in alarm. Even he couldn't remain calm at this moment. This heavenly hound was obviously a little too huge. It was hundreds of meters tall, and it was like a mountain that was constantly running on the ground, rushing towards them. A dark mass of darkness blotted out the sky.
De Huang was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Damn it, what kind of breed is this? Why do I feel like it's even more terrifying than me? In its eyes, you seem like a little puppy. Liuji Coiled Dragon C said indifferently. Damn it. De Huang glared at Liuji Coiled Dragon C. How could someone as handsome as me be a little puppy? However, De Huang really didn't dare to breathe loudly at this moment. It wasn't just him. Everyone else was as silent as cicadas in winter. Qi Yayu's face was full of horror. He had roamed the Tianqi Star region for so many years, but he had never imagined that there would be such a huge great emperor's tomb beneath his feet. Furthermore, the mysteries within the tomb were far beyond his imagination. Chapter 5001. Jiang Chen and the rest subconsciously stopped. Yang Guolao stared at the heavenly hound, his heart filled with shock. Rumor has it that the emperor of the cosmos's most powerful mount is the heavenly hound. The heavenly hound eats the sun, while the neon swallows the moon. The heavenly hound is in existence above the bloodline of the divine beasts. It's the first batch of beasts after the beginning of chaos. Yang Guolao murmured. One could imagine how terrifying this heavenly hound was. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. The heavenly hound's barking was so refreshing, without the slightest trace of the terror and dominance of a divine beast. Jiang Chen was stunned. This barking was really unflattering. Was this how the heavenly hound barked? Its barking isn't domineering at all. De Huang mumbled. However, that terrifying figure and boundless pressure made people panic. This was definitely not a joke. Woof woof woof. Lowly humans, how dare you step into my king's territory? Die! The appearance of the heavenly hound gave Jiang Chen, Yang Guolao, and the rest a great sense of pressure. The fear of power came from the depths of their souls. Every step the heavenly hound took caused the earth to shake. The surrounding sky darkened. They could only feel danger approaching them step by step. Woof woof woof. The heavenly hound went straight for Yang Guolao. Yang Guolao's expression changed. He used all his strength to fight the heavenly hound. The heavenly hound's strength was probably not weaker than his. Even Yang Guolao did not dare to underestimate such power. What made Yang Guolao even angrier was that the heavenly hound seemed to be targeting him. It didn't even look for Jiang Chen and the rest. Instead, it barked at him and started biting crazily. This heavenly hound doesn't seem to care about us at all. The Black King said with a bitter smile. That seems to be the case. It doesn't even look at us. It seems to think that we are the old man's men. De Huang chuckled, his eyes filled with excitement. That's right. Looks like we've finally dodged a bullet this time. The six-ridged coiling dragon said in a low voice. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The heavenly hound was aiming at Yang Guolao and wouldn't let go. It was going to fight to the death with him. In my opinion, this silly dog is really something. Ha ha ha, that old fellow seems to be in a much worse state than us. De Huang patted his tummy and said calmly. Right now, Yang Guolao was the unluckiest one and was complaining incessantly. Since the heavenly hound had set its sights on him, it didn't relax at all. It worked with all its might, as if it was determined not to relax. You damn dog, why don't you go and hit them? Fuck. I'll kill you. Yang Guolao was furious, but he was being held back by the heavenly hound, which made him very depressed. Right now, Jiang Chen and the others were all relaxed, and there was no pressure at all. The heavenly hound had targeted him, which was not a good sign. This is what it means to be unjust and doomed. Just wait for your death, you old fart. De Huang laughed and said. The heavenly hound suddenly turned its head and looked at De Huang. De Huang's smile froze,
and his heart turned cold. "Fuck you. Don't you dare target me." De Huang kept muttering in his heart. However, the heavenly hound only looked at him once, and its target was still Yang Guolao. It should be the silver bell on the mountain, and this heavenly hound is the guardian of the silver bell, guarding the final inheritance ground of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiang Chen said with a serious face. At this time, they could leave, but once they did, all the treasures would have nothing to do with them. Even if Qi Yeyu wanted to leave, he wouldn't give up so easily. This Emperor of the Cosmos is too much. He actually set up so many obstacles. We're already at the inheritance ground, but he still doesn't let us accept the inheritance. Damn it, I'm drunk. De Huang said with dissatisfaction. How can the inheritance of the great emperor be given to others so easily? In order to obtain the inheritance of the great emperor, one must go through a lot of hardships and obstacles before he can truly ascend. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to obtain. Jiang Chen said firmly. As the top existence in the entire eternal world, the Emperor of the Cosmos naturally has his own inheritance. We should still be humble. All right. I'll listen to you. However, little Chenzi, what do we do now? Continue to move forward. That old fart is trapped by the heavenly hound. If we leave now, will we be targeted by the heavenly hound? De Huang said. It's hard to say. Let's not provoke the heavenly hound for now. It's best to let the two of them fight each other, and we'll be the last to attack. Qi Yeyu said in a low voice. It won't be that easy. Jiang Chen knew that no matter if it was heavenly hound or Yang Guolao, experts of this level would not be stupid. How could the two of them perish together? However, Yang Guolao was infuriated. He had to bear everything alone. How could he not be infuriated by such pressure? Despite being infuriated, he couldn't defeat the heavenly hound in a short period of time. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had the absolute advantage. Today is a good day, la 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 la. De Huang said while shaking his head. Yang Guolao raised his eyebrows in anger. However, Yang Guolao could only focus on the battle and couldn't be distracted. SSSS, SSSSSS, a hissing sound rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Even Qi Yeyu didn't notice that a long snake had emerged from the bushes at the top of the mountain. It flew out from the bushes and headed straight for De Huang. Be careful of De Huang. Jiang Chen's expression changed as he shouted. Roar! De Huang's eyes widened as he shrieked. Jiang Chen's shout was too late. De Huang wasn't prepared at all and was still in a state of excitement. However, a green snake had bitten his buttocks. Motherfucker! De Huang roared as his face turned green. His buttocks seemed to be on fire as he sprinted away. 29 swords. Jiang Chen slashed at the back of De Huang's buttocks. The green snake was as fast as lightning as it quickly escaped. Its figure streaked across the sky, causing the surrounding sky to darken. The giant green snake covered the sky, causing Jiang Chen's expression to become extremely solemn. It looks like the green snake that entered the martial monarch's tomb, the six-ridged coiling dragon murmured. I'm afraid this green snake is more difficult to deal with than we thought. Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Chen. The green snake that covered the sky and the heavenly hound made Jiang Chen and the others despair. Chapter 5002. What should we do? Jiang Chen. Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's strength was only at the second sky of the star realm, if he were to go all out and gather everyone's strength, he wouldn't be any weaker than Qi Yeyu. Moreover, it was Jiang Chen that they were able to escape previously. We have nowhere to run now. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This green snake's strength was probably not much weaker than the heavenly hound. Little Green, why are you only here now? You're such a disappointment. The heavenly hound glanced at the green snake and said indifferently. No one can wreak havoc in the great emperor's tomb. With me here, no one can leave this place. The green snake's sharp voice made Jiang Chen and the rest even more anxious. The current situation was on the verge of death. They originally thought that the heavenly hound was already terrifying enough, but this green snake had also appeared. Wasn't this too hopeless? Can't you guys control me? De Huang said with a wronged expression. He stood weakly beside Jiang Chen. After being bitten by the green snake, his entire body had stiffened and his face turned green. Little Chenzi, save me. Jiang Chen grabbed De Huang's claws. Suddenly, a terrifying blazing flame engulfed De Huang's body. Phew, so comfortable. This damned snake, I'm going to stew you and eat you. Big Yellow gritted his teeth and said. But when he saw the huge green snake, he became silent. This green snake was the same as the heavenly hound, incomparably terrifying. It gave people the feeling that a dark cloud was pressing down on a city, threatening to destroy it. What should we do? Don't tell me this green snake has its eyes on us. De Huang mumbled. What do you think? Jiang Chen glanced at De Huang. Obviously, he had not recognized the current situation. They were in a life and death situation. Compared to Yang Guolao, they had no advantage at all. A celestial might be killed by this green snake. Green snake's strength was extremely terrifying. He exchanged glances with the heavenly hound. Both of them were extremely confident. Gagaga, this is called retribution. Damned dogs, I want to see how you will die this time, Gagaga. Yang Guolao said with a sinister smile. Although his situation was also very difficult, it was at least much better than Jiang Chen and the others. In the face of this green snake, Jiang Chen and the others would certainly be unable to move an inch. Hiss, the green snake flicked its tongue continuously. Its eyes were filled with coldness. To it, Jiang Chen and the others were just a bunch of ants. That's right. This is the result of the green snakes. We might really be in trouble now. Qi Yeyu's face was solemn. There was no time to hesitate. The green snake was the same as the heavenly hound. They were both silver bell guardians of the land of heritage. They only had one goal, and that was to kill him. They would never let them enter the land of heritage and accept the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Let's fight. Motherfucker, I'll let you bite me if I can't beat you. De Huang said fiercely. Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, there was no other choice. Facing the green snake was a matter of life and death. The green snake had decided whether they could continue to stay here or not. Once they failed, only death would await them. There was no exception. Yang Guolao and them had fallen into the same situation. However, the battle between Yang Guolao and the heavenly hound was evenly matched. None of them could do anything to the other. All of you must die. The green snake coiled its huge body in the sky and flew up into the clouds. Its tail was more than 100 feet long. Jiang Chen took out his heavenly dragon sword and flew up. He was facing death and going against the odds. This was their last hope. Qi Yeyu led Jiang Chen and the others and started a life and death battle with the green snake. Just a bunch of ants. How dare you compete with the light of a grain of rice? You're overestimating yourself. The green snake charged forward. His body was like an iron rod that could destroy heaven and earth. In the sky, the clouds were dancing, but they were all disturbed by the green snake. Compared to the heavenly hound, the green snake's power was also not to be underestimated. Although Jiang Chen and Qi Yeyu had used all their skills, the green snake's power still left them in the dust. Demonic beast army, come out! Jiang Chen shouted angrily. At this time, thousands of demonic beasts came out in full force. With the Black King leading and the others supporting from the side, they were not completely helpless against the green snake. At this time, thousands of demonic beasts caused a lot of trouble for the green snake. Because of this, their battle became more and more intense. It seems that I have underestimated you, Yang Guolao murmured. Jiang Chen and the others were evenly matched with the green snake. Only by relying on the attacks of the demonic beasts did they manage to turn the situation around. De Huang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although the green snake was powerful, they had the advantage in numbers. They were not to be trifled with. If this goes on, we won't have any chance. Jiang Chen, do you have any ideas? Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Chen. But at this time, they had no way out. They could only fight to the end. Since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. If Yang Guolao defeated the Heavenly Hound now, they would be the ones in the most danger. 2 against 2, both sides were in a stalemate. Let's see who would have the last laugh. However, Jiang Chen had no other ideas. He could only resign himself to fate. It's a pity. If I had a more powerful divine weapon, I might be able to set up another formation. But now, all the divine weapons in my hands have been completely destroyed. Even the Ashura sword formation will not succeed. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. But everything was just as if. He had already tried his best. At the last moment, facing the Silver Bell Guardian, he no longer had any chance. Could it be that the land of inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos was not fated with him? But until the last moment, Jiang Chen would not give up. As long as Yang Guolao could still hold on, he would not give up. Luckily, we killed Neon previously. Otherwise, with the addition of Neon, wouldn't we be dead for sure? Big Yellow sighed. It was a narrow escape, and the battle had reached its final juncture. Chi chi chi, whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind blew, and the sky darkened again. Compared to before, it was even darker. But as time passed, light began to reappear in the world. They saw a shocking firebird soaring into the sky and gradually appearing in their sight. This is, Qi Yeyu's face was filled with shock. It's Neon. Fuck. It's Neon again. Isn't he dead? De Huang roared. Can you not speak? De Huang. The eyes of the 6 ridges coiled dragon flashed. The despair in its eyes made De Huang feel even more uneasy. Ha. Ha, Big Yellow yawned. Its face was as pale as it could be, and it was as ugly as it could be. Your mouth has really been blessed. What you're afraid of comes true. You can even talk a dead thing back to life. You're too amazing, De Huang. Chapter 5003. Neon, you're finally here. Woof woof woof. This time, we, the Silver Bell Guardians, have finally gathered together. Tengdu roared, his expression extremely grim. If not for Neon, they would be in a stalemate now. It would be impossible for anyone to break the stalemate. Fuck. You damn dog. Yang Guolao almost fainted from anger, his body trembling. Neon's strength was obviously as strong as Tengdu's. Her appearance at this time undoubtedly messed up everyone's plans. The stalemate would also be broken. It's not my fault, damn it. De Huang felt very wronged. Neon's appearance was completely hopeless for Jiang Chen and the rest. The 3 beasts were all star level 7 terrifying strength. This time, the reborn Neon was obviously more domineering than before. Neon, reborn from the ashes, he will never die. Jiang Chen murmured, his eyes were increasingly bitter and confused. This time, were they really going to die here? You can't blame it all on me, little Chenzi. Coincidence, this is all a coincidence. De Huang's face was full of despair. Neon's appearance was almost a death sentence for them. Ni Huang, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Green Snake growled. Being surrounded by so many demonic beasts, he was also very depressed. If there were enough ants, they could even kill an elephant. He had to pay attention to these ants at all times. The embankment of 1,000 miles would be destroyed by an ant's nest. He might as well be like Tengu and fight Yang Guolao alone without any worries. Neon, hurry up and attack. Tengu growled. Neon was circling in the sky, but he had yet to attack. If you two continue to quarrel, who should I help first? Neon said with a faint smile. Help me first. Green Snake's voice was extremely sharp, piercing through the clouds. At this time, Neon charged forward, directly into the battle of Jiang Chen and the others. It's over. This time, we're really done for. Qi Yeyu's face was filled with despair. Jiang Chen still wanted to charge at the last moment. At the very least, he couldn't just admit defeat like this. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to unleash his natal soul, he suddenly realized that Neon's attack was not aimed at them, but at the green snake. Hiss, no, this is impossible. Green Snake's voice became extremely low. This time, it was no longer sharp, but he had completely fallen into a state of panic. Blood kept flowing out of his body, and the essence of his body kept leaking out. The green snake grew weaker and weaker, its eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. What, why? Green Snake looked at Neon in disbelief. He didn't know why Neon would rush towards him and pass through his body, causing him to be heavily injured and his life hanging by a thread when he was defenseless. Why don't you hide? I'm going after them. Neon said calmly. Jiang Chen was completely confused. Why was Neon helping them? At the crucial moment, Neon killed Green Snake and let them go. If Neon had rushed towards them just now, they would almost certainly be dead. Even if they didn't die, they would probably be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Neon, what are you doing? What are you doing? Tengu roared, his voice hoarse. The three of them were originally the Silver Bell Guardians, the last guardians of the Emperor of the Cosmos's land of inheritance. But now they had started to kill each other. Neon killed Green Snake, causing him to fall into a panic. He didn't know what to do. Tengu's heart was filled with doubts. How could this be? How could this be? They were the three swordsmen who had lived together for millions of years. They were the most valued mounts of the Emperor of the Cosmos. They were existences that were carefully selected from millions of beasts. But in the end, they were killed by their own companions. This was too ironic. Not only Tengu, but even Qi Yeyu was confused. What exactly happened? Why did this happen? He was originally prepared to welcome death, but at that moment, Neon actually saved them. What's going on? Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also silent. He didn't know what had happened. He just didn't dodge. It's not my fault. Neon said coldly. Tengu was stunned. This was a complete lie. He couldn't believe it at all. How could Neon not know him? How could he not know Green Snake's weakness? Therefore, Neon must have done it on purpose. Tengu's eyes were extremely complicated. He didn't know why Neon would become like this. Do you believe these words yourself? Tengu was stunned and said Lang Lang. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I'll help you now. Nihuang stared fixedly at the heavenly hound. The heavenly hound was incomparably hesitant. Green Snake was already dead, and he died at the hands of his comrade. If this continued, would he become the second Green Snake? Trying to plot against me. You're not worthy. Tengu snorted coldly. But at this moment, Neon had already rushed to his side. Tengu was already prepared and wouldn't give Neon any chance to take advantage of him. As expected, Neon was indeed coming for him. Even Yang Guolao was dumbfounded. Who the hell was on whose side? Neon's attack missed. Tengu's eyes emitted a terrifying ray of light. This guy actually betrayed him. Let's attack together and kill Tengu. Yang Guolao, we'll split the Dawn Stones equally. The rest depends on our own abilities. How about that? Jiang Chen looked at Yang Guolao and transmitted his voice to him. Tengu isn't as simple as you think. Even if Neon and I join forces, we might not be able to kill him. Even if we can, I don't think we can do it in a short period of time. Yang Guolao looked at Jiang Chen. Only by killing Tengu will we have a chance to obtain the inheritance of Emperor Cosmos. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning. All right. Although Yang Guolao didn't know where Neon came from, now that Jiang Chen, himself, and Neon were all targeting Tengu, this was their only chance. They couldn't let it go. Tengu was their leader and the strongest. Green Snake and Neon were much weaker than Tengu. Yang Guolao was able to last until now because Tengu didn't use his full strength. Tengu was also constantly paying attention to the movements of Jiang Chen and the others. He wasn't a stupid dog. He was just waiting for an opportunity and for reinforcements. But now, he no longer had any reinforcements. Green Snake had been killed by Nihuang, and Nihuang had betrayed him. He was completely alone in this battle. Chapter 5004. Killing the Green Snake wasn't a coincidence, nor was it a misunderstanding. Neon had found an opportunity to kill the Green Snake in a single strike. Now, only the Tengu was left. You dare to disobey the Emperor of the Cosmos? Neon, you're courting death. The Tengu's eyes were blazing with rage. One could very well imagine the rage in his eyes. His brothers were killed, and he was betrayed by his comrades. This was the true source of his pain. The Silver Bell protectors had protected the inheritance grounds for tens of millions of years. But in the end, because of the betrayal, the Silver Bell protectors had fallen apart. Why did things turn out like this? Neon, you've truly disappointed me. The Tengu struggled in his heart. He didn't want to stand against Neon, but there was nothing he could do. Neon's massacre had caused the rage in his heart to grow stronger and stronger, to the point where he was losing control of his emotions. Everyone has something they're determined to do. You and I aren't the same kind of people. Neon flapped her wings and swooped down, aiming for the Tengu. Die! Jiang Chen and Qi Yeyu swooped down. Thousands of demonic beasts swarmed towards them like a flood. Yang Guolao attacked with all his might. At this moment, his number one enemy was definitely the Tengu. When he fought against the Tengu earlier, although he managed to hold on, only he knew how pathetic he was. The Tengu didn't even use his full strength. Soul attack, Yang Guolao. If I'm not mistaken, you should already have your own innate astral soul. If not, you wouldn't have been able to escape from my detection. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Yang Guolao. Yang Guolao didn't deny it. Indeed, he had his own innate astral soul. If not, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens to escape from Jiang Chen's detection. He might be able to escape from Qi Yeyu, but the might of an innate astral soul wasn't something anyone could evade. Yang Guolao nodded his head heavily. Jiang Chen executed the soul-seizing divine art to kill the Tengu. Victory or defeat depended on this. Souls lay 1,000 miles boundless. Raging flames burning the heavens. Wave after wave of attacks came crashing down. Everyone was betting on this battle. Tiango's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The two terrifying spiritual soul attacks had caught him off guard, causing him to be in a passive position. He was unable to retaliate at all. While he was hesitating, Qi Yeyu and Ni Hong's attacks came one after another. Furthermore, there was no pause in their attacks and they were seamlessly linked together. Even Qi Yeyu had to sigh in admiration at Neon. He never imagined that Neon would be able to synchronize with him. Get lost. The heavenly hound was enraged. It soared into the sky, wanting to escape from this inescapable net. However, Neon's attacks didn't give it any chance to escape. Furthermore, Jiang Chen and Yang Guolao's soul attacks were even more successful. The heavenly hound had nowhere to run, and there was no way for it to turn the situation around. Bang, 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 like a kite with a broken string, the heavenly hound smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater on the ground. The heavenly hound twitched continuously. Blood flowed down like a stream. Who asked you to act tough? Ha ha ha, you're finished now, aren't you? De Huang kicked the heavenly hound's body and laughed. All of a sudden, the heavenly hound raised its proud head and glared at De Huang. De Huang's face turned pale as he ran away. He's coming back to life. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head. It's just a momentary recovery. He's about to die. I see. Master Dog was scared to death. Damn, if he really bit me, wouldn't I be finished? De Huang said casually. This heavenly hound has the chaotic bloodline. It should be of some help to you. Neon looked at De Huang. Chaotic bloodline. De Huang exchanged glances with Jiang Chen. He was drooling and his face was extremely serious. The chaotic bloodline is the strongest bloodline in the world. It was born at the beginning of the world, when chaos was born. It was born after going through the baptism of chaos. Compared to my phoenix bloodline, it's even scarier. Neon said softly. I'm rich. I'm rich. De Huang widened his eyes and looked at the heavenly hound. The heavenly hound had turned into a dead dog. De Huang knew that this heavenly hound was a true saint beast. It was even stronger than a divine beast. Even though his own bloodline was extremely strong, compared to this heavenly hound, it was still a little shabby. Possession. As long as he possessed the heavenly hound's bloodline, he would be able to deal with the heavenly hound with ease. Without hesitation, De Huang opened his mouth and swallowed the heavenly hound into his stomach. De Huang widened his eyes and held onto his belly. His face was extremely ugly. Little Chenzi, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore, De Huang gritted his teeth and said. His entire body was trembling and his belly was about to explode. Jiang Chen grabbed De Huang's hand. De Huang's face was extremely sallow. Jiang Chen looked at Neon. It's fine. He's just getting weaker. The energy in the heavenly hound's body is too huge. He's a little greedy. With his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to devour the heavenly hound's bloodline in a short period of time. As soon as Neon finished speaking, De Huang fell beside Jiang Chen. His big belly bulged up. However, he had only fainted. No one knew how long it would take for him to absorb the heavenly hound's bloodline. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed as he looked at Neon. He had a feeling that this Neon was not simple. Who are you? Big brother Jiang, it's me. Neon's body shook and the flames faded. Dressed in red, she landed in front of Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. His face was extremely flushed. His excitement was mixed with shock. Luoying. How could it be? This, Luoying. Jiang Chen never dreamed that Neon would become Luoying. How did she do it? Child, my child, Qi Yeyu stared at Luoying in a daze as tears streamed down his old face. He thought that his daughter had died just like that. He thought that he would have to spend the rest of his life in regret and despair. But the Luoying in front of him truly existed. She actually fused with Nai Huang as one. Is this real? Qi Yeyu hugged his child tightly. Although his heart was full of doubts and shock, Luoying's existence was real. Of course it's real. Father, I'm back. Luoying hugged Qi Yeyu tightly. She knew that her departure had made Jiang Chen and her father feel incomparably hopeless. Back then, when you were born, you stepped on a 5-colored phoenix. The reincarnation of a phoenix. Child, you didn't disappoint me. You will always be my pride. Qi Yeyu hugged Luoying. The excitement in his heart was beyond words. He wasn't a failure as a father. At least his daughter was back. This was the happiest moment of his life. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. His eyes were filled with gratification. Luoying's return and merging with Neon had finally made him feel at ease. Chapter 5005. It's good that you're back. Jiang Chen silently gazed at Luoying. At this moment, he was also extremely shocked. He never expected that Luoying would actually come back from the dead. Moreover, she seemed to have inherited Neon's body. This was unimaginable. However, no matter what, it was good that she was back. It was good that she was alive. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with tenderness as he gazed at Luoying. At this moment, Luoying was also gazing at Jiang Chen. Their gazes met, and their eyes were as tender as water. Luoying also never expected that she would be able to see Jiang Chen again. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have crossed thousands of years and reunited again. There was no joy or sorrow in their hearts as they hugged each other tightly without saying a word. This time, Luoying had returned to her peak and possessed Neon's body. Her strength had also reached the 7th heavenly layer of the star realm. Such strength had even surpassed her father, Qi Yeyu. Qi Yeyu's face was filled with gratification. Strength was secondary. As long as his daughter was alive, it was more important than anything else. At this time, he could also go back and explain to his wife. The 7th heavenly layer of the star realm is really reborn. The 6-ridged coiling dragon's eyes were filled with solemnity. Luoying's strength made him feel suffocated. He never expected that Luoying not only did not die, but also benefited from her misfortune. She obtained Neon's body and was reborn from the ashes. This was true luck. This time, I won't be a burden to you. Luoying said with a smile as she raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. I suspect that you are trying to make a fool out of me. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose and said. His strength was only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the star realm. Compared to Luoying, this time, there was a huge gap. Then I will protect you. Luoying said solemnly. Back then, my physical body was destroyed, but I didn't die completely. My soul was preserved, and in the end, it somehow fused with Neon's body. Even I was very curious. Father said that when I was born, I was possessed by a phoenix. It seems that Neon and I really have a great fate. Luoying nodded slightly, her expression grave. She had been able to rise from the ashes thanks to Neon. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to come back to life. All of this seems to be predestined. Jiang Chen murmured. If they hadn't killed Neon, perhaps Luoying wouldn't have had such an opportunity. If Luoying hadn't reincarnated using Neon's body, they wouldn't have been able to survive. All of this seemed to be a predestined fate. Yeah, even now, I still feel like it's been a lifetime. Luoying said. Brother Jiang, who is he? An old bastard. Jiang Chen said. You're the old bastard. Your whole family are old bastards. Yang Guolao squinted his eyes and said unforgivingly. Now, do you think that you can still snatch the treasure from my hands? I must obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiang Chen looked straight at Yang Guolao and said. Jiang Chen was very clear that the danger had not disappeared. If he rashly fought with Yang Guolao at this time, he didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter next. Green Snake, Heavenly Hound, Neon, and the other Silver Bell Guardians were all guarding the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. He had no idea what kind of obstacles he would face next. Even if they came to the land of inheritance, they could still lose their lives here. I've already made up my mind. You guys don't have the strength to make me back off. Although this little girl is very strong, I'm not afraid of you. Other than her, who else can fight against me? Yang Guolao said with a smile. At this time, neither of them could do anything to the other. Moreover, Yang Guolao was obviously more confident, although Jiang Chen didn't know why this old man was so blindly confident. I'm not sure that I can defeat him. Luoying looked at Jiang Chen and said with a voice transmission. In that case, why don't we cooperate? As for who will have the last laugh in the end, it will depend on our own luck. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We are all in danger. If we don't cooperate, we might all die if we encounter a great demon like the Heavenly Hound Green Snake. Jiang Chen said faintly. That's not bad. He. But don't have any ulterior motives. Let me tell you, this old man is not to be trifled with. He. Yang Guolao said confidently. Even if this alliance was not important to him, at least Jiang Chen and the others wouldn't be thinking about him all the time. One more friend was better than one more enemy. They didn't know if Emperor of the Cosmos had any backup plans. What seemed to be a flat plane in front of them might be an undercurrent. Then let's go. Whoever can get the treasure will depend on their own abilities. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Luoying had been following beside Jiang Chen. Although their current strength wasn't something Yang Guolao could compare to, if the star level 7 Yang Guolao wanted to leave, other than Luoying, the others wouldn't be able to do anything. Let's go over this mountain first. Qi Yeyu said. That's right. We are also confused now. After going over this mountain and this ridge, the real peak is in front of us. Yang Guolao said with a smile. He was calm and his face was full of vigor. Those silver bells are all broken. Luoying said in a low voice. Jiang Chen looked at the mountain and saw this scene. The silver bells that had been vibrating before were indeed broken. Behind this mountain, there must be something we want. Let's not waste time. He. Yang Guolao took the lead and rushed to the front. Big brother Jiang. Luoying said in a low voice. Don't worry. There are no real treasures behind this mountain. I have inherited some of Neon's memories. There will be many paths behind this mountain. What next? Where will it lead to? Jiang Chen looked at Luoying. It would be best if she knew where it was safe. After all, she had inherited Neon's memories. Luoying shook her head. She wasn't sure either because her memories were only fragmented. She didn't completely inherit Neon's memories. The mountain in front of her gave her an inexplicable sense of oppression, but she didn't know why. I don't know either, but at least there are no treasures ahead. Neon's memories only stop here. However, I know which path to take. Since this old man is so anxious, let him lead the way. We will be happy to be idle. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with a meaningful look. Chapter 5006. After Jiang Chen and the others crossed the mountain, a vast wilderness appeared in front of them. The surroundings were filled with a desolate atmosphere, which formed a sharp contrast with the other side of the mountain. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance. Although the wilderness was desolate, there were 9 paths that led in all directions. Although the scene was extremely desolate, these 9 paths gave people a completely different feeling. This is the Emperor of the Cosmos's 9 reincarnations. Yang Guolao said in a low voice. The brilliance in his eyes was getting brighter. 9 reincarnations. What does that mean? Jiang Chen looked at Yang Guolao. Yang Guolao smiled and said calmly, the 9 reincarnations is the method of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It is also a reincarnation left behind by him when he created the world. To be exact, even he himself might not have understood how the 9 reincarnation cycles were formed. The end of the 9 reincarnation cycles is a rugged journey filled with fantasies. Every path represents a reincarnation cycle. Once you choose it, there is no turning back. It could be a myriad of changes in an instant, it could be a narrow escape, it could be a narrow escape, it could be a path of riches and glory, and it could even be a path of hell. So, where does the other side of the 9 reincarnations lead to? Qi Yeyu said. It may be a transformation, or it may be an eternal farewell. Yang Guolao smiled faintly. Jiang Chen looked at Luoying. Luoying nodded slightly. Yang Guolao was right. In her scattered memories, there was not much information about the 9 reincarnations. However, this was the only way to the land of inheritance. In order to obtain the inheritance, one must choose one of the 9 reincarnations. The 9 paths led to 9 directions. In each direction, the wind and clouds were surging and the weather was different. Some were rolling clouds, some were fierce, some were flying yellow sand, and some were pouring rain. Jiang Chen closed his eyes. His mind moved slightly. He seemed to have heard a call, a child's call, the call of the river wind. Let's go here. This should be the safest path. Luoying looked at Jiang Chen and said. All right, let's go here. Qi Yeyu naturally had no objections. His daughter had inherited Neon's body, and her strength was still above his IQ. Qi Yeyu naturally had full trust in her. This old man will take his leave first. Yang Guolao glanced at Luoying and the others before he chose a path with surging winds and clouds. Jiang Chen glanced at Yang Guolao, shook his head and said to Luoying and the others. You guys go this way, I want to go this way. Why? It's raining cats and dogs on that path, and I don't know what kind of path it is. 9 reincarnations, it's also filled with danger. This isn't just a path, it's also a cultivation. Luoying frowned. Because I think there's something I want on that road. Jiang Chen said. You don't have to come with me. I know what I'm doing. But, Luoying frowned. No buts, it's no big deal. I've been able to escape danger every time. This time is nothing. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't want to cause trouble for Luoying because he vaguely felt a trace of Feng Er's aura. He didn't know if it was an illusion or real, but he had to go. Although Luoying had inherited Neon's body, she might not be 100% clear about the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Therefore, it went without saying how dangerous it was. Jiang Chen didn't want to implicate Luoying and Qi Yeyu. Although the two of them were very strong, he, together with the 6-spine coiling dragon and the Black King, were not to be trifled with. Whether or not he could solve the doubts in his heart depended on this time. If there was danger and Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu were implicated, Jiang Qin was unwilling. After all, Luo Ying didn't owe him anything. This was his promise to Feng Er and the home of his family. Luo Ying's sacrifice was not worth it. Jiang Qin was not a savior, but he only wanted to save his child. He wasn't sure if there was anything he wanted in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The 9 reincarnations were definitely not simple. Jiang Qin had already mentally prepared for everything. After all, it's safe here. You must know that I can't do this for my own selfish desires. Don't worry, I promise you that there won't be any danger. Jiang Qin insisted. Luo Ying knew that Jiang Qin definitely didn't want her to be involved with him. However, at this time, seeing Jiang Qin's insistence, Luo Ying knew that no matter how much she said, it would be useless. In that case, you must take care. Big brother Jiang, I'll be waiting for you. Luo Ying didn't continue to entangle with Jiang Qin. Now that the old bastard Yang Guolao had entered, they had to act quickly. Okay. Jiang Qin nodded heavily. Take care. Qi Yeyu also looked at Jiang Qin and said. Everyone looked solemn and prepared to enter the 9 reincarnations. The so-called 9 reincarnations were 9 different paths. There was a thick fog in front of them. As for where they could go, it would depend on their own luck. Coiling Dragon, it's been hard on you to follow me and fight to the death. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Jiang Qin had already prepared himself for this journey of no return. However, he couldn't see anything clearly in front of him, only the heavy rain that kept pouring down. Since I've chosen this path and chosen to follow you, I've already disregarded my own life and death. Everyone has their own pursuits. I know that in your heart, your dreams and pursuits are even more lofty. Although I might not be able to see them clearly, there's no need to doubt the shock you brought me. I'm even more clear that with my strength, if I continue to stay in the Water Curtain Mountain, I'll probably stop here. I'm not willing to be a greater demon. My dream is to roam the eternal world. The 6-ridged coiling dragon smiled lightly. Okay, then from now on, we will wander the eternal world together. This time, as long as we can obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, it will be time for us to leave the heaven-awakened planet. Jiang Qin said solemnly. However, the prerequisite was that he had to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Otherwise, what was the point of all his hard work? There was also another point. Jiang Qin had already felt a trace of summoning. He wasn't sure if it was the wind, but it was definitely coming from the great emperor's tomb. On this path of wind and rain, Jiang Qin's feeling became more and more obvious. Heavy rain fell all around them, wind and thunder rolled, and lightning flashed. However, they still didn't know when the path ahead would end. Jiang Qin was very careful. He didn't know what the reincarnation path of this life would be like, but the surrounding lightning struck the ground again and again, making people feel a lingering fear. Even the 6-ridged coiling dragon was very shocked. It kept following Jiang Qin, afraid that there would be any accidents. After all, Jiang Qin's strength was inferior to itself, so the 6-ridged coiling dragon placed great importance on Jiang Qin's safety. What is that? Chapter 5007. 9-Colored Lightning. Jiang Qin's eyes were blazing with passion. 9-colored thunderbolts fell from the sky without any sound, but they were extremely powerful. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard as the thunderbolts covered the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white. 9 different colored thunderbolts gathered together and struck down from the clouds. Jiang Qin's heart palpitated. This was a dreadful thunderbolt from the outer heavens. It was even stronger than his own thunderbolt. Such terrifying lightning, even a level 9-star state wouldn't be able to survive it. The six-back coiling dragon couldn't help but be speechless. It was too terrifying. It was the first time it saw such terrifying lightning since it was born. 9-colored lightning represented 9 different types of power. When the power interweaved, it seemed to seal the entire sky. Indeed, these 9 lightning bolts seemed to belong to different masters, but in fact, they're one lightning bolt. Jiang Chen said seriously. How is that possible? The six-back coiling dragon looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. That's because you don't understand. Jiang Chen's expression was very serious. At this time, he saw a figure. Under the 9-colored lightning, that figure seemed to be made of steel. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his upper body was bare. His muscles were golden, and his whole body was shrouded in flames. He roared towards the sky. No, impossible. Feng air. Jiang Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His face was pale without blood. He didn't expect that the figure under the 9-colored lightning would be Feng air. Although it was only a back view, Jiang Chen definitely wouldn't be wrong. That was Feng air. There was no mistake. Feng air was here. Why would Feng air appear under the 9-colored lightning? Don't, Jiang Chen roared and charged forward. His eyes were filled with blood. He kept charging towards the 9-colored lightning at an extremely fast speed. Once the 9-colored lightning fell, Feng air would definitely die. This is too terrifying. Jiang Chen, the six-back coiling dragon didn't look sideways, but he never expected that Jiang Chen would actually charge towards the 9-colored lightning. He was calling out to that shirtless youth. Could that person be Jiang Chen's relative? Was that really the case? Otherwise, why would he rush forward recklessly? The 9-colored lightning was hopeless for experts like them. That kind of terrifying pressure made the 6 coiling dragons feel suffocated in front of the 9-colored lightning. However, Jiang Chen rushed forward at this time. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Knowing that there's a tiger in the mountain, he still went towards the tiger. He had no choice because that shirtless youth was his son, the most important person in his life. How could Jiang Chen watch Feng get struck by the 9-colored lightning? Even if he had to pay with his own life, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate. Feng air was his belief and hope to break into the eternal world alone. For so many years, he had been waiting. He firmly believed that Feng air would be fine. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to find Feng air. Jiang Chen didn't have any hesitation. No matter how terrifying the 9-colored lightning was, as a father, he wasn't afraid. As long as Feng air was fine, he would be happy. Feng air, wait for me. Father is coming. Jiang Chen's body was like lightning as he flew forward. His feet stepped on the sky ascension stairs as if he was flying. Father, don't come over. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore. Jiang Chen didn't know whether it was his own heart or his mind that was echoing these words. That was definitely Feng air's voice. It must be him. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore. It lasted for a long time, enlightening even the deaf. Sigh. The 6-spined dragon's face was ashen as it sighed softly. Jiang Chen was probably going to die this time. Even a 9th heavenly layer star wouldn't be able to avoid the 9-colored lightning. Perhaps only those who surpassed the star realm could contend with it. However, Jiang Chen still went without hesitation. I'm coming. Jiang Chen was extremely anxious. The 9-colored lightning was too fast, too strong, and too fierce. Jiang Chen activated the lightning in his body, and it circled around his body, preparing to have a crazy clash with the nine-colored lightning. Breaking heavenly lightning of drought. Dawn sky golden lightning. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. 1,000 flames annihilation lightning. 4 lightning bolts intertwined on Jiang Chen's body. The lightning source kept spreading out. Jiang Chen rose up and approached the 9-colored lightning. What a great Jiang Chen! The 6-spined dragon's eyes turned red. Jiang Chen's lightning source had protected his heart. In this battle, facing the 9-colored lightning, Jiang Chen might not necessarily be struck to death. Perhaps there was still a chance. Perhaps it was just the beginning. Jiang Chen's mind was as firm as ever. He must save his son. That was his effort for such a long time. Even if his body was crushed, even if it was beyond redemption. The 6-spined dragon knew that Jiang Chen wasn't charging blindly. He knew that even if the 4 lightning sources couldn't contend against the 9-colored lightning, they wouldn't just be struck to death. Feng Er. Feng Er. Quickly dodge. Jiang Chen roared with all his might. Even his eyeballs were about to pop out. It was because he was already too late. The 9-colored lightning struck Feng Er's body. In the end, he was still a step too late. No, Jiang Chen felt like he was about to die. He was just one step away from saving Feng Er. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Under the bombardment of the 9-colored lightning, Feng Er's flesh and blood were torn apart and dissipated. Jiang Chen was pushed back by the terrifying shockwave of the lightning. If it wasn't for the protection of the 4 lightning essences, perhaps he would have died without a burial place. However, these weren't what Jiang Chen cared about. What he cared about was that Feng Er didn't manage to dodge and he was one step away. Why? Why? Just one step away. Jiang Chen felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, blaming himself. Why couldn't he be the one to die? Why did Feng have to bear the bombardment of the 9-colored lightning? Why was that? PFFF, Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. Under the dragon transformation, his body was almost penetrated by the 9-colored lightning. No one could imagine how overbearing the 9-colored lightning was. Why can't I be the one to die? Jiang Chen murmured. In his eyes, a teardrop was filled with the self-reproach and guilt of a father. He was unwilling to accept this. It's fake, Jiang Chen, all of this is fake. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed dramatically. The 6 coiling dragons seemed to have woken up from a dream and shouted. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the surrounding sky. His mood was still indescribable. The 6 coiling dragons madly rushed towards Jiang Chen. Everything just now was too realistic, as if it was real. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. However, only Jiang Chen knew that this was not a dream. Jiang Chen could still distinguish between illusion and reality. Although this was like an illusion, Jiang Chen knew that this was not a dream at all. Feng Er, where are you? Chapter 5008. His injuries were real, and everything in front of him was real. How could it be an illusion? Although the world had changed drastically, and the 9-colored thunderbolt had disappeared without a trace, Jiang Chen's body had been greatly suppressed. However, Jiang Chen's body was greatly suppressed and heavily injured. This couldn't be fake. But how could this be explained? Everything in front of him had disappeared. Feng had also dissipated. Jiang Chen had no idea whether he was dead or had disappeared along with the 9-colored thunderbolt. He couldn't let go of the rage in his heart. Why? Why couldn't I be the one who died? Feng Er, what happened to you? Father is really worried. Are you in these 9 cycles of reincarnation? Why do you look so sad and painful when I see you? The 9-colored thunderbolt was extremely powerful, and Jiang Chen couldn't control it. At this time, he was even more suspicious. Was the one he was looking for here? Jiang Chen's heart became extremely anxious. His child had once again slipped away from him. Was he still alive? Why did he always dream of the same scene? Why did he disappear without a trace every time he didn't let him see his face? Why did he appear here in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos? Was there any relationship between him and the Emperor of the Cosmos? Jiang Chen didn't know where to start, and he didn't know who to look for. His injuries were very serious. The 9-colored thunderbolt from before was not fake, and what he saw was not fake. Jiang Chen was 100% sure. However, he could only continue moving forward. As for what else he would encounter, only God knew. Are you okay? The 6-ridged coiling dragon asked nervously. Looking at Jiang Chen's appearance, it was very scary. Could he have been struck dumb by the thunderbolt? He knew that Jiang Chen wanted to find his child, but now that he was so seriously injured, where could he find his child? I'm fine. Jiang Chen shook his head and sorted out his thoughts. He couldn't be trapped here, or else he wouldn't have the time and opportunity to find Feng. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Let's go. Jiang Chen said as he continued forward with the 6-ridged coiling dragon. After walking for a long time, Jiang Chen could feel that his body had undergone a huge change. In fact, he had become extremely light, as though he had been reborn. Jiang Chen frowned. Did this happen just by walking on the path of 9 reincarnations? Although he did not know what was going on, the increase in his strength was real. The Genesis Qi in Jiang Chen's body had become more abundant and solid, while his body had also become stronger than before. Coiling dragon, how do you feel? Jiang Chen asked. I don't feel anything, do you? This 9 lives reincarnation, could it be a lie? The 6-spine coiling dragon said noncommittally. That shouldn't be the case. My body has become much stronger. It's probably because of the 9-colored thunderbolt earlier. Jiang Chen did not dare to be certain, but the 6-spine coiling dragon had not changed. Only his body had changed, which could only be due to the 9-colored thunderbolt. Could it be that the 9-colored thunderbolt was a divine tool for body tempering? But why did he see Feng under the 9-colored thunderbolt? Feng was definitely not an illusion. He had already turned to ashes under the 9-colored thunderbolt, but whether it was the real Feng still needed to be verified. Reality and illusion. On the path of 9 reincarnations, Jiang Chen felt that it was all a dream. However, some people in a dream were in reality, while others were in an illusion. They were all different. You don't have a past or present life, nor do you have any wishes or regrets. Therefore, you may not be able to see anything. Your reality is an illusion, and your illusion is also reality. Jiang Chen pondered. The 6-spine coiling dragon was more realistic than him, and even in the 9 lives reincarnation, there was nothing that could disturb it. On the contrary, his 9 lives reincarnation had nearly caused him to fall into a trap. This is too scary. The things here are not illusions, but reality. If I had been struck by the 9-colored thunderbolt, I would have died. TSK, TSK, TSK. The 6-spine coiling dragon shuddered. The ending was hard to imagine. Even Jiang Chen could not help but feel a little scared. If he did not have the protection of the 4 thunderbolts, he might have already turned to ashes. He would not be standing here at all. The 9 lives reincarnation was indeed a peerlessly dangerous place. Were the other 8 paths of reincarnation the same? Jiang Chen did not know, but according to Luo Ying's memories, they should be fine, right? This danger was really high, but fortunately, he had survived. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now, Jiang Chen's only worry was Feng Er. Was he in the tomb of Emperor of the Cosmos? The fight for the inheritance battle had become even more complicated and confusing. Emperor of the Cosmos, what kind of existence are you? The 9 lives reincarnation path did not hinder the pace of Jiang Chen and the 6-spine coiling dragon. The two of them quickly rushed out of the 9 lives reincarnation path. At this time, Jiang Chen found that Yang Guolao had already appeared in front of him. In front of them, the cliff was thousands of zhang high, and the blue sea was endless. Hee, kid, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You came through the 9 lives reincarnation path unscathed. I thought you wouldn't be able to endure it. Yang Guolao said with a smile. You are the one who can't endure it. I am living well. You will be the one to die first. Jiang Chen said solemnly. You are really arrogant. Aren't you afraid that I will take this opportunity to kill you? Yang Guolao said. You can try. I can't beat you, but you can't kill me either. Jiang Chen and Yang Guolao looked at each other without the slightest fear. Well said. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. I hope you can always be so confident. Yang Guolao gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. You flatter me. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to get rid of this old man at every moment. When he looked back, he found that Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu had already come out. The two of them had also successfully passed. However, Qi Yeyu was obviously seriously injured and did not look good. Are you okay? City Lord Qi. Jiang Chen asked. It's nothing serious for the time being. Qi Yeyu smiled bitterly. Luo Ying nodded. At this time, it was better to be more cautious. However, what Jiang Chen did not expect was that they would encounter a huge obstacle in front of them. A natural moat appeared in front of them. Most importantly, this natural moat was a sea, a spiral-shaped sea with layers of waves. From time to time, there were strong winds, and from time to time, the waves were calm and the wind was calm. In the distance was a cliff-like platform with white jade steps. However, this sea was too far away. Jiang Chen mobilized the Genesis Qi in his body, but he could not fly over. The storm above this sea was extremely terrifying. Chapter 5009. The white jade mansion was small and exquisite, emitting a white light. The surroundings were filled with bright colors that lingered around the white jade mansion. The mansion looked like it was on the sea, standing tall and aloof. However, upon closer inspection, it was a heavenly palace. The sea was merely its protector. The waves were stacked on top of each other, one wave after another. This sea was extremely unusual, and the sea breeze was like a demonic blade. Jiang Chen and the others were only a few hundred meters away from the mansion, but Jiang Chen felt like they were thousands of miles away. Can't fly. I don't believe it. Yang Guolao snorted coldly. The space there was extremely distorted. Flying was almost impossible. Moreover, the turbulent space and the demonic wind on the sea could tear their bodies apart. Yang Guolao was not convinced. He flew up, but he was blown back by the demonic wind. Without the support of source power, he fell from the sky and hugged the ground. Yang Guolao's face was covered in dirt, and his expression became more and more unsightly. It seems like you have no choice but to believe it. Jiang Chen shrugged. Yang Guolao snorted coldly. He was very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. The turbulent space was indeed too terrifying. Coupled with the demonic wind on the sea, even a peak star-grade powerhouse would be torn to pieces. That white jade mansion is the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Luoying looked at Jiang Qin. Although she knew that it was the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos, she could not get close. She could see it, but she could not touch it. Who wouldn't be excited? Who wouldn't be depressed? What can we do? Even if the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos is all there, we can't go there. Yang Guolao said angrily. Why don't we try from the sea? Qi Yeyu said hesitantly. If they jumped into the sea and swam to the other side, it would not be impossible, right? The demonic wind in the sea is enough to tear the body of a star-grade expert to pieces. It won't work. Jiang Chen was also at his wits' end. Could it be that they were willing to be stuck here? In front of him was the treasure, the inheritance of the great emperor that he coveted, but what could he do if he couldn't obtain it? Look, there was supposed to be a bridge here, but it's a pity that it's broken. The gap between the bridge and the white jade mansion has become a natural chasm. Only an expert surpassing the star level would be able to cross it. However, I don't know if the spatial turbulence and the demonic wind can be overcome. Luoying said. Indeed, at the edge of the cliff, there were traces of a broken bridge. However, for some unknown reason, it had long been separated from the white jade mansion. The broken bridge in the middle had become a headache for everyone. Is there really no other way? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at Luoying. Luoying had inherited Neon's memories. If even she did not have a solution, then it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Luoying pondered for a moment but couldn't do anything about it. She shook her head and sighed. We can't fly over it, and we can't cross it either. Looks like we came here for nothing. Qi Yeyu said. This sea is called the Sea of Fangluanhai. Legend has it that it was formed by the tears of a goddess. The tears of a goddess contain endless anger and roars. Therefore, even the Emperor of the Cosmos wanted to build a bridge over this Sea of Fangluanhai. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of years have passed, and we can't see the person who crossed the bridge. Looks like we really can't cross it. Yang Guolao kept shaking his head. His heart was full of unwillingness. Although the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos was good, he simply could not get close to it. Sea of Fangluanhai, Jiang Chen murmured. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one knew what he wanted to do. However, Jiang Chen was still unwilling to leave like this. He had suffered untold hardships to come here, and he had narrowly escaped death. If he left like this, it would be a regret for the rest of his life. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. Jiang Chen repeated the words that echoed in his mind when he went to save Feng Er. Feng Er, are you here or not? Why did you say such words to your father? Could it be that there is really an existence ahead that we can't contend against? The Emperor of the Cosmos was extremely powerful. In the eyes of the Emperor of the Cosmos, stellar-level experts were no threat at all. They were no different from ants. Feng Er, are you really going to give me another warning? Jiang Chen had always believed that he and Feng were connected. Whether it was the danger that Feng encountered or the scene that appeared on the path of reincarnation, Jiang Chen knew that it was not groundless. Perhaps, the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos is really not fated with me. Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably conflicted. If he wanted to become stronger, if he wanted to follow Feng Er's footsteps, Jiang Chen had to go all out. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Only the strong could have a foothold in the eternal world. Only by becoming stronger could he find traces of Feng Er. Because the eternal world was too big, Jiang Chen had to do this. However, there was no way forward. The sea of bitterness was separated by heaven and earth. The tear of the goddess was their obstacle. Perhaps, I really should go. This place is not fated with me. Jiang Chen looked at Luoying and Qi Yeyu. Although he wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos more than anyone else, he couldn't advance at all. Jiang Chen wasn't a person who liked to give up. If it wasn't for Feng Er's words, the sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you will be saved, echoing in his heart, Jiang Chen would never have given up. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity wasn't something that anyone could encounter. Even if they encountered it, they might not be able to obtain it. Although Yang Guolao had calculated everything, in the end, he still gained nothing. It was like drawing water with a wicker basket. Although he knew the origin of the Fang Luanhai, what could he do? He still couldn't break through the Fang Luanhai and enter the White Jade Mansion. Big brother Jiang. Have you really decided to turn back? Luoying couldn't believe it. Jiang Chen was a person who wouldn't give up until he died. Although there was no result now, turning back was not his character at all. In front of them was the real peerless treasure, the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. The White Jade Mansion must be filled with endless treasures. That was the palace of the Emperor of the Cosmos. However, at the last moment, Jiang Chen actually gave up. It couldn't be said that he gave up. Perhaps it was because he knew how difficult it was. However, even Luoying didn't choose to give up so quickly. She still wanted to try again. However, Jiang Chen retreated bravely. At the most critical moment, he chose to remain silent. Yes, the sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you will be saved. Perhaps this originally didn't belong to me. Human strength is sometimes limited. I have tried my best and have no regrets. I will wait for you on the path of the 9 reincarnations. Chapter 50-10. Brother Jiang Chen, are you sure you don't want to give it another try? Perhaps with so many of us working together, there's still hope. Qi Yeyu looked solemn as he looked at Jiang Chen. No one knew Jiang Chen's determination better than him. Qi Yeyu saw Jiang Chen in big letters, but he chose to retreat at the last moment. Perhaps he had his own difficulties that he couldn't mention. However, retreating in front of a treasure was a respectable thing to do. Facing the temptation of the inheritance of the great emperor, Jiang Chen was able to ignore it. One could imagine that his state of mind must be very strong. In order to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, Qi Yeyu knew how much Jiang Chen had sacrificed. However, he was able to let it go just like that. It was really admirable. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. I've done enough. I'll do my best and leave it to fate. Now, I feel that it's no longer necessary. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not meant to be, don't force it. Jiang Chen chuckled. His carefree and open-minded attitude left Qi Yeyu in the dust. Interesting. Ha. I didn't expect you to have such awareness. Very good. It seems that I have one less competitor. Yang Guolao said happily. Jiang Chen's withdrawal was definitely good news for him. Moreover, Jiang Chen was prepared to retreat. In other words, he would not continue to compete for the inheritance of the great emperor. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently and looked at the 6-ridged coiling dragon. I'm willing to leave with you. The 6-ridged coiling dragon naturally wouldn't let Jiang Chen leave alone. At this time, it would definitely advance and retreat together with him. All right. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. As he turned around, he didn't have the same imposing manner as before. Because of Feng Er, because of his child, that sentence lingered in his mind. Besides Feng Er, no one could make Jiang Chen so calm. He had already arrived at the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, so how could he leave? But those cries and warnings were all a source of warmth to Jiang Chen's heart. In that case, you are not in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This world doesn't belong to me, so why should I force it? Now that things have come to this, I have no way out. Luoying, I will fight to the death for the heaven-enlightening starfield. If I miss this opportunity, I won't be able to live for another 10 million years. For Qi Yeyu, this was a rare opportunity. He couldn't leave just like that. Furthermore, this was within the boundaries of the heaven-awakening star region. He had to persist to the end. Even if he couldn't obtain the Tao, he definitely couldn't let this old man obtain it. Otherwise, the heaven-awakening star region would face a disaster and be threatened. As the lord of the heaven-awakening star region, Qi Yeyu was naturally duty-bound. In that case, I will accompany you to the end, father. Luo Ying's heart was firm. If it had been Jiang Qin, she would have made the same decision. It was the same for her father. After so many years, the relationship between her and her father had become increasingly strained. Hence, this was a good opportunity for them to work together. For the heaven-awakening star region and for her father, Luo Ying's choice was understandable. I will wait for you at the reincarnation path. Jiang Chen glanced at Luo Ying before turning and leaving. Perhaps he would miss out on a lot, but he was more willing to believe in his son. Perhaps he would lose a lot, but his son's words still lingered in his ears. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. Although he had given up on a lot, he was still very happy. However, after taking 100 steps, Jiang Chen's eyes became incomparably passionate. What is that? What terrifying energy! The six-ridged coiled dragon mumbled. The six-spine coiling dragon murmured. He felt that his body was about to be squashed by this energy. Why hadn't they discovered this before? Thank you, Feng Er. Jiang Chen didn't look sideways as he gazed at the huge mountain that they had already seen. The mountain that was engraved with the words inheritance ground. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds, but repent and you will be saved. Jiang Chen finally understood the meaning of this sentence. If he hadn't turned around sincerely, they wouldn't have been able to see this scene. When Jiang Chen turned his head again, he couldn't see Luo Ying, Qi Yeyu, and the others anymore. His state of mind was neither happy nor sad. Because of this, he and the six-ridged coiling dragon had entered another space. The same scene, the same image, but it was an overlapping space. It was simply breathtaking. Emperor of the Cosmos, you are indeed worthy of being called the Emperor of the Cosmos. Raging waves surged in Jiang Chen's heart. Choosing to turn around this time might have been the best decision he had ever made in his life. If he hadn't turned around sincerely, he wouldn't have been able to enter this space. If he hadn't entered this space, he wouldn't have been able to see the true treasure. For Jiang Chen, this was a true treasure. He wouldn't exchange it for a mountain of gold or silver. What the hell is this energy boulder? What the hell is it? The six-ridged coiling dragon was still in a daze. It didn't express its opinion. The six-ridged coiling dragon had never seen such a huge energy boulder before. It was even more terrifying than the origin stone. Compared to the six-ridged coiling dragon's shock, Jiang Chen was filled with happiness. With this energy boulder, or rather, this energy mountain, his trip to the great emperor's tomb was not in vain. Even if he didn't obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, it didn't matter. This is the core of a star, a true treasure. What I and the Eastern Mountain Elders fought over was just the tip of the iceberg. The core of a star is where the energy of the entire Tianqi star resides. The core of a star is filled with the power of the stars. Because of the existence of the core, the Tianqi star continuously revolves, and revolves. In other words, it is the heart of the Tianqi star. Without the core, the Tianqi star is a dead star. With the core, the Tianqi star can grow and multiply. An incomparable brilliance bloomed in Jiang Chen's eyes. It must have been because the Emperor of the Cosmos set up a formation on the core. If we hadn't turned around sincerely, we wouldn't have seen the true treasure. Ha 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 ha. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds, turn back to the shore. Feng I finally understand your good intentions. Perhaps this is the true treasure of the great Emperor's tomb. Chapter 5011. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. He had searched far and wide for it, only to find it by chance. All of this was thanks to Feng Er's warning. If it wasn't for Feng Er's warning, he definitely wouldn't have given up on the great Emperor's inheritance. No matter how difficult it was, he would have walked to the end. But now, Jiang Chen suddenly looked back and realized that the real treasure was right behind him. That mountain was the core of the Tianqi star, the thing that Jiang Chen had been searching for. I see. The six-spine coiling dragon was shocked. Such a huge source of energy was actually this mountain. The core of a star was something he had never heard of before. This is the core of a star, the true source of energy. The power of the stars is all here. Today, I will devour this core. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing as he said this. What? The six-spine coiling dragon looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This mountain was huge. Could Jiang Chen really absorb such a huge amount of energy? This was simply too inconceivable. But since Jiang Chen had said so, he must have his reasons. It wouldn't be groundless. The six-spine coiling dragon couldn't imagine it. If this mountain was really devoured by Jiang Chen, wouldn't his strength increase by leaps and bounds? What was the purpose of entering the great Emperor's tomb? Wasn't it to continuously break through and reach the peak? At this moment, it was clear that Jiang Chen had achieved his goal. No matter what the great Emperor's inheritance was, he seemed to have found what he wanted. This was enough. The core of this star is the key to my breakthrough. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. The heavens didn't disappoint those who worked hard. He had finally found the core of the Tianqi star. Congratulations, Master, congratulations, Master. The Black King said excitedly. Now that he had found the core, Jiang Chen's astral pole would have a huge improvement. At that time, his power would definitely multiply. The core of a star wasn't something that could be found on all planets. The core of every star contained an unparalleled amount of star energy, and this star energy was the best source of energy for Jiang Chen to use the astral. Master, the coiling dragon and I will protect you. Just devour the core. The Black King said in a deep voice. All right. It's been hard on you too. Jiang Chen nodded. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. All of this was fate. The wind's warning was the key for Jiang Chen to find the core. He was finally going to break through again. The second firmament of the star state was far from his limit. This time, it would depend on whether he could devour the core completely. Jiang Chen was solemn. The energy in the core was terrifying, and the star power was also abnormally strong. It wouldn't be easy for him to devour it perfectly. He had to be careful. Otherwise, if the star power couldn't be perfectly compressed to a balanced state, Jiang Chen might have to choose between life and death. The core of a star contained boundless energy, but it was also a double-edged sword for Jiang Chen. Water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. Nothing could be achieved overnight. If he wanted to become stronger, Jiang Chen had to endure more than ordinary people. Core of a star, Emperor of the Cosmos. Thank you. Jiang Chen didn't look sideways. He activated the astral pole and prepared to devour the core. His mind was connected. His dantian surged and devoured the firmament. The astral pole was the most powerful and monstrous cultivation technique in the world. Otherwise, Longfoot wouldn't have been hunted down by the Eternal Lord just to obtain the astral pole. Jiang Chen was incomparably solemn. The astral pole revolved and frantically plundered the star power in the core. The terrifying energy kept surging into Jiang Chen's body. At that moment, the sky changed color and the earth spun. The six-ridged coiling dragon was shocked. He had followed Jiang Chen and seen too many unbelievable things. Jiang Chen's strength had changed the world. Although there was still a significant gap between their strength, he could still erupt with earth-shattering power. The six-ridged coiling dragon could feel the boundless energy surging into Jiang Chen's body. The majestic aura was unimaginable. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the second heaven of the star realm. How could he withstand such a huge amount of energy? This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Even a pinnacle star realm might not be able to withstand it. However, Jiang Chen did it. The terrifying star power was unimaginable. When it was used on a person, it was like being run over by thousands of soldiers and horses. It was suffocating. In short, the six-ridged coiling dragon didn't dare to imagine it. If it was him, his body would have long exploded. Jiang Chen was simply a walking miracle. How terrifying! The six-ridged coiling dragon murmured. Now you know how terrifying Master is. He he he. Although the star core this time is a bit huge, I believe that Master will definitely be able to devour it. The astral stars devour everything. Even the core of a star is nothing to them. The Black King looked at the six-ridged coiling dragon, who nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen was too domineering. His existence was a legend. The star power continuously surged into Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen swallowed it like a whale. The huge amount of energy made Jiang Chen feel enlightened. It was abnormally carefree and comfortable. The feeling of being enveloped by the star power made him unable to calm down for a long time. Let the tempest come even more fiercely. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. The astral pole kept revolving and the star core kept shrinking. The huge mountain also started to shake. The violent star power within the star core had already started to leak out uncontrollably. At this moment, Yang Guolao, Luo Ying and the others, who were standing in front of Fang Luanhai, were all confused. They didn't know what was going on, as they had also felt this terrifying and abnormal vibration. What's going on? Qi Yeyu looked at Luo Ying. Luo Ying was confused and shook her head. She didn't know where this vibration had come from. I don't know either, but it seems to be that mountain. Luo Ying pointed at the mountain in the land of inheritance and looked back. In their eyes, they still couldn't see the scene of Jiang Chen devouring the star core. This was because Jiang Chen and they weren't in the same space. They were in two different spaces, which caused the star core to be covered in dust. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Yang Guolao had a complicated look in his eyes as he looked at the mountain. No one knew what he was thinking. He felt uneasy and couldn't calm down. Could there be other treasures in the tomb of the great emperor of the cosmos? Chapter 50:12. The entire heaven-awakened planet was filled with torrential rain. Countless mountains, rivers, and volcanoes began to tremble. The earth started to collapse, and rivers started to flow in reverse. Above the heaven-awakened planet, wind and clouds surged, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. The entire planet seemed to be going through a storm. Jiang Chen kept devouring the power of the stars. The core of the star also started to shake. The astral pole kept compressing the power of the stars. The star in his Dantian sea of energy was also becoming more and more resplendent. The power of the stars surrounded Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's body was like a huge furnace, or rather, the star in his Dantian sea of energy. That star was filled with the power of the stars, and it shone resplendently. Through the baptism of the power of the stars, Jiang Chen's power was also steadily increasing. The power of the stars is too strong. I feel like my body is about to explode. Jiang Chen was excited, but he didn't dare to waver. He went all out. The astral pole started to spin, and only then could it compress the power of the stars. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to pieces by the power of the stars. Time slowly passed. Jiang Chen's body was filled with the power of the stars, and his power was rapidly increasing. In less than an hour, he had already reached the peak of the second level of the star realm. He broke through, Master broke through. The Black King said excitedly. Jiang Chen's power was gradually breaking through to the third level of the star realm. As time passed, Jiang Chen absorbed more and more of the power of the stars. At this moment, the changes to the Heaven Awakened planet were becoming more and more obvious. Earthquakes were happening more and more frequently, bodies were collapsing, and rivers were bursting. The millions of miles of the Heaven Awakened planet were filled with natural disasters. The core of the Heaven Awakened planet was the foundation of the Heaven Awakened planet. As the power of the star was constantly being devoured by Jiang Chen, the Heaven Awakened planet was like an anxious beast, becoming more and more violent. Star State Level 3, his power has indeed increased quite a bit. Jiang Chen's eyes shone even brighter as he devoured the power of the stars even more ferociously. Now that he was at the third firmament of the star realm, his power also became more and more profound. The more he devoured, the stronger he became. Another 2 hours passed, and Jiang Chen's strength reached the peak of the star level 3, about to break through again. Star State Level 4, here I come. Jiang Chen vowed solemnly, extremely excited. Another hour passed, and he finally broke through to the star level 4. The shock in Jiang Chen's heart could be imagined. The breakthrough in strength within a star was completely unimaginable. Moreover, it was his unique astral pole. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been finished long ago. Such a terrifying power of the stars was simply unbearable. Although Master's power is constantly breaking through, it's also a double-edged sword. With such a huge amount of energy, you've seen it for yourself. If you're not careful, you might be devoured by the power of the stars. So, you're walking a tightrope. The Black King was extremely worried about Master's safety. However, in order to become stronger, this was also a path that had to be taken. In order to become stronger, one had to suffer what ordinary people couldn't endure. When Jiang Chen's power broke through to the fourth firmament of the star realm, his power had clearly slowed down. At this time, the mountain had already been devoured by Jiang Chen by half. The astral pole was too powerful. No amount of star power could escape the bindings of the astral pole. Even the Eternal Lord was wary of this ultimate technique. Jiang Chen was increasingly confident in the astral pole. Back then, even the previous master of the Buddha prison palace, Long Futu, couldn't cultivate the astral pole to the peak. However, even so, he could already compete with cosmic kings. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the astral pole was. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. However, his power had broken through to the fourth firmament of the star realm. The absorption of the power of the stars and the energy of the star's core had also slowed down. The energy within the star's core was extremely violent, and the power of the stars couldn't be directly absorbed by Jiang Chen. The astral pole was the best conversion. After the astral pole went through layers of tempering, the starlight could be used by Jiang Chen. However, the terrifying pressure that the breakthrough in power brought to Jiang Chen also made him feel like his heart was being torn apart. His power kept rising. Even with the protection of the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's body couldn't be guaranteed. The starlight was torn apart, reformed, and torn apart again. Jiang Chen already felt the despair of life and death. From his expression, the Black King and the six-ridged coiling dragon could see that the pain he was experiencing was far beyond anyone's imagination. Veins popped up on his sinister face, and his body kept trembling. Starlight shot out in all directions. The Big Dipper shift. Jiang Chen's body was surrounded by starlight. The blue light was deep and filled with blazing light. Jiang Chen was bathed in a sea of starlight. The astral pole's evolution, devouring, and transformation were endless. Countless veined patterns appeared on Jiang Chen's palm. Within the veined patterns, blue starlight appeared, as if it wanted to tear Jiang Chen's body apart. The power of the stars was terrifying. Jiang Chen felt that his flesh and blood were being penetrated, and his bones were being bound. The surrounding space was extremely distorted. The astral pole was indeed powerful and mystical, but the power of the stars was even more majestic. The core energy of a planet was acting on Jiang Chen's body. Light and shadow collided, and every inch of light wreaked havoc in his body. Jiang Chen's continuous roars shocked the Black King and the six-ridged coiling dragon. Even someone as strong as Jiang Chen, who was so determined, had become so cautious. His roars were filled with despair. One could imagine how difficult it was for him. However, neither the six-ridged coiling dragon nor the Black King could help him. All of this required Jiang Chen to overcome, change, become stronger, and become more tenacious. No one can judge me, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen's rage shook the heavens. The boundless power of the stars made him stronger and stronger, but at the same time, the pain increased. Again and again, he brushed shoulders with death. Again and again, Jiang Chen's body became stronger and stronger. Starlight shot out. At this moment, his strength had already reached the peak of the fourth heavenly layer of the star realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the fifth heavenly layer. I don't believe that you can control my life and death. Power of the stars, erupt. Jiang Chen finally prepared for the final attack. The entire mountain, the entire core of the star, had already been devoured by him. His strength had also broken through to the second heavenly layer. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mental force was constantly being ravaged. His natal astral soul felt like it was about to be torn apart. However, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. With the astral pole in his hands, no one could control him. Chapter 50-13. Jiang Chen's body was penetrated by the terrifying power of the stars. The power of the stars in his body became more and more majestic. Above the surrounding sky, rays of deep blue starlight continuously shot into Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and revolved the astral pole to the extreme. The final breakthrough, the final engulfment, depended on this one move. Jiang Chen had already engulfed most of the star's core. Mountains collapsed one after another, all of them were trash that had lost the power of the stars. Star level 5, here I come. Jiang Chen roared furiously. An incomparably majestic aura spread out. The power of the stars in his body also reached the peak. The final breakthrough in one move was Jiang Chen's goal. The power of the stars was constantly compressed and integrated into Jiang Chen's body. The astral pole also reached the peak of the third level. Exploding stars. Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably blazing. The exploding stars had reached the peak, and the power of the stars was also more skillful. He was incomparably calm in his hands. With a punch, the stars shone brightly, shattering the sky. Roar! Jiang Chen roared. The power of the stars in his body once again erupted. "Break through for me!" Jiang Chen roared. The power of the stars broke through the shackles of heaven and earth. The power of the stars in his body finally completed the final engulfment. The color of the star in his dantian became even brighter, shining brightly. Star level 5. Finally breaking through. One could imagine the excitement in Jiang Chen's heart. At that moment, although he had experienced the despair of life and death, the bitterness was over. His strength broke through 3 levels consecutively. Jiang Chen's chest was filled with endless valor. He wanted to compete with the heavens. Success. The 6-spine coiling dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. There was only shock left in its eyes. How long had it been? He had broken through 3 heavenly layers consecutively. Moreover, the entire mountain, the land of inheritance, had been completely devoured by Jiang Chen, turning into a barren mountain of ashes. With a light touch from the 6-ridged coiling dragon, the towering mountain that stretched for 10 miles was instantly reduced to ashes and blown away by the wind. The 6-ridged coiling dragon's heart was filled with shock. One could imagine how horrified it was. The entire star's core had been devoured by Jiang Chen. The surrounding sky was filled with dust that danced in the air. This scene was truly spectacular. The Black King was very excited too. He was very happy that his master broke through. At this time, Jiang Chen's power had reached star level 5. This was within the Black King's expectations, but it was still unbelievable. How much pain and torture had Jiang Chen experienced? The power of the stars shuttled back and forth in his body, constantly fusing and transforming. To Jiang Chen, he had long since grown accustomed to it. Only by experiencing the most bitter of hardships could one become an outstanding person. Phew, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. His heart was incomparably carefree. At this moment, the entire mountain had disappeared. That sense of accomplishment and domineering spirit made Jiang Chen's battle intent unparalleled. At this moment, if he were to face Yang Guolao again, perhaps Jiang Chen would also be able to fight to the death. What is that? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at the mountain that had turned into ashes. Only a bare mound was left. That was the remnant of the star power that Jiang Chen had not devoured. It's actually the source stone essence? The Black King exclaimed, his expression incomparably shocked. The source stone essence can only be found by chance. It's even better than a grade 7 source stone. However, it's extremely rare. In all these years, I've only heard of it once and have never seen it before. Looks like I'm really lucky this time. The Black King said enviously. He did not expect the source stone essence to exist under the star's core. It seems there's more. Jiang Chen drew a deep breath. Below the source stone essence was a giant stone crystal glowing with a purple light. It looked very dazzling and its color was as bright as a lilac. Divine Luminous Stone. This is Divine Luminous Stone, a supreme stone used to refine divine weapons. The Black King was shocked once again. He did not expect them to find so many treasures in succession. Not to mention the star's core that Jiang Chen had devoured, which was naturally incomparable. The Divine Luminous Stone and the Source Stone essence were also extremely rare. Even the 6-ridged coiling dragon was envious of Jiang Chen's luck. Jiang Chen directly took out the Source Stone essence. It was indeed a good thing. The density of its Genesis Chi was on a completely different level compared to a grade 6 Source Stone. Here. Jiang Chen divided the Source Stone essence between the Black King and the 6-ridged coiling dragon. The two were slightly taken aback. They did not expect Jiang Chen to share the treasures with them. Master, the Black King was in a difficult position. Hurry up and absorb it. Your strength has already reached the critical point of a breakthrough. This source stone essence is much more useful to you than to me. I have just broken through to the 5th layer of the star level and will not be able to use it in a short period of time. Hurry up. Jiang Qin smiled. The 6-ridged coiling dragon solemnly nodded and received the source stone essence. The excitement in its eyes was beyond words. Jiang Chen had shared such precious things with them and did not treat them as outsiders at all. The 6-ridged coiling dragon would never forget this kindness. Following Jiang Chen, from this moment on, its life finally had its own light. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the divine bright stone. All of his divine weapons were destroyed in the previous battle. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned to polish them and turn them into a divine weapon to enhance his formation. As to what level it could reach, he had no idea. Divine bright stone, divine bright stone. However, Jiang Chen was confident that he could make the divine luminous stone into an extremely powerful divine weapon. You too break through. I'm going to forge a divine weapon. We'll leave once I'm done. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he spoke. Okay. The 6-ridged coiling dragon and the Black King said in unison. They regarded the Genesis stone essence in their hands as a treasure and began to rapidly absorb the tyrannical Genesis chi within. Jiang Chen looked at the divine bright stone under his feet. It was 10 square meters. Even if it was tempered by him, it would be enough to make a lot of divine weapons and treasures. This time, it was a good opportunity to make a good one. Chapter 50:14. Jiang Chen stared at the mountain of divine light stone. To him, to refine such a small hill and continuously temper it was not an easy task. Jiang Chen activated the 5 elements divine fire and began to refine this huge divine light stone. The 5 elements divine fire continued to temper it. Light flowed and ashes rose. The impurities in the divine light stone were constantly being removed. Layers of stones and lime fell on the surroundings. Seeing the divine light stone becoming smaller and smaller, the light in Jiang Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. The 5 elements divine fire refined it for such a long time before it gradually refined the original form of the divine light stone. After a full hour, Jiang Chen finally burned out the last essence of the divine light stone. There was not a trace of impurities. Finally, the divine light stone was less than 3 square feet, it had shrunk by 99%. The green light flickered with a faint light. Jiang Chen knew that this was the final form of the divine light stone. Jiang Chen had a sudden impulse. He held the heavenly dragon sword and fiercely slashed on the divine light stone a few times. In the end, there was not a single mark. Jiang Chen could not help but secretly smacked his lips. Such a terrifying divine light stone. It seemed that this thing was indeed not an ordinary thing. He would definitely be able to refine a batch of extremely terrifying divine weapons. Let's begin, my passion time. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen held the storm hammer in his hand and activated the 5 elements divine fire. He began to refine the divine light stone again. Fusing the divine light stone was not an easy task. Moreover, it needed to be tempered by the storm hammer for thousands of times before it could be forged into a sword embryo. Jiang Chen wanted to play big this time. The divine light stone was enough for 72 swords. Moreover, the divine light stone that he wanted to forge must be of the highest grade. Such a precious thing. If it could not shine its brilliance and was covered in dust in his hands, wouldn't it be a pity? Jiang Chen's countenance was incomparably solemn. The might of the craftsman god appeared once again. It had been a long time since he created his own divine weapon. This time, Jiang Chen was filled with confidence. Time ticked by. Hammer after hammer, hammer after hammer. Jiang Chen had already forgotten how many times he had swung his hammer. 1,000 times. or 10,000 strikes, or 100,000 strikes. In short, under Jiang Chen's desperate forging, the 72 sword embryos had been forged, and it was time to see the final forming process. Jiang Chen was meticulous and careful. To him, every divine sword had its own soul, especially a high-grade divine weapon. Jiang Chen had already forgotten about time in the Buddha prison palace. He was completely isolated from the outside world. Now, he was wholeheartedly refining. Without thousands of strikes, every sword would not be able to complete the baptism of life. The heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand had been refined by Jiang Chen countless times. It had long reached its peak. At least, the current Jiang Chen was unable to make the heavenly dragon sword improve any further. According to the rules of the eternal world, the heavenly dragon sword's grade had most likely reached the 8th grade combat weapon. Jiang Chen had no distractions as he continued to refine the divine weapon. After thousands and thousands of strikes, the divine light stone had finally completed its mission and was forged into a peerless divine weapon. The cyan sword radiance and sword chi were like dragons. They were actually released, showing off their sharpness. Jiang Chen had forged 72 divine weapons in one breath, and all of them were incomparably sharp. Just the sword chi released from the sword body had already reached the highest level of sharpness. Good swords. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. The divine weapons were completed. The 72 divine swords had all reached the level of a 7th grade combat weapon. Even a stellar-level warrior would not be able to withstand their sharpness. A 6th grade combat weapon was already the best combat weapon a stellar-level warrior could come into contact with. A 7th grade combat weapon was completely unimaginable. Even for Jiang Chen, it was extremely difficult for him to activate all 72 divine weapons at this moment. The terror of a 7th grade combat weapon was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. Each of the swords looked the same, but in reality, there were thousands of changes. Each sword had its own soul and its own sharpness. With these 72 divine swords, Jiang Chen really did not dare to imagine how domineering and destructive it would be once the Ashura sword formation was activated. Whether he could control it or not, it was still uncertain. Right now, it was still an unknown. After admiring the 72 divine weapons, Jiang Chen realized that there was still less than half of the divine light stone left. With a thought, Jiang Chen decided to forge another 2 divine weapons, a divine staff and a divine spear. They were custom-made for De Huang and the monkey. This time, Jiang Chen divided the last piece of divine light stone into 2 and forged it with all his might. After countless tempering, it was even stronger than the 72 divine weapons, reaching the level of a peak 7th grade combat weapon. The divine spear was glowing in a cyan light. Cold light shot out in all directions, it was mighty and domineering. The body of the spear was like a ferocious dragon emerging from the sea. It soared into the sky and grabbed the moon. "I'll call you Piercing Moon." Jiang Chen held the piercing moon in one hand and a perfectly round iron staff in the other. It was also glowing in a cyan light, giving people a feeling of being extremely heavy, like a magnificent army bearing down on them with the weight of Mount Tai. Heavy and domineering. "Then I'll call you Piercing Void." Piercing Moon. Piercing Void. These 2 divine weapons were custom-made by Jiang Chen for his brothers, but he did not know where the monkey was right now. In order to search for Feng, even his 2 brothers risked their lives to accompany him. Jiang Chen was very grateful to De Huang and the monkey. They depended on each other and supported each other all the way. De Huang and the monkey had no complaints, even if they died 9 times, they would not regret it. "I hope that we brothers can meet again soon." Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. With the monkey's agility and strength, even in the eternal world, he would not be at a disadvantage. It was better to go see Luoying and the others first. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with lofty sentiments. He had already reached the 5th level of the star realm. Although he had just broken through, his reputation was not undeserved. Now that he was facing the 7th level of the star realm, Yang Guolao, he did not feel any fear. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally felt that his strength had skyrocketed. He estimated that he would not be able to find a match in the entire Heaven Awakening star region. As for now, the 6-ridged coiling dragon and the Black King were still cultivating, so he did not disturb them. With his strength, sweeping through the entire Heaven Awakening star region would be a piece of cake. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with emotions. This time, he knew that he had to go to the true inheritance ground of a great emperor. This opportunity came from Feng He's warning. At this moment, he already possessed the strength to contend for supremacy. Feng He, your father will definitely not let you down. Wait for me, we will definitely be reunited soon. Chapter 46-58, Ascending the Stairway to Heaven. Hope of ascending the stairway to heaven. Damn it, this distance doesn't seem big, but I can't cross the sky at all. This is infuriating. Yang Guolao's face was gloomy. He had tried countless times to no avail. Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu were also at their wits' end. They were not willing to give up on this opportunity, but it was not that easy to cross the sky. The great emperor's inheritance was right in front of them, but they could not take a step forward. This was simply a huge torment. It seems like we have no chance of obtaining the emperor of the cosmos's inheritance. Qi Yeyu looked at the square we'll see inside. The square we'll see in front of them was not something they could cross. If they could not cross it, they would not be able to touch the emperor of the cosmos's treasure. This was a headache. Even Yang Guolao could not do it. I got it. Condense water into ice. Yang Guolao's eyes lit up. Building a bridge when meeting water and turning it into an ice road might work. Soaring dragon absorbing water, freeze. Yang Guolao swept up countless water pillars and blasted them towards the top of the dome, wanting to turn it into an ice bridge. However, at this time, the spatial turbulence in the void evaporated the water directly, leaving nothing behind as it turned into air. Failed again, Yang Guolao's face was gloomy. His idea was good. Condense water into ice, but the spatial turbulence in between the broken bridges was too strong. Although it was invisible, the water was evaporated by the spatial turbulence before it could condense into ice. Emperor of the Cosmos, I'll fuck you. Yang Guolao was furious. At this time, it was obvious that Yang Guolao was completely exasperated. Otherwise, he would not have cursed so loudly. At this time, the sky started to rain heavily. Yang Guolao and the others were drenched. Old man Xinghe, how dare you slap me in the rain? Yang Guolao kept roaring angrily in his heart. He had put in so much effort, but in the end, he failed. Now, he couldn't take another step forward at all. He could only stand there and stare blankly. Cursing won't solve the problem. It only shows that you're useless. A cold voice resounded. Luo Ying and Qi Yeyu looked back. It was actually Jiang Qin. He was back. Brother Jiang, you're back. Luo Ying was very excited. Back then, when Jiang Qin left, it was a huge blow to her. She could not advance and retreat together with brother Jiang Qin. Her heart was filled with regret. However, brother Jiang Chen's power was there. It was impossible for him to pass through the emperor of the cosmos's inheritance ground. Even they were helpless. Yang Guolao looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's power had improved by leaps and bounds. How long had it been? How was this possible? Qi Yeyu's face was filled with shock as well. Jiang Chen's strength had shocked even him. He had never heard of someone breaking through 3 heavenly layers in a row. This Jiang Chen was too terrifying, wasn't he? You got that treasure. Yang Guolao narrowed his eyes. That treasure was what he wanted. Yes, the sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and be saved. I've told you before, but you didn't listen. Jiang Qin smiled. How pathetic. You play around all day but got your eyes pecked by an eagle. You're really something, Jiang Qin. Yang Guolao sighed. He did not expect that after so many years of cheating, he was tricked by Jiang Qin. If news of this got out, how was he going to live? Your power. It actually improved so much. At this time, Luoying also felt that Jiang Chen's power had a qualitative improvement. However, she was more concerned about Jiang Qin, so she did not notice it immediately. His power directly went from the 2nd level to the 5th level. This was something no one dared to imagine. Luo Ying's power reached the 7th level because she inherited Neon's body. That was why she was so powerful. However, Jiang Qin did not inherit anything. Even the real treasure of the Emperor of the Cosmos was in front of them. Jiang Qin, do you have a way? Qi Yeyu looked at Jiang Qin, full of anticipation. If he did not have a way, Jiang Qin probably would not suddenly turn back. You can say so. If I don't try, how would I know it won't work? Jiang Qin looked at Yang Guolao confidently. Yang Guolao was so angry that his face turned green. He had tried countless times, but in the end, it was to see if Jiang Qin could reach the other side. Yang Guolao could not help but beat his chest. Jiang Qin actually obtained the treasure. He had been searching for it, but he did not get it. He did not expect that when he turned back, he actually obtained it. It was really depressing. Hee, if I can't go, you can't either. Little bastard, your power is not as strong as mine. Even if you broke through, I want to see how you will embarrass yourself today. Do you think that the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos is so easy to obtain? Tisk. Yang Guolao stood with his arms crossed. At this moment, he was waiting to see Jiang Qin make a fool of himself. It was impossible for this guy to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Even if he obtained the treasure, he might not be able to continue. Now, Yang Guolao was thinking about how to deal with him. He definitely could not let him monopolize the treasure. Otherwise, what was the purpose of him coming here? Yang Guolao had schemed and schemed for that treasure. He needed that thing, the core of a star. However, with Qi Yeyu and Luoying eyeing him covetously, it was impossible for him to succeed. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the 5th sky of Star Realm. He could still put up a fight against Jiang Qin, but with Luoying and Qi Yeyu, he had no chance of winning. Then let's wait and see. Jiang Qin said faintly. He turned around and walked to the edge of the cliff. He had already made his preparations. This time, he would use the stairway to heaven as a bridge to cross the Fangluanhai. Other than that, Jiang Qin had no other choice. Whether or not the stairway to heaven could change the current situation depended on his luck. After Jiang Chen's strength increased, he felt the existence of the stairway to heaven on the other side. In other words, other than his own 3 segments of the stairway to heaven, there was another stairway to heaven in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. This stairway to heaven was on the other side. This meant that the bridge back then was most likely formed by the stairway to heaven. However, Jiang Qin couldn't find the root of it. He couldn't find the reason. He only had a vague feeling in his heart. He hoped that it wasn't wrong. The stairway to heaven was his treasure. It was also the key to whether or not he could cross the Fangluanhai. It's up to you. Jiang Qin took a step forward and stepped on the stairway to heaven. The 3 segments of the stairway to heaven continued to climb. As expected, the spatial turbulence in the surroundings was all pushed away by the stairway to heaven. Jiang Chen seemed to have entered an uninhabited place. The stairway to heaven under his feet was finally effective. Chapter 50:15. Did he really make it? Luoying was overjoyed. She was happy for Jiang Chen. However, it seemed like no one could keep up with him except Jiang Chen. Ascending the stairway to heaven. Good lad, you're really a moving treasure trove. Yang Guolao's eyes lit up as he quickly followed behind Jiang Chen and attacked. Be careful, big brother Jiang. Luo Ying's expression changed drastically, but she couldn't help. Even Nian, who had spread her wings, couldn't fly over the sea of transmigration. She could only watch helplessly as Yang Guolao ambushed Jiang Chen. Yang Guolao took the last step of Jiang Chen's ascending stairway to heaven and made a powerful move. His sharp claws grabbed at Jiang Chen as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It seems like you really can't hold it in any longer. Jiang Chen sneered. He had been prepared for this. How could Yang Guolao be so weak? This guy was very strong and his origins were unknown. How could he not take him seriously? A slight mistake could cause him to be trapped and beyond redemption. Hee, your treasure really attracts me. Little bastard, it seems like we really have to have a good fight. Yang Guolao was full of confidence. How could Jiang Chen be a match for him with his strength? He definitely couldn't let Jiang Chen have his way at this time. He had already swallowed the core of the star. If he couldn't even obtain the final inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos, then wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Yang Guolao wasn't willing to give up, so he had to take the risk out of desperation. He wanted to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen launched a heavy punch, sweeping through the universe. With his current combat strength, even if he fought against Yang Guolao, he wouldn't be the slightest bit inferior. There was a difference of 2 heavens between the two, but Jiang Chen's strength was more than enough to make up for the difference. The surging fist smashed down, startling the world, causing the surrounding space to shake unceasingly. Jiang Chen's attack was also not simple for Yang Guolao. Their fists and palms collided with each other, causing an explosion. The terrifying wind generated by their fists shook the heavens and the earth. The more Yang Guolao fought, the more shocked he became. How could this fellow be so strong? Back then, he didn't even have the strength to fight back, but now he could fight to the death with him. This was too abnormal, wasn't it? Was it the core of a star? Could it be that he had already absorbed the star's core? Impossible, the star's core was so powerful, how could it be absorbed by Jiang Chen? Even Yang Guolao couldn't completely absorb the star's core. That was the core of a star, how could it be absorbed just like that? However, how could Jiang Chen's strength become so strong? This kind of combat strength made one's scalp numb, a star level 5 fighting a star level 7 without the strength to fight back. Could it be that you absorbed the star's core? This is impossible. Yang Guolao said while gritting his teeth. That was a treasure that he had been yearning for day and night. What do you think? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. He still didn't give up. His combat strength had completely crushed Yang Guolao. Jiang Chen had absorbed an endless amount of star power, completely compressing the star's core and devouring it, only then did he form his astral pole. Therefore, Jiang Chen was incomparably confident. The star power carried a faint blue radiance, the wind from his fists was sharp, his momentum reaching the heavens. Star power, explode the heavenly star. Jiang Chen launched a heavy punch, the star power surged endlessly, shocking the world. That kind of sharp starlight made Yang Guolao unable to resist. Damn it! This time, you have succeeded in angering this old man. Yang Guolao was furious, he was very flustered, but at this time, he definitely didn't dare to retreat. If he fell, he would fall into a bottomless abyss. The terror of the astral pole was not something he could imagine. Yang Guolao held the black wooden cane in his hand. Black light radiated in all directions, continuously smashing it towards Jiang Qin. I gave you face but you don't want it, then I will send you to heaven. Jiang Qin raised his sword and the aura of the heavenly dragon sword was unleashed once again. This time, it was many times stronger than before. Yang Guolao was shocked. However, the difference between the strong and the weak was obvious. Jiang Qin's star energy was more overbearing than the origin qi. It was more like a willis snake. His powerful strength created star marks one after another, incomparably domineering. Sword 28. Sword 29. Sword 30. Limitless sword, devouring the heavens. Yang Guolao was extremely shocked. He was forced to retreat again and again by Jiang Qin. He already had no path of retreat. If he didn't take advantage of the last moment and followed Jiang Qin up the stairway to heaven, it would be impossible for him to fight to the death with Jiang Qin. At this moment, regardless of speed or agility, Jiang Qin completely suppressed Yang Guolao. Yang Guolao had to follow closely behind Jiang Qin to ensure that he wouldn't fall into the bottomless abyss. Today, I will use you as my first target. Let's see how terrifying my new sword formation is. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a cold smile. With an intention of his will, 18 supreme divine weapons descended from the sky. His innate astral souls had matured. It was no longer a problem for him to control 18 seventh-grade weapons at the same time. However, Jiang Qin didn't attempt to use all 36 swords at the same time. If he did, his innate astral soul would suffer a backlash and suffer heavy injuries. Radiance of Hell. Yang Guolao waved the black wooden walking stick in his hand, summoning the heavenly lightning and earthly fire. A black ray of light rushed towards Jiang Qin's body. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Jiang Qin activated the Soaring Dragon Art and Dragon Transformation, withstanding the radiance of hell without any change in his expression. Damn it! Yang Guolao's countenance drastically changed. Jiang Qin actually managed to block his attack without any changes, completely ignoring it. Have a taste of my Ashura sword formation. Jiang Qin raised his sword, using the heavenly dragon sword as the eye of the formation. The 18 seventh-grade weapons split into 8 directions. Jiang Qin controlled everything with his strength alone. Countless sword silhouettes rushed towards Yang Guolao from all directions. What a terrifying sword formation. Qi Yeyu sucked in a breath of cold air. 18 peerless divine weapons were extremely terrifying, even he was intimidated by them. Every single sword made him look up to them. How could Jiang Qin have so many peerless divine weapons? It was simply unbelievable. Just one of these divine weapons was enough to sweep away the entire Tianqi star, and Jiang Qin had 18 of them. Although they couldn't compare to his heavenly dragon sword, they were still rare supreme divine weapons, causing Qi Yeyu's countenance to change. Jiang Qin's sword formation is indeed terrifying. I can't withstand it. Luo Ying's eyes were solemn. At this moment, Yang Guolao was facing Jiang Qin's Ashura sword formation. Whether he could escape or not depended on his luck. At least from Luo Ying's point of view, Yang Guolao would die without a doubt. Jiang Qin's Ashura sword formation was mighty and domineering. Even Luo Ying, who was at the 7th sky of the star level, dared to break it. Yang Guolao also had a slim chance of survival. Damn sword formation. Chapter 50:16. This time, let's see where you can run to. Jiang Qin looked straight ahead. With a thought, he commanded the 18 7th-grade fighters to shoot out in all directions, disrupting the heavenly dipper. The surrounding void was completely sealed by Jiang Qin. The terror of the Ashura sword formation was displayed once again. Especially the 18 peerless fighters, they instantly exploded the starry sky. Streaks of sword shadows swept across the sky, destroying everything in their path. Yang Guolao didn't dare to face their sharpness. He retreated step by step with a pale face. In just a moment, Yang Guolao was attacked from all directions, suffering more than 10 sword wounds. At this time, his situation had become extremely dangerous. Breaking shadow, Yang Guolao held the black wooden cane in his hand, piercing through the sky, turning into a black shadow and falling below the sea of Fang Luanhai. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. His eyes flickered. Even he didn't expect that his sword formation would be broken at this time. At the same time, Yang Guolao fell into the sea of Fang Luanhai. The Sea of Fang Luanhai is the sea of bitterness in the tomb of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Death is certain for those who fall into it. Qi Yeyu said in a deep voice. Yang Guolao had schemed to deal with Jiang Qin, but in the end, he was still defeated by Jiang Qin. Big brother Jiang, it's your turn now. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Qin with anticipation. Yang Guolao was dead. Now, there was no one who could threaten Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded heavily. His heart was filled with shock. The Ashura sword formation seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The key was the terror of the 7th-grade fighters. Jiang Qin was filled with anticipation. When he could fully control the 72 peerless fighters, the Ashura sword formation would be even more terrifying. Jiang Qin turned around and stepped on the sky ascension stairway, rapidly heading towards the white jade palace of the Emperor of the Cosmos. I don't know if Big Brother Jiang can get the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It's going to be very dangerous. Fortunately, he has broken through the stellar level. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to succeed. Luo Ying said worriedly. Now that Jiang Qin had left, they didn't know where Jiang Qin would go. Luo Ying's heart was filled with anxiety. Qi Yeyu smiled. His daughter's thoughts had already flown away with Jiang Qin. At this time, he was also very gratified. He hoped that Jiang Qin could live up to everyone's expectations and return as an expert. Otherwise, wouldn't he be letting down his daughter? For the sake of the safety of the entire Heaven Awakening Star region, Jiang Qin had followed him all the way. They had overcome many obstacles and killed many enemies to protect the Heaven Awakening Star region. However, Jiang Qin was the only one left to walk. Even if he was full of confidence, he still hadn't been able to cross the sea of reincarnation. Perhaps the treasures and inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos weren't fated to be with him. Don't worry. Jiang Qin definitely won't disappoint you. He has never disappointed anyone. Without his existence, the Heaven Awakening Star region will definitely be beyond redemption. Xiao Yuan won't be able to get rid of him either. Jiang Qin is a virtuous person, and his strength isn't any weaker than yours. Your worries are unnecessary. I think the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos was specially left for him. Ha ha ha. We can't even take half a step forward. Let him experience his final moments by himself. Qi Yeyu smiled. Yes, I understand, Father. However, I'm still worried. I hope he's fine. Although there's no danger anymore, no one can guarantee that the White Jade Palace is absolutely safe, Luo Ying said. Luo Ying muttered. Then I'll accompany you and wait for Jiang Qin's triumphant return. Qi Yeyu crossed his arms and nodded. Thank you, Father, Luo Ying said. However, at this time, Jiang Qin had already reached the other shore and was in front of the White Jade Palace. After crossing the other shore, Jiang Chen could clearly see that the white jade palace wasn't as luxurious as he had imagined. It was a courtyard filled with fallen leaves. Inside the white jade palace, the doors were tightly shut, and the windows were locked. In the courtyard, there was a white jade stone and a golden cassia tree. The cassia tree covered half of the palace, blocking the sun and reaching the sky. There was no terrifying pressure here, nor was there any unknown danger. Jiang Chen's faith was stirred as he looked at the white jade stone door. However, when he reached the door, Jiang Chen couldn't push it open no matter how hard he tried. It wasn't something that could be pushed open with force. There must be some profound mystery behind it. Jiang Chen looked left and right. After looking for a long time, he still couldn't find the mystery behind the white jade stone door. A piece of cinnamomum cassia, the years have sharpened the dust of the past. Looking back, I only dare to ask the one who came. Jiang Chen murmured. On the left side of the white jade stone door, there was a line of poetry. What did it mean? A piece of cinnamomum cassia, it should be referring to this cinnamomum cassia. Jiang Chen raised his head and died. However, at this time, he didn't understand what was going on. Did he still need to ask the one who came? Wasn't that asking himself? Looking back at the bleak place, the ground was covered with golden leaves. Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This poem must be the key to entering the white jade palace. Although there was no danger at this time, it wasn't easy to enter. This emperor of the cosmos was really full of mysteries. Did his inheritance really exist in this white jade palace? It was still too early to say these things. However, if he couldn't understand the meaning of the poem, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to forcefully break the white jade stone door. He had tried many times to no avail. He understood that the emperor of the cosmos's fortune wasn't something he could reach. Looking back at the bleak place, he only dared to ask the one who came. He had to ask himself why he had appeared here. He had to ask himself, and he had to ask Jin Guishu. At this time, under cinnamomum cassia, Jiang Chen slowly sat down. His impetuous mood had been greatly improved. Acting rashly wouldn't do. It seemed that he still had to test his own comprehension. Jiang Chen constantly calmed his inner state of mind and began to enter the state of cultivation. He asked himself, asked cinnamomum cassia, how to open the door, how to reach the true great fortune. Time passed by minute by minute. Jiang Chen didn't know the flow of the world at all. His mood became incomparably carefree and incomparably restrained. At this time, he was very quiet and very calm. He forgot all the love and hatred in his heart and entered a rare state of meditation. The fluttering golden leaves kept sliding down his face. Jiang Chen's heart had gone through many baptisms. Every time a leaf fell, it seemed to be a change. It was a kind of life, an inexplicable path of reincarnation. Not knowing why, Jiang Chen sat under cinnamomum cassia. He was incomparably quiet and peaceful. It was like a cultivation, more like a kind of his own sublimation. His mood was a lot calmer. There was no killing, no emotional entanglement, there was only that kind of state without desires. Cinnamomum cassia, perhaps, was the source of this enlightenment. Chapter 50-17. Jiang Chen stared at the cinnamomum cassia in front of the white jade residence. Its branches were luxuriant, and its golden leaves were extremely dazzling. There were also many branches in the surroundings, and the fallen leaves covered the entire area, forming a golden path. This cinnamomum cassia was truly extraordinary. Jiang Chen silently sat down under the cinnamomum cassia. He wanted to comprehend the heavenly Tao according to the meaning of the poem. Maybe, all the secrets were hidden within the cinnamomum kasha. Jiang Chen had no distractions in his heart as he slowly closed his eyes. When Jiang Chen closed his eyes, his thoughts flew out. It was as if he had turned into a fish, swimming around the heavens and earth. It was a very comfortable feeling. The thoughts of a human could change in an instant. To Jiang Chen, comprehending the heavenly Tao under the cinnamomum kasha was his only chance. Cinnamomum kasha was extremely vast, and it gave off an aura of peace and tranquility. Under the cinnamomum kasha, he could feel an unprecedented sense of relaxation and expansion. It was as though he had laid down his mental state, and all the pressure he felt had vanished into thin air. Gradually entering a meditative state, he gradually sensed the chi of heaven and earth, bringing forth a sense of peace and tranquility. Jiang Chen could feel his own innate astral souls becoming more and more comfortable. Innate astral souls were one of Jiang Chen's trump cards. There were many stellar-level experts who were unable to condense their own innate astral souls, and Jiang Chen was one in a million. This time around, his innate astral souls were steadily growing stronger. Jiang Chen was incomparably excited. Once his innate astral souls grew stronger, his strength would also rise along with it. There was no need to doubt this point. Astral soul travel, this feeling is too wonderful. A sense of comfort involuntarily surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. His innate astral soul continued to grow stronger and stronger. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that the cinnamomum kasha above his head was like a kind old uncle, watching him slowly grow and become stronger. Jiang Chen was filled with gratification. The feeling that cinnamomum kasha brought to him was indescribable, but it also brought him endless benefits. Jiang Chen knew that this cinnamomum kasha was not ordinary. A single thought traveled thousands of miles. His thoughts flew freely. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen was extremely agitated. His innate astral soul had once again advanced to the next level, allowing him to receive boundless benefits. This cinnamomum kasha didn't say anything, yet she was his benefactor. The branches of cinnamomum kasha swayed with the wind. When Jiang Chen looked at it, his face was filled with a smile. At this moment, he could clearly feel the existence of cinnamomum kasha. It was like a kind and benevolent old man, gently caressing his shoulders. Jiang Chen knew that his state of mind had merged with cinnamomum kasha. He could feel its existence. This cinnamomum kasha wasn't simple, it truly wasn't simple. Jiang Chen didn't know why, but since it could appear in front of the white jade residence of Emperor of the Cosmos, it was sufficient to show how much importance the Emperor of the Cosmos placed on it. Rumble, a humming sound rang out. The ground beneath Jiang Chen's feet started to split apart. Jiang Chen frowned. What made him shocked was that a heaven ascension stairway appeared before him. Jiang Chen was incomparably excited. Heaven ascension stairway. It was the Heaven Ascension Stairway again. This was already the fourth segment of the Heaven Ascension Stairway. After obtaining the Heaven Ascension Stairway, his speed would be even faster and more powerful. Also, Jiang Chen still hadn't fully understood the uses of the Heaven Ascension Stairway. But at this crucial moment, the Heaven Ascension Stairway had become his only chance. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to keep the Heaven Ascension Stairway. This was a treasure, an absolute treasure. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how many segments the Heaven Ascension Stairway had, he already had 4 in his hands. The Emperor of the Cosmos had placed the Heaven Ascension Stairway in front of his door. If it was him, he would definitely know the uses of the Heaven Ascension Stairway. Jiang Chen was wild with joy. He had already obtained enough treasures from the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Even if he left now, he wouldn't have any regrets. However, Jiang Chen knew that the true inheritance was still far from appearing. Creak, at this moment, the door unexpectedly opened. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. This white jade residence should be the final inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Jiang Chen was very excited. The Emperor of the Cosmos was the legendary Emperor of the Cosmos. He was the true king, the supreme expert of the universe, standing at the peak of the eternal world. No one could compete with him. Jiang Chen had always admired the Emperor of the Cosmos. To be able to stand at the peak of the eternal world, one could imagine how powerful such a person was. As for how the Emperor of the Cosmos had fallen, Jiang Chen didn't know. However, in his inheritance, Jiang Chen was able to witness the glory of many Emperor of the Cosmos. This was already a very fortunate thing for Jiang Chen. After going through many difficulties and obstacles, he finally arrived at the final inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. Here, he truly felt the might of an expert. Regardless of treasures or other existences, none of them could be comprehended by himself. This was the spirit of an emperor, this was the glory of an emperor. Jiang Chen experienced many life and death situations. Being able to reach this step, he didn't only depend on strength, he also depended on luck. However, what he truly cared about was whether the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos would allow him to find traces of Feng. He had a premonition that Feng was in this tomb. If not, how could he have received the warning? If it wasn't for Feng's warning, he would have long left this place. In fact, he might not even be able to reach this step. It was precisely because of Feng's existence that he was able to become a true winner. He was the last one to arrive at the inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. There was no longer any sense of danger here. Instead, it was replaced by a sense of tranquility. Comprehending the Tao under the Cinnamomum Kasha was the most reverent thing Jiang Chen had to the Emperor of the Cosmos. Cinnamomum Kasha had an indescribable effect on the enhancement of his astral souls. Jiang Chen calmed his emotions. With an incomparably solemn expression, he stepped into the white jade residence. What kind of inheritance would the Emperor of the Cosmos obtain in the end, would depend on his own luck. Whether or not he could become the successor of the Emperor of the Cosmos, everything was still unknown. After Jiang Chen entered the white jade residence, the expression in his eyes became even more sincere, as well as solemn. There was nothing in the surroundings, only a long corridor. At the end of the corridor, there was a screen with a stone sculpture. On top of the stone sculpture, there was a rock that spread its wings and soared in the skies. However, when Jiang Chen focused his gaze, there was actually a person standing in front of the stone sculpture. Indeed, it was a person, clad in a gray robe. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. Who was this person? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.